absolutely unbelievable minute. You did it again. Another incredibly new, intriguing, valuable information about your life during the interview. You are one of the all-time greats on this show. I adore you. You killed all weekend with me in West Palm Beach. I swear to God, he's the best fucking stand-up comic. Local veteran that's waited forever to come to the show to try to make it and get gigs and work out of his performance here tonight. Anything can happen right now. Your first bucketful of the night goes by the name of Chicho Nansen. Chicho Nansen. There he is. It's Chicho, everybody. Come on, everybody. One time for Chicho.
There-in-law. And just to prove it, he tattooed Amore across her pregnant belly. And posted a pic on the gram. The comments are all heart eyes, fire, bro, flames, bro, keep up the great work. And then there's this one that says, an armoire is a piece of furniture, you fucking idiot. He really spelled it armoire. This poor bitch is now a walking advertisement for IKEA. And I guess that's what happens when you furnish inside. He designed the baby shower invitation, and he wrote "Bye Bye Baby," BYE. He's not sticking around.
Okay, Chicho Nansen. Welcome to the show, Chicho. How are you?
Thank you. Great. How are you?
How's it going? How long have you been on stand-up?
This is my first time ever.
I love it. Look at that. It's all happening. Chicho Nansen. How old are you, Chicho?
29.
29. Where are you from?
New York.
New York, New York. And you came here to start. What made you come to Austin, Texas?
Just wanted to see what it's all about. Everyone's talking about the comedy scene. I'm a huge comedy fan. And
how have you enjoyed? How long have you been here?
Just since Saturday. We flew in. Yeah.
Wow. You flew in Saturday. Yeah. What'd you do yesterday? Anything yesterday?
Yeah, we hung out on a lot of picnic tables in backyards.
Yeah.
Fucking
welcome to
murky
Austin.
Ponds with beaches and shit.
Yeah, that's what everybody did yesterday.
Yeah, that's your crown jewel, I guess.
I love it. Absolutely. Did you hear any live music or any comedy?
So the best live music so far has been this, and fucking people singing happy birthday to Melissa on the duck bus.
Okay. Happy birthday to Melissa on the duck bus. Melissa, if you're listening. Who the fuck is Melissa? We have no idea.
Oh, the bitch on the duck source.
It's his first time.
I thought I missed that part of the show. What? Did I miss that part?
This fucking asshole doesn't know who Melissa is.
I was like,
you didn't hear his Melissa story? Literally all we've been talking about.
I really thought I had been gone for a while. I'm like, oh.
Oh my God. Amazingly hilarious. Chicho, let's talk about it. You're from New York. You're obviously a proud lesbian.
I do drive a Subaru.
You do? Oh my God. Are those all the condiments you put on pussy before you eat it?
That's effective birth control. I learned from Drake.
What?
I said that's effective birth control. Drake did that, right?
Okay.
Hey.
All right. Not as easy as you thought it would be.
I never thought it would be easy.
No, I know. Chicho, what do you do for work? You're 29. You're from New York. You live in New York. Both of them, right?
Yeah, right outside the city, like 20 minutes north. But I'm an HR manager.
Wow.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, can I ask one question though? How come you had to bring a notebook up? You just told one story.
I've never done this before.
What does it say in the notebook? Does it say that story like word for word?
No, it's got some notes from some meeting I had at work. I got someone's salary.
And then, let me see what the
Fucking diagram.
Sorry, my handwriting's a bit low. Should have been a doctor. You did some fake flipping. You're like a newscaster or something like that. I've never seen anything like that in the history of the show.
I think for your first time, that was great, though, man. I think you have good instincts, much better instincts than your shirt size. Entirely too tight. But I don't
We're keeping it in the mic stand.
Josh thinks that's a dandelion right now, so he's like, you don't need a dandelion in front of you during your comedy set. He tried to blow off the pebble.
Welcome.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Chicho, you are a likable guy. You do seem comfortable on stage. Do you have like a theater background or something like
No,
that?
I'm in a couple bands. I play drums.
Really? You play drums? Whoa. Well, I mean, it's been a while since we've done this, but you guys think we should have perhaps a Mexican drum off here tonight?
Hey, Tony.
Yes, I can. How are you?
I don't know if you guys know how this works. You're Josh. You're about to have the time of your life.
Tony, I don't think
I'm well, thank you. Your sound is really low, though.
Dude, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Way to ruin the whole your New York liberal
Okay.
bullshit.
Yeah, I'm just chilling watching Kill Tony. I'm about to go to bed.
God.
It's very late here. It's like 4 in the morning.
Anyway, thanks for pulling my name out of that bucket.
How's your day going?
Jesus Christ. Virtue signaling on this show. How dare you, sir? Or ma'am, or whatever the fuck you are. Anyway, in the history of the show,
Very
we do
cool.
a thing
How's your
called
day going?
Mexican drum off, where potentially someone who challenges, if a comedian does a minute and knows how to play the drums,
Excellent.
they get to have a drum
Well,
solo competition with the resident drummer
I'll
of the
tell
show.
you what.
If they win,
In about 8 hours, I'll be refreshed and such, and I would love to talk to you. But as of right now, I'm going to be getting some sleep, okay? Sounds like a plan, man. Please do. People do that. You're more than welcome to. Absolutely. I keep the stream on and I keep the podcast going, so there's always something going. Excellent. Well, I will see you in 8 hours or so, my friend. You take care. Night, buddy. Take care. I will do my best. Thank you.
they literally become the full-time drummer of the show. He has an opportunity here on this show. He has an opportunity, his first time ever doing comedy, to be a full-time member of a comedy show. He could win this right now.
What a big dick move that is, too, for you to just be like, here, take the sticks, do your fucking best.
Yeah, exactly. Because here's the thing you guys might not know, is that, believe it or not, the resident drummer all time is completely undefeated. Joel Jimenez left undefeated, I believe 64-0. Michael Gonzalez, I believe, currently at like 8-0, something like that. So you have your work cut out for you. He's already given some excuses. Maybe you've heard the classics like, I don't think art should be a competition.
And my shirt's too tight to play drums.
Ladies and gentlemen, doing a drum solo, going first tonight, this is a Mexican drum off from Chicho Mantis. Some of the crowd is on their feet right now. Oh my goodness, the gay man stood up, everybody. The gay man. He's got the gay mode.
Dude, what's crazy about that?
That drum solo.
He dropped he lost the drumstick like right out of the gate and somehow caught it Michael Gonzalez.
Now, here's the crazy part. You ready for this?
Yeah.
The audience decides.
Well, can I just say,
Yeah.
they were both great drummers, but your face.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna win on just facial expression alone.
I agree. I'm a little bit biased, but he has that drummer face that we all love. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Or his face is completely normal and it was just melting.
Yeah. He's like, his face, the way he turned into a Mario brother there was crazy.
Dude, when he became my dad and started telling me all the things he hated about me, I was like, wow, this is like crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you have our newest friend from New York, Chicho Mantis winning that? Whoa. That's pretty good.
I need a new job.
That's pretty good.
Can't work in HR.
That's pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. How many of you have Michael Gonzalez? I mean, the people on the internet sometimes don't understand how dominant one side of applause is. Chicho, who do you think won that off of the audience applause?
I think it goes to him.
Goddamn right it does. But you had fun up here tonight, huh? You got to drum, you got to do your first ever minute, and it went really fucking well, dude. And the interview went really well, too. For an HR manager, you're a pretty goddamn likable, cool guy.
And I just want to say, once again, a white guy loses a job to a Mexican.
Yes! Mike Beanie! Make some noise one more time for Chicho Mantis, everybody. There he goes. Unbelievable. You guys having fun yet, huh? Goddamn right. Back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Bijan Jalali. Bijan Jalali. Bijan. Oh, here he comes. Come on, everybody, make some noise for Bijan Jalali.
Everyone here knows what Duck Dynasty is, right? Yeah, it's like a pretty popular conservative podcast reality show. I didn't know they made gear. I bought these in like Magaville, Wisconsin, and at the time I didn't realize I'd be walking around looking like a guy who takes dick but also loves to shoot waterfowl. So it didn't land until I should have worn camo. Because I was going to refer to the fact that I look like I just came out of a dominatrix dungeon called Browswitch. You know, where you can seize the taxidermy while you take your punishment. I came here to find another chink in Tony's armor, but I don't think I did that.
There you go. Bijan Jalali. Am I saying that right, Bijan?
You are.
Welcome to the show. How about a hand for Bijan, everybody? Here. The guy that holds a dog in a purse or anything like that. It's pretty incredible. Bijan, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
August 24th. So I didn't count the number of days, but
Holy shit. So last month.
yeah.
Okay, that would have been a good answer.
Sorry.
Today was November of the 1-5. Indeed, the 15th of November. What year? Who cares? All right, Bijan, let's talk about it. What do you do for work?
Well, I just got here and I just submitted fingerprints today, so let's just say I'm getting a job around here.
What?
I don't do anything weird. It's for schools. So
it's for schools.
Yeah.
What do you do for schools?
Stay
500 feet away from them? Fingerprints.
Yeah, fingerprints. What the?
Jesus Christ.
They tightened up the radius to about 250.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. No. I'm gonna be good on the fingerprints.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna work for.
Where'd you come from? you just moved here.
Yeah, on Labor Day I drove down here.
Okay. What made you get out of Wisconsin on Labor Day? What made you want to do that?
I just was watching this on YouTube, and I was like, I just need to get my.
You were watching this, and it made you want to move to Austin?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's fucking amazing.
Incredible.
That's amazing.
Incredible.
That's pretty awesome.
And now you're going to work for the school system here in Austin.
And move some furniture and just, make it work.
I love it. Okay. I can see how that could be.
If something goes down, please don't talk about us, though. We don't get us involved.
Don't blame it on us if you shoot up a fucking workplace or anything like that, alright? Kill Tony. We're gonna do that. Meet
Kill
John.
Tony and Steven and Joseph and Brendan and...
Meet John. Tell us, what is your ethnicity? Bijan Jalali, and you look like that. I'm interested to know.
Yeah, it's a Persian name. Very Persian name. And I'm half Korean, like adopted Korean mom.
Half Korean and half Persian.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fascinating.
Wow, very interesting mixture, right? Very rare. Mom, the Korean, dad the Persian?
Yeah, dad's family's all, Persian, local, mom's. It's like, when you have a fantasy team and you haven't drafted all your players, that's like my mom's side of the family tree. They're all, I just don't know who they are.
That's not how fantasy works at all.
Yeah.
I don't play fantasy.
No, you know every player. It is a...
Yeah.
You actually pick the
You
best
pick
players.
all of them. You pick all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you pick every
you
single
actually
one.
pick all the players. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
Your
keenly
family
aware.
just doesn't like you. That's a whole different thing.
I just say they're dead. It's easier.
Okay.
I don't know.
You don't know. When's the last time you...
Did you wait till they died to do that to your hair?
Died.
When's the last time you communicated with your parents?
It was like kind of along the Hung Skim sort of trajectory.
A month. His actual answer was a month.
Yeah.
So it's been about a month. Okay. Did they know that you moved to Austin?
Yeah.
And they're in Wisconsin.
They're from Minneapolis.
Okay. All right. Very good. What do you do for fun? I'm trying to figure out more about you.
Yeah. I got into open mics through music.
It's non-comedy. What do you do for fun that's
Soccer.
non-comedy? Soccer.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Would you like to wear Hans's jersey at some point?
It sounded like he had a cool Korean 06.
It is true. It is true. Maybe we could make half of it version for you.
We could.
You just gotta throw some hair on it?
Just way... Just way too much gold. I want to ask this. What was the creative decision between putting the sunglasses on as you got on stage? Because you didn't have them walking up. Was that like your Big Daddy moment where you were like, this makes me feel safe, or what?
It's true.
No, I was trying to, get a cue for, something where it'd be not a gender reveal, but, a race reveal.
Oh, that didn't work at all.
You thought we did? God.
Okay.
Yeah, but even if we couldn't tell visually, you don't think your name kind of gave away?
Yeah, and the fact that you dropped chopsticks on a bottle of cologne on your way up here?
It felt like you wrote a set for an outfit you didn't wear and planned every joke around that. And you even said, if I was wearing camo pants, here's the jokes I would have done. And then did those jokes anyway. I've never seen that in my life. Very impressive. Somehow, you might have made a great choice. I don't know.
I feel like Middle Eastern comics are not always very good at 9/11 jokes. They're some of the worst ones. They really are.
Wow. I mean, they are the original creators of the entire premise. You know what I mean?
Hey, oh geez, yeah.
There would be no 9/11 jokes without the Middle Easterners. You know what I mean?
You're not fooling anyone with the hat.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Yeah. Happy holidays yesterday, by the way. Unbelievable. You still have birthday cake on your chin. Just has two really long candles that burn with fucking... Oh my goodness. Well, Bajan, I mean, an amazing Kill Tony debut. It's incredible. I'm finding out more and more people, not just people pulled out of the bucket, but people come up to me on the streets, and it's the craziest thing. I can't believe people are moving here because of this insane show that has flies that fly around
That landed
the
on your
table the
finger. That was
entire time.
insane.
Right.
You thought Sarah McLachlan was going to come out and start talking about you.
For 5 cents a day, you can feed this podcast host.
Look how skinny he
In
is.
the arms of nature.
John, an amazing Kill Tony debut. Congratulations. We'll see you again soon. Sign up again. Austin resident John Shalali has entered Austin. Yeah, we should do that, shouldn't we? You know what? Actually, let's do one more bucket full. You guys like meeting people out of the bucket? Actually, no, fuck it. We'll go back to the bucket. I'm going to bring up one of your regulars right now. You guys like regulars on the show, right? You saw Hans earlier. Well, this guy's one of the longest standing regulars in the history of the show. Unbelievably famous for his incredible roasting and joke writing. This is Austin resident David Lucas.
Take a look at the video. The burglars start getting a heavily armed jewelry store vehicles.
I don't fuck with BLM. Like, Black Lives do matter, but fuck BLM Incorporated, you know what I'm saying? For real. It's not a black organization.
Jules, here in downtown Los Angeles, the burglars went disarming all of the cameras and the alert system on Sunday. And there appears to be no
flyers in there? We gotta start that shit over. That was so cool. What the fuck? God damn. I guess you can feed a nigga for 10 cents a day. Yeah, I don't fuck with BLM. Like, Black Lives do matter, but fuck BLM Incorporated. You know what I'm saying? That's not a black organization. That shit is funded by the LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? Like, the only people that give money to BLM is purple-haired managers at Trader Joe's. Them the only. Ain't no niggas ever gave money to BLM. I knew it wasn't a black organization because them motherfuckers never had a cookout. If you want, like, what are ribs at, motherfucker? Ain't nobody told me to meet at a park and bring drinks. That's why I'm like, fuck BLM Incorporated. Alright, that's it. Yeah.
Holy shit. Unbelievable. Coming in, dropping the fucking hammer, having to improvise off some bullshit, some unexpected fucking flies. Hold on, the Blue Man Group just got back from performing. Different venue. Jesus, you two creeps. David, welcome. An amazing performance.
Thank you,
I mean, just dropping a sledgehammer on the room with big fucking real ass topical and fucking true to you punchlines. Absolutely incredible. And I think you might be a little bit more expensive than 10 cents a day, by the way.
Hey, you can wear all the black you want to. We still know you gay as fuck.
Wait, what is? Wait, what does wearing black have to do with being gay?
Yeah, man, you can't hide that estrogen in your body.
No, that's not. No. Wearing black is thinning. It doesn't take away gay.
Tony, your titties look like the girl titties from the R. Kelly video.
Wait a second.
Them motherfuckers look like mini ice cream cones, nigga. Tony got the pyramid titties, you know? You know the titties girls have in middle school?
You son of a bitch. Oh my god. How dare you? How dare the person with the biggest titties on the show make fun of my titties? How you making fun of my titties? It's like making fun of me for having a fat ass or something. that if we had an asshole size competition, you would win. I think I would be willing to bet that not only do you have a bigger asshole than me, that you also, from all the food coming out of it, have a looser asshole than me.
Tony, we know you got that Cool Whip container back there, motherfucker.
If it was a Cool Whip container, you'd be touching it a lot more than you do.
Tony, you can shoot a paintball bullet out of your ass, motherfucker. At 100 miles an hour, nigga. That motherfucker go to the range and everybody just see an asshole. Like, how did I get hit?
Why does this bullet smell like shit? Oh my God, dude.
Hey, Tony sleep like, Tony, you sleep like Tom Hanks when he got shot at Forrest Gump. When he had his ass in there.
You sleep like Darth Vader in that fucking machine where he has to help him breathe. You sleep in.
And Redman got your colors on his right wrist. That
Oh, yeah, that's true. Those are my colors. Gang, gang, bang, bang. You know what I mean?
I feel bad whoever put his legs in there. That wolf booty hole back there, boy. That was...
Oh my goodness. Absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, man.
Have you guys ever seen anything quite like David Lucas before?
It's great, man. I saw you in the Comedy Store.
That's my dog, Mike Feeney. Josh Wolf don't remember me, but
I remember you.
you
Yeah, absolutely, man. I've been looking forward to this exchange all.
Sometimes he gets on a run and he just does 6 in a row, and the guest is like, Tony, what the fuck did you invite me to? Why the hell is this fucking... And then they just stop talking and keep going. They just keep going like that. They don't say it, but they fucking...
It's somehow worse. Yeah.
Del Marrero mouthed it. He mouthed it.
Oh my God, you are hilarious.
Yeah, thank you, man.
You are so funny. You remind me of Bernie McDonald's.
Oh my God.
You thought it was over, man? Thought it was over? I'm loving it, dude. I'm fucking loving it. David's got those New Balances on, but when he puts them on, they're immediately Old Balances. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Oh, you go to the chiropractor. You're the person that goes to the chiropractor to get their ass cheeks cracked. Lower, lower, lower. No, lower, not the lower back, the lower ass.
That's actually, the fun fact about that, that's funny, but it's actually true. I do go to the chiropractor to have my ass.
Hey, Josh Wolf looked like Dom Hymas. Remember that dude who called him?
Yeah.
That's your name. You really look like a fucking wolf. That shit crazy.
I'm surprised you ever woke up early enough to find out who Dom Hymas was. The morning radio show back in the day.
We called them black girls nappy-headed hoes. I thought it was funny as fuck. Because they did need a hot cone.
David, you live in Austin now. Every single week you come on here, you're a fucking wrecking ball. I mean, it is absolutely incredible. You set the bar for exactly what it means and what it is to be a regular on this show. I mean, you are unfucking believable. Every week, a new minute, every single one of these roast exchanges, even though we are, without a doubt, with all ego aside, there's no question. David and I have made fun of each other publicly more than any other two people in the history of everything.
Absolutely.
It's impossible.
We gotta have at least 200 hours, I would say.
There's a record, and we have it. No doubt about it. We added on to it tonight, somehow always keeping it new and not repeating the same thing, even though the premises are obviously both I'm gay and you're black and morbidly obese. Don't forget about how he's tremendously.
Tony, you are a flaming homosexual. Are you serious?
Like a
You are hot Cheetos, nigga. Get the fuck up out of here, boy.
If I was, you'd eat me.
You probably call your ass.
Make some noise for David motherfucking Lucas, everybody. Let's go. We're doing this shit tonight, people. Hell yeah. Come on, everybody. One more time for David Lucas. That shit is not easy. Make some noise for your next comedian, Eric Mandarin Manfry. Eric Mandarin Manfry. Shout out to the fine people over at Escobar, the Pastel Cartel, best vape pen. Hey, here's Eric Mandarin Manfry, everybody. One more time for Eric, everybody.
Man, I just love what David was saying about BLM. Couldn't agree more. Kidding, just kidding. I love B.B. King, but I also love Buddy Guy. And just because I confuse their songs sometimes, that doesn't mean that I'm bluesing. People say they don't see color. I say I do. It's blues. What about this word impeccable? Are we letting birds come up with words now? That's the first version of that joke. Second version of that joke is I was talking to a bird and I asked him what he thought about that song. Very low, very boy. He said, it's impeccable. I love dates. I think dates are really delicious food. Great for you. It's like God's chocolate. I love dates so much. I think I'm ready to start calling them going steadies. I'm not a one-liner comedian. I'm more like a one-G-bagger. Usually you find all the coaches that way. Thanks, that's my time.
Okie dokie, Eric Mandarin Manfry. If you tell me you're here because of this show, I'm going to kill myself, just to let you know.
Well, I'm here on the show.
Right.
Like in Austin? No.
Right, okay. Do you live here in Austin?
Just started.
Okay, for how long?
About a year.
About a year. Where were you at before that?
Dallas.
Dallas, Texas. Okay.
Are you just on a break from bartending in islands? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yes, actually.
Okay, Eric, let's talk about it. Just going off of how you look, how long have you been beating your wife for? Okay.
I'll plead the fifth on that.
Absolutely. Do you have a wife? Do you have a girlfriend?
Nope.
Boyfriend?
Nope.
What are you into?
Easy, Tony. What are you?
What are you into?
Into real estate, investing. It's not working for a whole lot. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm into optimizing energy.
Okay, so explain more of how that works out for you. How do you maximize those energies? A lot of bracelets.
Yeah, well, just so many bracelets. I travel a lot. I love travel. I was in Peru earlier, so I got the bracelets. And they're hard to get off, because they're tied on by the hungry fist of an 8-year-old Peruvian boy.
Okay, Eric, your minute is over.
Oh.
Anything you say this interview part could be used against you in
I know
court.
that. I'm aware. Okay. I watched your show. I knew you would say something about the bracelets, so I had one ready.
Okay, very good.
That's the one you had ready?
Did you? You might want to let that one bake a little bit longer, Eric. I don't think it's quite ready.
Yeah, it's not ready. It's a workshop.
Yeah, okay. So how long have you been doing stand-up, Eric?
Ooh, in my head, like 10 years.
And on stage?
About 4 months.
4 months?
Yeah.
All of it here in Austin?
Yeah, I did a course in Dallas when I was living in Dallas.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
Makes sense.
Oh, no.
A course?
That never works well.
Yeah.
Except for David Lucas, he has 5 courses for every meal. You motherfucker! Jesus. All right. So let's talk about it. What do you do for fun? You look like the kind of guy that somehow knows how to do voodoo or something like that.
You're very perceptive, very intuitive.
Okay. So what is it? You just get back from Burning Man or something?
No, big deal this time.
Okay. Tell us what you do for fun.
Yeah, make money.
Other than make money, unless you explain to us exactly how you make money, it's not a good part in an interview.
Yeah.
And no one believes you. You look like Dan Blazarian's father or something like that, right? You know what, Tony? I just get hard up on making money. That's all I do. I make money, and then when I'm done, I make more money. Shut the fuck up. All right? You look like a fucking Uber driver, so...
You seem like a guy who would leave his kids because the chakras were off. You know what I mean? Like, just can't do it. Energy's not right.
He literally does
went from he finished with impeccable, and he said, "How about dates?" I'm like, "What the fuck is going on right now?"
I kind of almost enjoyed how there was no segues whatsoever.
BB King, birds, let's go. BB King and
Optimize my time.
Yeah. You lose a lot of money, don't you? You seem like a bad investor.
Yeah.
You all tied up in Bitcoin or something like that?
Oh yeah.
How much do you have in Bitcoin?
Yeah, I have less than I had before Celsius debacle. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. No one's
Oh,
gonna.
that guy's pissed. In the
Yeah.
front row. He was like,
He was a
Celsius,
fucking
don't get anybody
Celsius.
started on that shit.
I have 4 less than I had. I'll say that. No one ever feels sorry for you when you say that, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, why would we?
Yeah.
What the fuck are we talking about?
To be fair, Josh was going to ask that regardless of what we were talking about.
What was the coolest thing that you saw in Peru?
Oh, yeah, Machu Picchu.
What was the saddest thing you saw in Peru?
This woman who didn't think alcohol was destroying her life.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I worked. I do find this interesting. I worked for a liquor company, a tequila company, for a long time.
Eric Mandarin, before I let you go, tell us the most interesting thing about your life, or something that you think stands out different than everybody else in the bucket. Like,
yeah, sure. I had a near-death experience.
Yeah, what was the near-death experience? Was it on stage during your 60-second thing tonight?
No, that was a full death experience, I believe.
You died, bro. We're trying to bring you back. All right, what was the near-death experience?
Yeah, so you shouldn't drink alcohol and snort Oxycontin, turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I traveled out.
Where'd you do that at?
Guatemala. Turns out they'll sell anything over the counter, especially if you're, white, tourist.
Have you snorted Oxycontin before?
Oh yeah, every Friday night. I had a gig.
You don't do it anymore?
Oh God, no.
That's when you worked in the tequila business.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So who saved you?
I don't God. Yeah, God.
All right, that's a bullshit. Wrong answer, bro. It was not God. It was Guatemalan. You're saying Guatemalan wrong. What the fuck is that?
Well, the Peru saved me. This is a gift from you, sir. Commander.
What the hell? No. Don't put it in. Oh, God. All right. It's going to explode, everybody.
Don't.
Why is it so hot? Bit by my hot ass. What the fuck?
He's the first
I've
man
never
to say.
held a hot orange. I feel the heat from here.
So Mandarin cured my herpes. So I have a lot of respect.
They absolutely did not cure your herpes.
That was another great gift from my time in Guatemala.
They didn't cure your herpes.
They did.
Uh-uh.
You want to see?
No. Very good. Eric, I gotta get you the fuck out of here, dude. Eric Mandarin Manfry, everybody. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Hey.
This is still Tony debut. He's been at it a few months, chasing his dreams.
He would have been a good writer for like a sitcom in the 80s or something like that.
TV execs would have found him hilarious.
3 seasons.
I like that Eric Mandarin Manfry guy.
Very warm.
All right, back to the bucket we go. You guys having fun out there still? Your next comedian goes by the name of Jack Stoltman. Jack Stoltman, everybody. One more time for Jack, everybody.
I just got out of my first long-distance relationship. First and last, I hated it. But going into it, everyone was like, long distance is so easy nowadays with FaceTime. No, it's not true. FaceTime fucking sucks. How about this? FaceTime me when they invent pussy time. You can call it sit on my FaceTime. Recent geopolitical events have shown me how little I know about how the economy works. Because Russia invades Ukraine and all of a sudden I'm sucking dick for gas money. It used to be you could get a gallon of gas for $2. Now I gotta swallow 2 gallons of cum just to fill up my tank. You know those Joe Biden stickers? They
I put them up with the glory holes.
You want to?
I saw an interesting factoid the other day that said if we had a minute of silence for each victim of the Holocaust, we'd be quiet for 11 years. And I got to thinking, if only the Jews had tried that in the 1930s.
Jack Stoltman, everybody. Hell yeah. Very, very good. Jack Stoltman. I can't quite...
You know who loved that last joke? This motherfucker right
Oh,
here.
yeah. No doubt. Unbelievable. I can't quite put my finger on what you look like, Jack Stoltman. This is a very interesting look. Why do I get the vibe that you're in, like, the witness protection program? You left New York, they sent you to Texas. You're like, all right, I'll play the part. I'll do whatever I have to do.
It is a fake beard, a good eye.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can I say something as
Yeah.
a totally straight dude?
Yeah.
Like, it looks like your asshole ate itself. Like you have zero. Can you turn around and show everybody your ass?
Let's see.
It looks like his ass.
Whoa. Whoa, wait. Take
He's
the
got
phone
an
out of your
innie for
pocket
an
for a
ass. It's
second.
like his ass ate itself.
Do one more spin.
What?
Holy shit.
What?
You have an inverted ass.
Oh,
I've never
my
seen anything
God.
like that. It's like he shits out the front, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, my God. This man is reverse David Lucas. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Do you do a lot of planking?
You literally, what do you do for a living?
I bartend.
You literally worked your ass off. Okay. How long you been bartending for? Why do you look like a guy that only serves moonshine?
One shot only. About 4 years now.
Okay. All right. And how old are you?
I'm 26.
26 years old. And how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
8 months.
8 months. And what made you want to start doing this at the ripe age of 26?
I would like to do it for a living. I would like to make money from this.
Incredible. Yeah, you did very, very good tonight. Really, really, really good for somebody that's been doing it for 8 months.
Yeah. And the confidence with which you delivered those difficult jokes is ballsy, dude, for a young comic.
And I saw him get confidence because once he got a laugh from the people over there started clapping, and he just fucking casually put his hand in his pocket. Like fucking Carson, like, well, you know what they say, you know?
He put his hand in his front pocket and rubbed his ass.
Oh, fuck. So, I have to ask, you're wearing a shirt that literally is a map of
Real
Texas.
Foundations is your partner for more efficient real estate operations. We combine our deep industry experience and proven frameworks to
A long, long time ago, it says, don't mess with Texas on the sleeve. I haven't even seen the back because I
If
haven't
you're
taken my
tired of
eyes
paying
off your
high prices
asshole.
for your wireless plan, it's time to make the switch to InfyMobile. 5 gigabytes a month for $75 a year. Get 10 gigabytes for $99. For unlimited data, pay just $200 a year. That's 50 to 70% cheaper than the big guys. And the same trusted networks you already rely on. We make switching simple. Plus, every week, one lucky new customer wins a free iPhone. Visit www.infymobile.com today. That's www.infymobile.com. Hey, hardworking folks, listen up. If you're tired of paying through the nose for your wireless plan, it's time to switch to InfyMobile and keep more of your hard-earned money. Here's the deal. 5 gigabytes a month for $75 a year. Need more data? Get 10 gigabytes for $99 or 15 gigabytes for $150 a year. And for unlimited data users, our 20 gigabyte unlimited plan is just $200 a year. That's 50 to 70% cheaper than the big guys. And the same trusted networks you already rely on. And we make switching simple. Bring your unlocked phone, no need to buy a new one. Port your number so you don't miss a single call or text. And get this, every week, one lucky new customer wins a free iPhone. Terms apply, but you could be the next. Visit www.infymobile.com today. That's www.infymobile.com. Stop paying more than you should. InfyMobile, wireless that works for you. Switch today at www.infymobile.com and start saving. If your job at a healthcare facility includes disinfecting against viruses, you know prevention is the best medicine, and maintaining healthy spaces starts with a healthy cleaning routine. Granger's world-class supply chain helps ensure you have the quality products you need when you need them. From disinfectants and cleaning supplies to personal protective equipment, so you can help deliver a clean bill of health. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
My goodness. They trained the 10th planet, which is obviously, for those of you that know, one of the elite jiu-jitsu camps in the entire world. So you're very good at jiu-jitsu.
I'm decent. I've only been doing it a couple years.
Obviously, it must help not having an axe.
Fell off right off the guy.
You can't rear or they can choke you, my friend.
Fell off in a twister.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have much of a darce back there, you know what I mean?
Have you ever found anything in your beer?
I find snacks all the time.
Yeah. Have you ever eaten anything in your beer before?
Not when people are looking.
Alright. What's your love life? Is there a girl out there with fucking beer hair all over her pussy?
Not at the moment.
Okay, why do you think that is?
I just got out of a long distance relationship.
Oh, wow. How long distance was it? Was it really from here to
It was from here to Ohio.
You're back in Ohio. Okay. Alright.
And she break up because you have a very pretty chin. No. I have a decent chin. I haven't seen my chin since I graduated high school. And you've never seen your asshole.
No doubt. The carpet matches the trees.
Hello and
When
welcome
he
to
sits on the
another
toilet, you must look like Red
episode
Band's
of
phone. You know what I'm saying? If that's a fucking
I'll take
hinge
you
like
on a
that.
wild ride into the
It's a good joke if you know what
There
it's
you
called.
go. Yeah.
Flip phone.
We'll put a picture of Red Band's phone in that part of the episode.
Thanks, Dan. I appreciate it.
Thank you for joining me here today on Twitch and on Facebook because YouTube just shut
So
down
Jack,
my
let's
account.
talk about it. How long were you
the
with this
time
girl?
being,
Why
but I'm
didn't it
told
work
that will
out?
be
Why
fixed
didn't she
up
come with
pretty
you to
soon.
Texas?
And if not,
She
I'm just
had
gonna yell out this message and all of my
Oh, wow.
emotions
High
on
school.
every platform that I possibly can.
Grad school. She was
So I
actually
don't want to
6
waste
years
my
older than
time
me.
on them, so we're just gonna get right into
Oh my goodness,
the
that's incredible.
topic.
All
So
right,
today's
well.
episode of
And have you
Mysteries
been with
with a
a
Mystery
girl in
is all
Texas
about
since you've been here? You've been here
human
8 months?
No, I've been here 3
disinformation,
months.
Oh, you've been here 3 months. We couldn't stand up 8 months, so you
alleged
started in
document
Columbus.
of the level
I actually
of
started in
violence
Florida.
since the dual
What made you start in Florida?
But before we
I just
really
wanted to,
dive
well,
into the
I've
topic,
been thinking
let
about
me
it for a
bring
long
in
time.
my
I've been writing for a
extra
long time,
special
and
co-host,
I've been hanging out at that the local club there, and I was like, you know what, I think I should give it a shot.
Jimmy, how you doing today?
And
You may not want to talk about it anymore, but I'm mad
So
as
you
hell.
haven't been in sexual relations with a
I
Texas girl?
can't take this anymore. It's unbelievable. Christina, listen, I'm just going to tell the audience, and we've got some comments starting to flow in. It's a different day today for you. But I'm going to let everybody know that I got a call from Christina first thing this morning. And have you seen Twitter? I said, what's going on?
We spent about 20 minutes at the bar.
They took my YouTube down. They what? And now I'm going to say this, and then we'll move on because the Dulce Base is one of the most exciting subjects that we could ever do, and it's a great choice on your part. I'm very excited about that. So we'll jump into it in just a minute. Look, everybody's flooding in. They found you. See, they found you, Christina. They found you. You're loved out there. But let me say this. I've had my ups and downs with YouTube over the years. I've had to fight the good fight. I've been demonetized a couple of times, and really had to go toe-to-toe with them. That being said, what they chose to do to me, without explanation, by the way, I had to fight that. I got it back, and it took about 2 weeks. But I also took a year off of YouTube after that. I was like, I'm done. And I just let the channel sit there. I wasn't going to let them make money off of me. I just wasn't going to do it. So I took a year off. But your case is different. You've got no community strikes, no violations, a clean channel, and everything positive. And your content isn't violating any standards. So, but this is what happened to me, and I'm sure it's the same thing with you. It's an automation system. So they have got millions of videos that are being uploaded every hour from around the world. And they have software that looks at all of that content, all of the existing content, and it's looking for stuff automated. And when that automation system gets triggered, they could have found something in your content that had nothing to do with the content. It was a false trigger. Okay? And you have to get a human being involved to go and look at your channel to make sure, but that's the problem. That automation system is messing with people's lives, their content, in some cases income, and without any consideration of anything, and the software pulls the trigger. And there isn't anybody there to double check before the channel gets pulled down. And that's a problem. That's a problem with censorship and everything else, where you're guilty first, and then you've got to prove your innocence. And that's not what this country is based on. But I am sure that is the case with your YouTube channel. You've got to get a human being involved, and once you do, you will run clean. Your decisions for the future are your own. Do you want to continue with YouTube, or not, and find another way to go? Unfortunately, YouTube is one of the biggest platforms in the history of mankind, and it's tough. It's really tough.
That is true, Josh. That was not the mushrooms, by the way. That was an actual
Let's dive into today's
There are
topic. There's
loose
a lot of
cats
things we gotta talk
scattered
about, and hopefully we can do
There's
it
feral
all.
cats everywhere.
You're such a bright ray of sunshine. Just get off the subject. I'm done. I'm done.
Welcome
Let's
to
go.
the show.
Let's
How
go.
are you?
Let's
How do
go.
you feel?
So I'll go ahead and
I'm great.
read
We're
the black and white
fantastic.
description
How
of the
you doing?
story. Today's a little bit longer than
Are you
usual, but I
why are
think
you
this is
dressed
all
like that?
pretty important
Yeah,
notes,
you're
and
supposed to
then
wear the
we'll
corset
hear
on the
more
inside. I
colorful
believe that's the.
side
Is
of
that
the
the
story.
Intercontinental Championship of Gingerism?
Residents of the small
Listen to how they
Mexican
groan
town
about
claim
gingers.
their
Is that like the new
seeds
N-word or
and
something like
photographing
that?
flying
Gingers
saucers
are gaining
and other
momentum. We finally
unidentified
feel
flying
bad for the
objects
people
over
that
the
really
community
deserve
of
it,
about
you know?
2,600
These people
people.
struggle.
Many of whom
Even the
also
sun
share
hates
stories of
gingers.
low-flying military helicopters
Like
and
bugs.
fast-moving lights darting back and forth in the
Cassidy,
sky.
welcome to the show. How long have you been doing
Tuesday is
stand-up
home
comedy? Ever since Game of
to
Thrones got
the
canceled?
headquarters of the Apache Reservation in northern New Mexico. It is largely inhabited by indigenous
Thank
people.
you. My name is
Despite its small
Stark,
population,
actually.
it draws
that's
heavy
the joke
tourism
I
by
just made.
ufologists who
I
host
made
an
that
annual
joke.
doomsday-based
And
UFO
then you
conference.
explained
And
it.
Tuesday is located about 200 miles
Cassidy, how long have you been
from
doing stand-up?
Albuquerque.
Literally
It is
today.
important to
Today,
note
for
that the
yeah,
existence of
very
the
good.
New Mexico alien base itself remains
What made
entirely
you want to do
unproven,
this?
even as the legends
You know, I've always
surrounding it
been
are well
a
documented. We
personality.
still
I'm not
simply
very good
don't
at being
know
on
if this
stage.
Wait,
is all
where
true or
does
not.
this personality
Stories
usually
arose in
shine? Where do you
the
do? Are you
late
the general
1970s
manager
with
of
the
a...
New Mexico
I
State
actually work
Trooper
in
Gabriel
cannabis.
Valdez reported
Oh,
a
okay.
series of disturbing
I
flood
work in a
mutilations,
laboratory,
and
so
this is
Wow,
according
that's why
to
your voice is so
the
high.
Michael Berkins
No, stupid.
A
Jeez, it's
Culture
very,
of
very high. Thank
Conspiracy.
you.
right. Indeed.
Yeah.
What do you
Okay,
do with
and
cannabis
then it also
exactly?
states that
Test it.
detritus surrounding
Okay.
the cattle
So do
mutilation
I.
suggested to
Great job.
Valdez that the government was
Your
involved
temples are
and that the
quarters
cattle
right now, I must
were
say.
not ravaged by
It's like a
wild
Dave's double.
animals. One resident even claimed that he even
Okay.
claimed to
So
have
how did
tracked
you get the
Bigfoot
job
in the area
testing
as
weed?
well. So there's a lot of weird
I
things
snuck
happening
it.
around the doomsday base. And then, of course,
Are
this
you
story
talking
brings
about
it the
the dick
infamous
you had to suck
Paul
to get the
Venero.
job smoking
Later,
weed?
he had infiltrated electronic communication
How
from
did you get the
aliens
job
in
smoking weed?
1979, along with taking pictures and videos of craft and the person
What's,
and for
what's
space.
happening right now?
So we have a
I'm
lot
losing my
to
mind.
dive
What the
into
fuck
today,
is
and a lot of
happening?
things to talk about
I don't
when
even
it comes
Okay.
to the
Oh,
birthday
yeah.
base ET.
Nobody knows what's happening right now?
We're all
Oh,
on
God.
mushrooms now.
Tasty.
Yeah. Fuck.
Tasty.
That's what I never said
And
normally.
now, and that's a great overview. And there's a couple of things. Now let's back up.
What do you do when you show
Let's
up to
go
work?
before
If
the
you say
modern
test
stuff.
it in a laboratory one more fucking time, I'm burning
The
this place down.
tribes, the indigenous cultures around there, that's a very sacred area. And they have been talking about for hundreds of years sightings, lights, and things that happen in and around this area. And I have talked to numerous tribe members.
If you're thinking about going to nursing school but aren't sure how to get started, join us at Galen College of Nursing's upcoming open house. Here, you'll meet with friendly and helpful faculty, current students, and academic advisors who can help you get comfortable with admissions and enrollment. Plus, you'll tour our campus and learn all about Galen's personalized student support. RSVP now for our open house on Tuesday, April 29th from 4 to 6 p.m. by visiting galencollege.edu/Miami.
That literally sit outside of the Best Western Hotel and look across at the mountains, and they see stuff just right there. They just gather and watch the action in the hills there. So that's been going on for a very, very long time. Then researcher and author Leonard Stringfield started to make a couple of comments about this area and doing some research. Some of it was taken out of context, and I think that Leonard Stringfield had to step in and say, look, there's strange things going on, but I didn't say, you know, and things were taken out of context, at least in his point of view. And he's a great researcher and was a great researcher. And we have to take him at face value. But even he was intrigued with this area. The cattle mutilation, Valdez wrote an excellent book, by the way, on what was going on up there. Many ranchers, many areas reported black helicopters and coming in and sightings of cattle being not only taken but replaced in the area too as well. And I think some of the questions started to come up. This was aside from the UFO issue, but were the cattle being tested with chemicals or radiation, and there was some testing of that in the area, and were they taking the cattle to see the effects of the radiation on them and then replacing them back, maybe removing body parts to look at the inside. All of that is sinister in of itself, and if you're not reporting it and letting the local ranchers and the community know what is going on, then that leads to some pretty shifty stuff. So we have that going on at the same time. Enter Paul Benowitz. So Paul Benowitz starts to hear rumors. Now, Paul, as we know, with Richard Doty and William Moore, and is very, very infamous. I'm going to stop famous. It's an infamous, sad case. But Paul had a lot of resources available to him with his company that had Air Force contracts right there at Kirkland Air Force Base. And but he had the ability to get into private aircraft and fly up in and around that area looking for this alien base that was reported to be there. Now, from Paul himself in his reports back to others, he found a craft. He found something that was interesting in that area that looked like a crashed flying saucer of some kind. And he knew he was on the case. Well, those reports, combined with the lights in the area and what the Indians were seeing in the area, and going back to Leonard Stringfield, and now these reports coming out from Paul Benowitz, they seem to be in action there at the Dulce base. Now,
No, I'm asking you about a time that you got embarrassed. Just he was just sleeping with another girl. That's it.
We circle back and discuss all of this. Was there an alien base, tunnels, and things? There were a lot of underground Air Force installations there.
Wait, did you ever hook up with them after he slept with the guy?
Missile silos, the tunnels for that. You have the structures on the surface for the Air Force buildings and things and fences that need to have that infrastructure. And stuff was going on underground for sure, and there was tunnels going on underground for sure. The urban legend part of this is that all of this was done because E.T. arrived here a long time ago and found that area to be special and established an underground base, and that's where they resided. And that was that. And that the Air Force knew about this, and there were agreements and things working together with E.T. and our government for a very long time. Now, that's part of the urban legend. And if you look at some of the maps that have been generated over the years of tunneling efforts across the United States and maglev trains and things, right through Dulce, there were other reports of Sandia Labs and things that were happening in Albuquerque and Kirkland, that there were tunneling systems between there and Milton, and those existed. Now, has it been proven? No. I have talked to Noria Hayakawa a couple of times. He was a guest on the show very early on with David Roth, and his investigation is going into Dulce, and I asked him directly, have we found an entrance anywhere? No, have not. And that search continues. Now, is there an entrance that has been found? There's been rumors about that. There is a lot of stuff with the Air Force and their existing facilities that are there. That could be entrances. But it's behind fences, and you can't get to it as a researcher, photograph it, or ask any questions. But if this story is going to get any stranger, any crazier, it's Bill Schneider. And when this is
you're about to call out real quick. I mean, like, yeah.
Bill Schneider. And now I think that Bill Schneider, his name, his face, and his story has become so respected in ufology, and some of the things that he had said, and you can see some old video. He died in 1996. He was murdered. Some say assassinated in 1996 in Oregon. I'll come back to that in just a second. But Bill Schneider goes on the UFO circuit and is speaking at conferences around the country about some pretty amazing things. Now, the facts behind Bill Schneider are the stuff that is there. Geologist, and he was hired by the United States government to help engineer underground tunnels and tunneling systems, deep underground military bases, and that was later. Before that, he was an investigator into 9/11 for the government to figure out how those buildings came down, the World Trade Centers 1 and 2, how they came down, and he had a pretty healthy CV. And so you can go and look at his work history and his education and see how legitimate he was. Now, but he chose to go out and speak about the New World Order, the elite, and governments around the world, and how they were working together for control of humanity. And he gave his reasons why. And some of his claims were outlandish at the time. But now that we can go back after 25 years after his death and go back and look at it, and he was very pathetic. And there were things that he said that came to pass. I'm not going to get into specifics with that. But he was taken out. And he was taken out as he was talking about Dulcie and what happened there. So he gives this account. And again, I'm not reading. I've researched this case enough that I can actually speak about it and be pretty close. And if I have any of the facts wrong, excuse me and things. But this is pretty close. His account that he went out and spoke about, and you can check out the videos for Phil Schneider online, that he was in a tunneling effort, digging down at Dulcie, and got to a certain level. They're blasting through the rock, and they're digging, and they're boring, and he's going down, and he's got his tool belt, and I'll come back to that in a second. But anyway, so they reach a certain level, and they break through the rock, and this stench comes through. This is at Dulcie. And it was unbelievable. And they continued to bore through, and they opened this up, and they broke into the alien base. And they are looking, he's looking straight at an alien being standing there in front of him, and he freaks out. And one thing leads to another, but there's a gunfight. There's a shootout, and an explosion, and he gets blasted in his chest. And this is I mean, it's sad, but this is part of the facts of the case. He gets blasted in his chest, and by some alien technology, gun, ray gun, photon weapon, whatever you want to call it, phaser. He gets blasted in the chest. He loses some fingers. He gets burned. He gets this gnarly injury to his chest and the scars and everything. That and it was debilitating to the point where when he was murdered, I'm going to come back to the gunfight, but when he was murdered in Oregon, where he was speaking at a conference, he was in a wheelchair. He didn't have any fingers. Well, he had a couple of fingers on each end, but he was very sick. He couldn't walk. He was in a very bad situation, and he's in a motel room in Phoenix where his body is found with surgical tubing wrapped around his neck and tied, and they said that he committed suicide. Now, first off, he had no fingers, right? He had no way of tying or wrapping and killing himself with surgical tubing, like was stated in the police report. And when you read the police report, you realize that somebody killed him, right? Okay. So, but he was out there speaking about the New World Order, governments, 9/11, dark parts of different world governments, including the United States, and maglev trains and tunneling and what was going on across the country, and these alien bases, Dulcie, the shootout, and his injuries, and he was out there very publicly speaking about this stuff, and then he dies with surgical tubing around his throat in a hotel in Oregon. And so when you look at Dulcie, in total, is there something to this area? You have Paul Bennett, dead. Phil Schneider, dead. Cattle mutilations and reports, all factual. Black helicopters, and a culture that has been there for for hundreds of years and
Okay.
talking
Luke
about.
Costello also goes
It was
missing
so
as
much
well.
nicer
Yes,
being able to
yes,
do it with
yes,
somebody
yes.
else. I mean, I'm alone.
And
Most of the time,
it's a very, very interesting case, Christina. And when I look at Bill Schneider, and I go back and I watch those videos and his presentations over the years, and those that knew him, I had a lot of people on the show, and some that were with him in Portland when he died. And I don't want to get into that, but one of his roommates that last speaking tour was on the show and spoke very candidly about those last days and what was going on and how happy he was in life to start getting his health together, his relationship with his family, and he had goals and things were great. He wasn't suicidal. And the way that he spoke in public, he was a true whistleblower. And it just adds to the mystery of Dulce mentioned.
Now, William,
So in everything that you said, there were a lot of things that you kind of touched on, and I want to go a little bit more in depth. The first person that you mentioned was Gabe Valdez. And just to go into a little bit more in depth about him, for those that might not know the story or know who he was a police officer and a researcher. And this man, when he was looking at these cattle mutilations, because he's a police officer, he gets called in to see these things. He also found gas masks nearby, glow sticks, and heating equipment. He also found, which is incredibly bizarre, is that he found a human monkey frog fetus in a cow urine that was dead. Now that sounds terrifying, and he took pictures of it, and you can find them online. But with this man in particular, Gabe Valdez, there were some moments where he believed that these cattle mutilations were kind of more human and scientific than maybe towards the more alien side to it, just because he found evidence to back up his opinion onto why these cattle mutilations were more human, because he found human equipment.
William, you are a machine.
But he did
What
an
else is
interview
fun? Is this your
for
guys'
the
first time seeing
California
William?
UFO
Josh, the
magazine.
mic
This
can't
is
even
volume
imagine what
4,
it looks like.
number
I
2
saw you
paper
eat
in
so many mushrooms
1989.
before this.
And he
Yeah, I
stated
saw
that
you eat
he
those. I
believed
was
that
watching you the
80%
entire
of what
time.
Paul Bennett was
Just
saying
watching your
was
eyes
accurate
this entire
when it
time.
came to
You're
aspects
dude, they
of
are.
the military activity around Mesa. And because he also stated that
I've
he
tried to
saw
count the
dark
number of
green
your blinks, and there hasn't
helicopters
been
flying
one.
around
I
the
mean,
Mesa
it has
at
been.
that time as well. And he
What
knows that
the
there
fuck is
are
that
there's a lot of
supposed to
military
be?
activity happening, but he just
I
doesn't
wasn't
know if
fucking
it's
around
really
when I said I had
related
another
to the
fucking
UFO
drink, you
phenomena.
dumbass. Why
Then
did
he
you decide
says
to fucking
that
try
was
to
about
say something else?
20% of what
I'm
Bennett was
testing the
saying, and
waters,
it's kind of
I
more
suppose.
theorized. It doesn't really
It
have
is,
any factual evidence,
I
and
know,
it's
I
not
saw him at the comedy
necessarily
store for
accurate. And those
2019
are his words in an
or whatever,
interview.
and you look
But
great, buddy. You
Gabe
lost a ton of
does
weight.
say that other
That
people
is true.
also
I mean
came
that
out
sincerely. Tell
talking to
everybody,
him
you
that
put
had
out a
very
Picture
similar
actually today
stories
on your
as
Instagram of you with
Bennett's
abs
story.
on the
Now,
beach
he wasn't
from this
sure,
weekend in West Palm
Valdez
Beach.
wasn't sure if these
Tell
people
everybody,
were
how
just
much
attempting
weight
to
have you lost?
fabricate false stories or if
I
they were
honestly don't know.
genuine.
I think
So
everybody had to
I
guess
feel
their weight
like
maybe
a
probably
man
260
doing
or
civil
something.
service, right,
I
being
don't
a
know what it
policeman
is.
and also
Okay.
a researcher,
But we don't
it's
know what that
very
means
hard
until you
to
tell us
know
what you
who to
are now.
believe, who not to believe, and where to get your information, just like how it is for us today
What
as
do you
well.
weigh now? What?
Yeah, and there's
I
another
won't
part
say
to
it
this
again.
because Valdez, and
When
in
someone
his
asks you how much
book,
weight you lost, you don't just tell them
we're talking about a law enforcement
well, I once weighed
person
260,
who
so I guess
is going on the
get a
record.
job at a carnival.
But
We'll take it.
he was in that
You can give
area.
a ballpark. You
Law
should have a
enforcement
ballpark answer for that. Did you
is
say 100
not
pounds?
like
What
Los
would you say? I don't
Angeles or
know.
New York or
60
Chicago
maybe.
or Miami.
70?
It's
I
different.
don't know.
And
That's awesome.
New Mexico,
That's great.
and I've
Yeah, I
been
feel
there,
better. The last time,
is
Josh,
a
I went on
very
the podcast a couple times. I had my neck brace
sparsely
over times, and both
populated,
times I was high as hell on
remote
cocaine.
area. And there
Oh
are
my
reasons
God,
why
they
we
were
did
so much
our
fun,
atomic
though. I
testing
remember they
there,
went well.
and we had missile ranges and just because there's nothing there, things are spread
During his
out.
show? Yeah, during
And
his podcast, I went in and did a couple
Dulce
debunkes. I
base
had to throw my
and
neck
that
brace
Mesa
real tight, and I fucking went in there.
is
It was fun.
very remote, very difficult to get to. Bennett
For
would have
those
to fly
people
to it.
listening,
And
to
it's it's not like you can go on the Indian reservation part and go up to the edges of it, but what goes on beyond the fences and beyond the mountains, that is hundreds of square miles of remote nothing. And so one law enforcement officer trying to chase these details down, or sightings of craft, or the things that happen that you're not around, or the decision to build a deep underground military base that Phil Schneider was referring to, that Paul Benowitz was doing, that's a location where you're going to do that. And the other part is, I mean, nobody's going to know what you're doing. But the other part is, it's a pretty cool place for E.T. to make camp and to go unnoticed, or until you do get found. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. When you speak to researchers and those that have investigated the tunneling system, I've got maps and things that have been sent to me. When you look at that, it is absolutely remote. And so for a researcher to choose to go and investigate and go up there, it's nearly impossible to do. It'd be easier to get onto Area 51. You know where it is. Here in New Mexico, it is wide open. There's the flat desert areas, and then there's the mountain regions, and it is very, very rough terrain. So for me to go to somebody like Norio Hayakawa and go, dude, where's the entrance? Oh, I don't know. You go and check it out. It's impossible to do. There's no roads. You can't walk. It's not about that. You can fly over it if you can afford a helicopter and go and start poking around. But what is it that you're going to see? What is it that you're going to find? It's a yeah. Go see. It's a fascinating case. Absolutely fascinating.
And talking about what things to look for, there is some people say that in one part of the mesa, there is just kind of a circular section with trees to grow. It's as if they got kind of like cut in half. And there is two theories on top of the mesa. Some people believe that it was a UFO doing an emergency landing crash caught fire and it caused fire on the trees. There is another theory saying that it was not actually a UFO but a plane that crashed and then burned all the trees as well. But the weirdest thing about this crash in particular is what we know about nature, when something happens within time, it's really fast. But in this case, this little patch of area on top of the mesa, there has been no vegetation since. Nothing has grown since that crash in the late 70s. And so I guess if you're looking
horn, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, and that's our good friend D Madness here on the bass. Bill Tony, brought to you by Deep Eddy Vodka, another Austin company, absolutely killing it. Our favorite vodka on planet Earth. And the Hotel Van Zandt, where now you can save 30% by using the promo code KILLTONY on a Sunday or Monday night if you come and visit. How many of you are visiting from another place? That's what's happening here. People said, why would you move the show to Austin? You're going to lose all the tourism that you got in Los Angeles. And, hey, the tourism follows us, right? Isn't that exciting? Who would have possibly ever would have guessed that people will fly into a live show that they enjoy? Absolutely incredible. So the Hotel Van Zandt is where you can stay. Here's a few more of the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here, right now. Hey, y'all. You might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian. And I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again. October 11th and 12th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. October 14th and 15th, I am in Boston, Massachusetts. November 4th and 5th, New York, New York. December 9th and 10th, I'll be performing in Arlington, Texas. January 13th and 14th of 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. And February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in Houston, Texas. Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a doofus. Go to the website now, get tickets while you still can. You know, a lot of people have asked me about the big move to Texas. Am I happy with it? Am I thrilled about it? The answer, of course, is yes. You know, California, on fire, absolutely silly tax situation over there. You're all the way stuck on one side of the country. Makes traveling easier being here. The only catch with Texas is the heat. Those summers are ridiculous. And while I try to stay cool living in the shadow of Joe Rogan, I also use liquid IV. I use liquid IV for hydration that's 2 times faster than water alone because life's better when you're hydrated. I'm out on the golf course multiple times a week. I'm stuck in these airports traveling. The planes make you dehydrated. There's so many things that try to take the water out of my life, and I use liquid IV sometimes twice a day to stay on top of it. Red Band, you know everything about the medical field. Tell us how you stay hydrated.
Of course. I use liquid IV all the time, and I love the flavors so much. My favorite are the fruit punch and the grape. I have one in the morning, one at night. I put it in one of those big water bottles, and it's so convenient. The packaging is just this little thing. You throw it in your bag or your suitcase, and it's awesome. 1 packet of liquid IV and 16 ounces of water hydrates you 2 times faster and more efficiently than water alone. It contains 5 essential vitamins, B3, B5, B6, B12, and vitamin C. Has 3 times the electrolytes of a traditional sports drink. And liquid IV has 10 refreshing flavors, including pina colada, lemon lime, tropical punch, and grape. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy.
Yum, yum, yum. They're also great people. On top of keeping us hydrated, they also have donated over 24 million servings around the globe, people around the world that need them.
If you're looking up from a helicopter, you better look right out to this area.
Well,
It has to be an entrance.
and that was always what was put on Paul Benowitz when he did his flyover, that he found a plane crash that happened up there, and Benowitz was pretty specific, and I would think, and he lives outside of Kirtland Air Force Base. You have Albuquerque's commercial airport there as well. And he's in the business. He works with the Air Force. He knows what an airplane is. And you're going to know an airplane crash and when you're flying over it. I'm not so sure that I buy into that narrative. I think Paul saw what he saw, and he was convinced that it was a crash, alien crash. I don't think, and especially at that point, I think his mind was still there. So I'm not so sure that maybe there was a civilian plane crash up there, but that's not what Paul saw.
The one, the only,
bit a little bit more about that because there's a lot to his story in particular. So we briefly talked about him, but we're just gonna dive into a little bit deeper. So he made his claim to fame in 1979 when he saw several UFOs taking off and landing in the vicinity of the Manzana weapon system next to his home, and he stated that he caught it on video and even took pictures of these craft. With the pictures and the video of this craft, he alerted officials at the Kirkland Air Force Base who interviewed him at his home and also on the base. Later on, he had electronic equipment pointed towards the base and attempt to record high-frequency electrical beam pulses, believing that it was alien communication. And I'm not really sure how he was able to decipher that and believing that what he was catching was alien communication. But later on, he says that from the more research that he did and the more that he saw, he believed that aliens, at least here on this earth, were hostile and a threat to humanity. And he also had this obsession into proving that the government was dealing with aliens instead of having the government brush it off. He really wanted to prove it, which led on later to Richard Doty and Dale Moore to come in as being a part of the story as well.
Well, we have to. Obviously, there's a lot going on in this area. Without even bringing up Roswell, or Aztec, or Corona, Trinity, without bringing up any of that, there's a lot going on in this area, and there is probably. Even to this day, with Sandia National Labs there, probably some of the smartest people in the world live and work there, number one. Number two, it is the most advanced technology and concepts anywhere in the world being developed right there. This is not Area 51. This is the most advanced research. With all of this, we have the UFO and the ET connection. Is that something that is being developed there? Well, let's talk about Paul Benovitz for a second. Paul focuses his cameras, and he's got stuff on the roof of his house. He's shooting from inside of the house, but he's shooting at this very specific spot where he said UFOs were landing and taking off. And he had very specific images that he talked about of landed craft and activity going on around that craft that he photographed and videotaped at length. I asked Richard Doty if he had seen those images. Rick Doty, a little evasive on those answers, and Rick may be listening right now. He knows what I'm talking about. A little evasive on those answers. And the reason for that is, where did the images go? Now, there were, and I've heard from a few different people, that Paul had a box full of images and videotapes near these cameras on the back half of his house. Where those images are today, don't know. His computers with the data on it, where's that? Where the hard drive? Don't know. And that is one of the most intriguing parts about all of this. Now, I understand that Kirkland was developing technology to block Soviet satellites and imaging, and they were doing that with a lot of different things. They also had to block what was going on at Kirkland. They were developing drones, and especially back then, drones were a very, very big deal and very secret projects. Okay, I get all of that. But Paul Benowitz would have known the difference. And his claims and what he saw landing and taking off from this section of the base raised his eyebrows. And he had the evidence of this. The other part was, you just mentioned this, he was recording radio transmissions. And he was convinced it was E.T., either talking to Kirkland or talking amongst themselves. But he was getting that, and he would sit and listen and try to translate, try to figure out what these transmissions were. Rick Doty says, well, that was, secret Air Force radio communications, and we didn't need that knowledge to get out. Not really buying that so much. I keep going back to Paul Benowitz was a very smart guy, owned a very cool company that built instruments, and he had government contracts with the Air Force right there at Kirkland, and he wasn't a dummy. He was seeing what he was seeing, and he was hearing what he was hearing. Meanwhile, we've got cattle mutilations. We've got the sightings in and around Dulce, and of course we have Phil Schneider and his account of what happened, and the Delta Force being brought in, and this gunfight, that broke out between ETs and Delta Force in this deep underground military base.
Something we talk about when it comes to Mr. Benowitz is in the book called UFO, The Dulce Story, an incredible deception written by Thomas Hassell and Weldon Stevens. They state that Benowitz was arrested, and this was referring to psychiatric treatment, and he was institutionalized 3 times. Again, this is stated in the book. Now, the first time he was arrested, it was stating that he needed to get his psychiatric treatment, but then was later released when he was completely sane. There was no reason behind him being arrested for that, but it was kind of more to intimidate him. Again, this is from the book. Later, he was arrested yet again for the treatment to be psychiatric treatment, and this second time, he was given electric shock treatment to derange his memory so that he could no longer recall what he had been seeing or that he had feelings above Dulce. Now, I could not find evidence to back up that statement from the book, but I mean, I guess with this whole story, all the documents that we read about this, it's very difficult to corroborate, right? Where the evidence is coming from and to back it up. So I think this is important to know about Mr. Benowitz while we talk about the story is he was institutionalized 3 times during this. Was it because he was insane, or was it because he wasn't supposed to see something that he did, and and the government needed an excuse to get rid of him?
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, and again, going back to Rick Doty and his accounts of all of this, I think that a certain amount of what Rick said is probably pretty valid and pretty accurate. But the disturbing part about it, if we take Doty's accounts of this as being true, I'm just going to say this directly. Rick saw the instability there. And Rick knows that leading up to this, we didn't even talk about the other, the cattle mutilation parts. Okay, hold on, let's back up for a second. So, Paul Benowitz and a friend of his, they get introduced to a woman who had called the police and said, hey, I'm watching cattle getting abducted, by a couple of craft. One is big, one is small, but they're taking cattle. And the police literally tell her,
hi, how are you?
Well, give Paul Benowitz a call. This is outside of our room. We don't deal with UFO. So she gets a hold of Paul Benowitz. Paul and his friend, who was a hypnotherapist, bring her over, and they regress her so she could remember more details about this cattle abduction thing that she saw right outside of Kirkland Air Force Base. And she described 2 large craft, one big, one really big, that were doing the abductions. So this thing, and so they did all this crazy stuff when they were regressing her. I'm talking about like literally tinfoil hats. And they would take her into Paul's like Lincoln town car that he lined the inside of this with like 3 layers of tinfoil. I'm not making any of this up. I hate to say it, but it was tinfoil. And they would do these regression things, but they were getting more and more information out of her about what was going on. This, combined with what Paul was doing at his house, he's going to conferences. He's feeling pretty strange. This UFO thing is happening. He calls the security at the base. Right? I think something is going on there. Rick Doty comes into play. Now, meanwhile, he's still doing the regression with this lady and his friend. And the details are starting to get really sensational that is coming out of her. Was it factual? Don't know. Was it made up? Don't know. Was it leading questions with the hypnotherapy? We don't have any of those answers. But it was inside of Paul's head. Now, bring in Rick Doty. Rick Doty goes, okay, yeah, these pictures are pretty interesting. Yeah, this is... And Rick is claiming that Paul Benowitz is on to secret government technology. So he's got to throw him off the case, right? He's got to throw him off the scent. So he tells Paul what? Dude, here's the secret.
Here he comes, everybody.
UFOs
Danny
are real.
Tierney, your
And
first
Paul's like,
media
I know it.
tonight.
I know it.
Make some room
Well,
for Danny, everyone.
that right there, at that point, that was the mistake that Rick Doty made. It doesn't mean that UFOs are not real. What I'm saying is, Rick knew that he was dealing with somebody that maybe couldn't handle this kind of information. Disinformation, real information, that part doesn't matter. The statement pushed Paul over the edge. And meanwhile, he's got the regression going on, he's got his cameras, he's got his audio, he's flying over Dulcie, the whole community is seeing lights in the area. And Paul gets pushed over the edge. And Rick knew this. And now, Rick will say, well, I was just taking orders. They told me to do this. We were protecting government secrets and secret government. You don't do that to someone. You know, if somebody is a little bit unstable, and I think that Rick will say that Paul Benowitz was his friend. Okay. All right. Well, who does that to a friend? Number one. And Rick has defended himself. I've asked him these same questions directly. I'm not picking on Rick, and I'm not defending anybody here. That's not where I'm going with it. But Paul Benowitz and his family is concerned now, and everything else. But what did you expect? You know, you bring in Bill Moore and these documents and these things and these statements and the action that's going on outside of his home and in the skies and Dulcie and this lady that is doing this regression therapy that didn't see cattle being abducted, right? And this is what happens. And I don't know. The whole thing is just crazy to me. And looking back at Rick and his defending his actions, I think that he took a step too far. Today, does he know that? Yes, he definitely does. He's had enough time to analyze this. But Paul Benowitz was onto something, and it could have been ET related, and then you turn around and say, and he's in Air Force, military personnel, and he's going to come at you and say, okay, here's the secret, and UFOs are real. Well, that ultimately, that's what happened to Paul Benowitz.
And for the man that conducted the hypnosis, it was Dr. Leo Springle, and he was a professor of psychology at the University of Wyoming. And also when he was hypnotizing his wife and son, or the mom and son, not only did they mention about cattle mutilation, they also talked about that they were droves as well. And again, when it comes to hypnosis, it's a very tricky job because you can have questions that kind of lead more your imagination than your actual memory. So asking them without biased words can be difficult, I guess, and difficult to combine. So again, yeah, we don't know if that's true or not. We don't know if that's imagination or memory, but regardless, that's a pretty wild story.
Well, and like I said, this regression went on for a length of time, and they kept trying to develop. This is such a dark world, and I just feel so strange talking about all of this. But they were convinced that ET was onto them, and they didn't want ET listening to the regression therapy. They didn't want ET to run radio interference and beam stuff into, so they're driving around. They wouldn't do it at Paul's house. They're driving to these private locations in the car that's lined with 3 layers of tinfoil, and would go into these therapies. And this is over the time the information started to stall. So they felt like it was the location that ET's running interference, something else is going on. They would drive to another location, throw another layer of tinfoil under the car, and try to get more information out of it. So you're right, and this is going back to the point that you just made. It went from cattle, the stuff outside of Kirkland, all the way to abductions and analysis and things. And we don't know. I think that there is a lot of speculation around the way that they did the therapy. It wasn't in a controlled environment. It wasn't in a medical office. It wasn't in a doctor's office. It's in the back seat of a Lincoln Town car, outside of Albuquerque in the desert with tinfoil, on the windows. It's crazy. So, how much of that was induced? How much of it was imagination? Well, we don't know. But Paul believed it. That's the whole point. And everything else was going on at the same time around Paul and his quest for UFOs. And that includes finding the Dulcie, the sightings that were happening, his recordings, his audio, his images, his interaction with the Air Force directly. It's just an absolutely crazy case. And that is, we're not even getting into Phil Schneider.
Yeah, not yet. But with Paul, he took that obsession and raised to his grave and ended up dying in June of 2003 after he took his own life. And then that makes you question, because there are quite a few deaths in the story that are somewhat suspicious. So when it comes to Paul, it makes you question, was it really a suicide, or was it someone else doing it? And I don't think anyone has really answered that one in particular.
Are you talking about Phil Schneider?
No, I'm talking about Paul Benowitz. He died in 2003 and took his own life.
Yes. And let's go back to Phil Schneider for a second. I always have one hair that just wants to come out and go, dude, I'm messing with you, man.
Very, very interesting.
I'm messing with
you. The longest that you've done is 7 minutes.
Okay, and back to this. Listen, I want to say this to everybody in the chat room. Thank you for sharing the petition. Christina's like, she's distracted. She's got a lot on her mind. Can we talk about Dulcie in the chat? And then boom, here it comes. There's the link. Oh man, I'm gonna sign that thing. I'm mad as hell. I'm mad as hell. We'll get back to that, everybody. Let's talk about this. So, back to Phil Schneider. When Phil first started to give his accounts, and I want to say this in the most candid way that I can. His from beginning to end.
Let's just
His
feel it out.
account
We'll see what happens
is
here.
so detailed,
Danny Tierney.
down to the most minute
Let's see
thing.
how it goes.
And
Danny,
when
get out of here.
I
Get your
listen to
get back to
somebody
your microphone. Get you and your
speak
fucking
about
track
something,
marks back over there. You
I want the details, right?
All right.
I want to know.
Wow.
It's the little things that I'm picking up.
Seem like a good one
And
at all.
I think
Ruined.
those are most
Yeah.
important
What does that mean,
because,
Pumpkin? It means that you're
Christina,
probably gonna
if
get
you
the
went
240
to
club.
the store today, right? Okay.
Here, that's
You go to the store. I know where you were this morning. I'm not going to go there. But let's take that for an example, okay? So you go to the store, not really the store, you other location, but you go to the store.
Danny, you are very, very great.
And you go in, and then you leave the store and get
What's
back.
going on, Elena?
Here's a little
Okay,
joke
now you
for
have the choice of,
Danny Tierney,
I went to the
back
store
the bucket
today.
we go. You get it. Now you
How are
see
you?
both sides.
Can you hear me? I hope you're having a good day. Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? Hello? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
On YouTube.
You meet me? How did you find out about me?
I found you on YouTube.
Oh, you found me on YouTube? No way. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Okay.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm currently live streaming on 16 different YouTube streams. I have more content online than any person in global history. I've been streaming more than 3.5 years since the pandemic. I've essentially created a time capsule for society. They wanted to talk.
What you did, it's
So, Elena, Elena, are you a streamer?
No, I'm not.
Oh, no, you're not? Okay. Well, you should know that you're always welcome here. I'm here to be a positive person in your life and to give you an optimistic view on society and to give you hope. And if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here to help you, okay?
Okay.
Excellent. Feel free to come by whenever you want, okay?
Okay.
Excellent.
You've seen Hans do good and Danny try his best. Let's see what happens next. Matthew Matthew Olson. Yes, Matthew Olson. Little pop from the comedian section. This should be interesting. That's usually very promising.
Rabbi, are you there?
Here he comes,
Yeah, dog.
everyone. You guys having fun yet, huh?
What?
Very
Yeah, I'm
good.
here.
One more time for your next comedian. It's Matthew Olson, everybody.
Do you want to play now?
No, I don't want to play right now. I'm going to do my best to get some
asked
sleep.
somebody for directions and halfway through your answer, they're
How
like,
many subscribers do
"That's
you
fucking
have?
like just YouTube this shit."
Oh, on
I know that
Twitch, I've got 50,000.
White guy, I accidentally get jobs.
Oh, which
The other day I was at a grocery store and I picked up a piece of fruit and the general manager came.
I don't know. I don't
and
pay
was like,
attention to those things.
"Would you like the salary position from the produce department?"
you say you have workpoints and
I think
then
that
every person
the
on
secret
this
behind Tiger
world.
Woods is that he actually has very small feet, and that while he's
Hello,
seemingly
big dog.
standing still,
Alright, I'm
he's
gonna
actually
turn you down a little
inching
bit.
closer inside his shoes. While we're watching this, Michael Rappaport is realizing he has an illegitimate child. I also might be the son of Larry Bird. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Okay?
Yes, sir. What the
Or,
fuck was that?
right, somebody told me that they were abducted by aliens or they got into a gunfight in a deep underground base.
This is my
Right?
very first
Okay,
time on
you got in a gunfight. There are details there. So if I'm talking to you about the store, you can tell me
Thank God.
about the ground that you just walked on. You could talk about the temperature. You could talk about who you saw coming out of the store. You remember that. You remember the children that was with the lady and she forgot to put her shopping cart back. You remember those details. You remember walking into the store. Did you grab a cart? Did you grab a basket? Did you walk to the deli counter first or did you walk straight into the vegetable aisle? Right? Or were you there for Captain Crunch? So you went over to Captain Crunch and then you saw. You have details of everything around you. And you remember those things. Right? Bill Schneider had those details. He gave everything, and he didn't hold back. And so you're listening to him recount the events of the day, all the way through to him getting shot in the chest, having fingers blasted off his hands, which are all real. The physical disabilities that he is now living with today, and giving the account of everything leading up to that moment, he gives everything. He gives all the little, tiniest little details. That, to me, rings true. As crazy as it is that Delta Force go in and shoot them out with aliens at their underground base, as crazy as that sounds, that's not what he says. He gives the details of everything around them, and he stayed consistent with it. And I think that we constantly have to go back and when we talk about Dulcie, we talk about Paul Benowitz and Noria Hayakawa and the reservation that is there and what surrounds the Mesa. Phil Schneider needs to be included in that conversation. He does. Oh, there was one other part to this too. I believe, I could be wrong, somebody could correct me. I think Paul Benowitz found an entrance to the Dulce base and flew over it and gave that information to Rick Belly. And Rick had to throw him off of the trail, once again, throw him off of the scent. And I think there was something else that Paul Benowitz believed that he found. And he went back to pinpoint that location a few times and spent a lot of money doing it too.
With Paul, I don't think he found an entrance, but he found like some kind of vent. Like there was smoke coming out of the mountain, which isn't a thing. That's not necessarily natural. Okay, unless there's a volcano or something. But this is not a volcano, it's a mesa. So that's what he saw. And he might have given it to Jody and being like, this doesn't make sense, which it doesn't. And with Mr. Schneider, what is interesting about his story is there was like what practically a war between what he states as grays and scientists, and he says that it's about 60 beings died, including humans and other entities, and only 3 survived, him being one of the survivors. But when he was giving his interviews and being a part of these conferences, he stated that there were about 140 bases like the Dulce base around the world, and 192 in the United States alone. That's a lot. That is a lot. And he ended up committing suicide with a catheter. That's what it was in the mid-90s. But I want to talk, so he's stating that there's 192 Dulce-like bases in the United States. Now, let's talk about the levels of the Dulce base. Because there is a lot in that. So I'm gonna run through them and then you can enter.
Do you have any drawings of base?
Not on me.
Yeah, walk around, Jimmy. They're in my purse. Every Dulce with me everywhere. No, a few things have been put out there. Okay, so continue.
So the very first level is pretty mundane. It's the garage for street maintenance. And by the way, this blueprint was leaked by Thomas Castello, who was a security guy at the base, inside of the Dulce base. And we should talk about him for a second before we talk about the levels. So Thomas Costello was a guard at the base.
Wait,
He collected
where'd the
about
Taiwanese
72
girl go?
pictures,
Oh,
100
here she is.
pages
Oh
of
shit.
work,
Fucking tripping.
and he was the man that revealed the 7
Come on up
levels
here.
under the base. But
Come up here,
then, 2
Taiwanese
years
girl.
after
Taiwanese
coming
girl. Come
out
on
with
stage.
this
Make
information,
some noise for my friend.
sometime after coming out with this
I don't
information,
know what.
he ends up disappearing. And he also states, just like with Schneider, not only are there levels and tunnels that connect everything together, but for the Dulce base in particular, there's a whole shuttle network that kind of connects the whole United States as well. And again, these are just alleged accounts. We simply don't have evidence to back up these claims, but he does say that he did collect pictures and work, right? Like pages of work to hopefully, I guess, in his mindset to back up what he was saying.
What did he just
And
say to
he
you? Get up
claims
to the
that in the
microphone
Dulce
and say
base,
into the
he
microphone.
was
What did he
dealing
just
with
say to you?
reptilians on a daily basis in the Dulce base that worked with humans and Greys. The dominant reptilian race was the Draco, which we have talked about before in one of our episodes called Alien Visitors. You remember that, Jimmy?
I do.
A while back.
I'm looking at blueprints. Keep going.
Okay, well, when you find it, share your screen. So he so that's the reason he brought up these levels. Now let's talk about the levels, the 7 that are there, and there are more below that people don't know yet. So the first one is pretty mundane, and that is just a garage for sleeping. You know, just like for any normal building, you're gonna have a garage to park your cars. In level 2, you have a garage for the train, the shuttle, the tunnel machine, and your gift unit. Okay? Level 3, this is where the exciting part begins. In level 3, it states that everyone is weighed in the nude and then given a jumpsuit uniform. The weight of the person is put in a computer card ID every single day. If their weight changes to about 3 pounds above their physical weight, right, like compared to 2 days prior, they will be required to go under physical exams and x-rays. So it seems like here, and this is merely an assumption, that the reason to why they're being weighed is to make sure that all of the equipment stays there and that nothing goes in without being authorized and nothing comes out without being authorized. Okay? Then you have level 4, which is human research in the terminal area. This includes mental telepathy, mind control, hypnosis, remote viewing, astral travel, and so on. So things in this nature. Then for level 5, you have your alien housing.
Yep, the bunk beds.
The bunk beds. And it says here that it is that there are armed guards on patrol constantly. And there are sensitive areas in the 5th level that require a handprint and an eye print station in order to enter these sensitive facilities. Level 6 is privately known as the Nightmare Hall.
Genetic experiments.
That's exactly what it is. It is genetic labs where they experiment on fish, seals, birds, mice, and are vastly altered from their original forms. There are also multi-armed and multi-legged humans, and even humanoid bat-like creatures. But here's the thing. It gets even darker than this. It gets even darker than this.
What, the baby seal experiments? How could it get dark? You can't get darker than baby seals.
But it does. In level 7, you have humans in cages, usually drugged or dazed, and there are rows upon rows of thousands of human and human mixtures that remain in a cold storage. Now, there are drawings of this that were collected by Mr. Thomas Costello. Maybe Jimmy has found them, if not, we can look for it. But those are your 7 levels. Now, below level 7, it is unknown because humans are not allowed to explore the lowdown. But it is suspected that there is possibly a huge alien culture area that connects the tunnels around Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico, where the Draco are rotating.
About what you were going to say.
And those
Did I
are
mention
your
it's
levels.
returning white guy night
Just
here?
imagine, okay, so Schneider said
Very
that there are
special
about
episode.
192
Thank
other
you. Mysterious
bases,
way.
like the Dulce
A lot
base,
of nights
around
the
the
show's
United
very
States,
diverse,
and
and some people are good, and some people are bad. This is
1,400
strictly
across
very
the globe.
special.
I simply can't imagine
Thank you.
Yes,
humans,
you're very, very welcome. Okay,
thousands
so
of
how about
them,
an answer to
rotating
that
on rows,
question that I asked
perfectly
6 different
incubated.
ways?
I don't know, that's very sci-fi, very like horror story.
Oh man,
But
he
for it to
always
be
jumping
true
in.
and in
And he only
realization,
speaks once every
it's
9
very,
episodes, and
I
he has
guess,
certain
difficult to
techniques
believe,
that
and I
bother
think
him,
it's sad,
and the
and I
way
think
you
not.
tell things
sympathize
like
for him.
It's not. Okay. I can only base things on my own experiences. Now, I just posted some pictures last month. Eric the Awakening Man and I were out at Edwards Air Force Base, standing in front of, warning signs. You will be shot if you're driving the black Jeep that says fade to black on it. And I'm seeing the warning signs. I'm like, should we? I've got a black fade to black Jeep. Should we be? Well, so we're driving. I'm not making this up. So we're driving past all of these warning signs, and they're everywhere. And we thought it was funny. It literally says, "Do not take pictures." So we jump out and take pictures of the "Do not take." One night I'm out. I might have been smoking weed. I was a kid. I'm out walking on this golf course that my house was a part of. The golf course was hiding an underground base. And I didn't know it. This is in my front friggin' yard. Not down the street, not a couple of miles away. My front yard. So I'm out there, and I hear something.
What does that mean?
In the middle of the golf course at night. What is that? And I come up to this air vent in the middle of the, coming out of the ground. And I bend down and listen. What is that going to?
Oh, shit.
And I keep walking, and I find another one. And I find another one. And then next to all of this is this trench. Now, it's big. So this trench is 30 yards across, and it's kind of a V shape. And it's a quarter-mile long. But it's paved at the bottom of it. So I walk down, and I'm walking up this trench, and I come up to this giant door with these, and there's a truck parked there. And what is that door? The vent that I'm talking about is out there maybe 50 yards away. My house is behind me 50 yards. And I've got this garage door going to an underground base in my front yard. Now, I keep walking, and I find another one, and in this trench, this is in my front yard, there are 3 entrances. So now I walk up the hill. It's probably 20, 30 feet. I walk up, and I just stand there. And I can see the 3 entrances in this huge trench with a road to get there. And I see the military vehicles parked outside of the thing. And I'm looking. I can see the air vents, and I can see the vastness now of what is this giant underground facility in my front yard. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's saying anything. And it's a government base. I'm not here to go and start poking around and figure things out. But that's in my front yard. It's in my front yard. Now, what is going on across the United States? Here, this is right there. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. There's people in there. There's obviously air conditioning running. There's electricity. There's things going on. I ended up finding dozens of these around town. Some abandoned, some live. There was this place called Ancon Hill. Not making this up. Hollow, giant, and we would sneak and walk up. We'd sneak around the guard shacks and continue on the hill. Me and my friends, were kids, and I could walk, and I could go these tunnels that were going into Ancon Hill. Look it up. Look it up, people. Look up Ancon Hill. I would look in and I would see an MP with like a helmet on, says MP on it, at a desk. You know, dude, I knew I could see him. It was like right out of the movies. So, what is going on in the United States? We have bases all over the place. We have Army bases, we have Marine bases, we have Air Force bases, we have Naval bases. And they can do whatever they want underground. And that includes Dulce. And so you have to listen to what I'm saying. This is my own experience. This isn't some armchair I'm reading on the internet about deep underground military bases. I'm out there walking into these places and seeing them for myself. And I've got one a few miles from my home right now that I have seen. I told the Wicked man, and I'm crazy like this. I said to him, I hope he's listening. I could do this, jump the fence. Let's go. It's right there. Let's go see where those stairs lead. Maybe it's an elevator. No, man. No, I've gone as far as I'm going to go. Fence isn't that hard. You know, when that up, just jump and run. What's that line?
Naruto run.
Yeah. Let's do that. I didn't say what's up, Gabe. It's right there, man. It's right there. Yeah. So, I don't...
I'm just imagining it right now, Jimmy with his arms.
I can do it. I'll go practice. But this stuff exists. It has to exist. I don't have a problem with this stuff existing. Our military does their thing, and we've got very bad actors out there that want to do us harm, and that's it, and it's a necessary evil. Get all that. I just want to know where those stairs are, and I want to know what's going on. When it gets to Dulce and other bases like this around the country, they exist. We've got the reports of this mountain in the Mojave Desert. You know, Anjali is going to establish contact. Oh, by the way, I've got a little Anjali announcement update. Can I do that on your show?
Go for it, Jimmy.
You want me to do that here? You want me to?
Well, you only have 2 minutes. You better start it now.
Everybody says I should do the Naruto running. Yeah, I'll videotape it. I'll do a selfie. Can selfie? Would everybody like me to give an Anjali update?
Just tell it, Jimmy. Just tell it.
I got a text earlier, and came in at 11:37 a.m. She would like to come on Beta Block. Okay, so well, we had a cancellation with her last week, and you filled in. That was Christina doing her thing, taking up for the team. So I'm not going to flash all of this up and do any of that. I'm not going to do that. But
You are on fire right now.
there's her name. But so she kind of went underground for a little bit. I know that people were commenting that she hasn't been tweeting and things, and of course the cancellation of the show. But she did reach out. So we'll see. And maybe next week, we'll get this week behind us, and then we'll get to next week and I'll have Anjali on the show. The reason why I bring that up is there's an alien base in a mountain, apparently, allegedly, in the Mojave. The similarities from her description of what's going on in the Mojave is very similar to Dulce. So there you go. Now, the strange part about this is I don't hear a military connection with this base with Anjali. and the military doesn't know where it is at this point. But we're going to get an update next week, and we'll find out.
Still this week with dildos and dudes. Yeah, so you know the way to your house,
Would you? You know what? Let's talk about that for a second.
Disappointment of motherfucker.
I had to shoot 3/4 out of my boot.
If somebody invited you
should have poured out your ass right into a gun
to go to an alien underground base in a mountain in Dulce, New Mexico, you know, maybe a nice place like Scottsdale, Arizona, next to the Camelback Mountain Mall and the Four Seasons. Would you do it?
I'll make sure to bring some snacks in case they're lost on me.
Would you do it?
Absolutely. I'm telling you, I gotta bring snacks just in case they're upset that I'm there. Everyone's happy when there's food.
Yeah, there are rumors. I was watching some of the comments out there that YouTube is upset about ramen. And see, I think that was wrong that you went shrimp. You should have never said shrimp.
I never said shrimp. I didn't make shrimp ramen, Jimmy.
It is YouTube, and that's the problem. That's the problem. You can't say shrimp ramen on a YouTube channel. That's an instant flag.
Instant flag.
Instant. Man, I'm gonna get me some ramen after the show. No, I'm not playing. I will post pictures. I am going to get ramen.
There you go. Well, then if you're gonna do that, I'll reciprocate that, and I will make hot chocolate coffee today for the first time from your recipe.
We're gonna pull a Terry
Always
card
good.
here.
But I don't know. One of the things when I talk to different researchers about Dulce, that one of the disappointments for me is the dead ends that everybody had, right? At least when we're talking about Area 51 or Edwards Air Force Base or Hyman, which, you know, is Edwards, or you start to talk about these different, you know where the locations are. You can drive to the front gate. You can even get arrested, right? With Dulce, we don't have any of that, right? We don't have the thing. We have the accounts. We have all of the things that have happened in the locations around them. I do want to say, going back to, you know, cattle mutilations and, of course, all of the sightings and things, we don't have an entrance. We don't have anything physical to point the finger at Dulce. It's an amazing, that part of the case right there is one of the most fascinating parts about it. We know where it is, you know, the general location, but we haven't had the one thing to push it. If we had an entrance, right, a guard shack, you know, you can't go past it, but if we had that, then it takes it to a whole nother level. We have that, you know, in Area 51. I've been to the gates at Edwards. I've been to both of them. I know that they're there. I can see the base. We don't have that with us. It's a very fascinating part of the case.
The story went quiet after it had came out. And I think a big reason for that is because there isn't really an entrance. All we have are some somewhat witnessed accounts, and that's really it. Nothing really tangible to grab on, some really good evidence. And that evidence that was, such as a film and video by Paul Benowitz, we don't have it. It got open to the public.
And, you know, and the two main guys, they're both dead. They're both dead. And were they suicided? I would say yes. Yes, definitely in the case of Phil Schneider. And in the case of Paul Benowitz, I think he was driven. You know, his health was, you know, but I think he was driven to the point of, if he did commit suicide, well, he was given reasons to do it. And so I would say that falls into the classification of suicide. And I don't want to get into legal areas here, but and putting Paul Benowitz in his very unique, very public situation to the side, the case of Phil Schneider is one of the most interesting that we have in all of ufology. It wasn't just Dulcie. He was talking about the New World Order. He was talking about 9/11. Other instances, those weren't the only cases, and I would classify him as a true whistleblower. And he was bringing things to our attention. And for him to die that way, completely suspicious. Completely. People in the media, they just treated him as a guy that committed suicide in a hotel room outside of Portland, Oregon. That was it. They don't bring up the fact that he was missing digits. They don't bring up the fact that he was ill, that he had a wheelchair. They didn't bring up any of his physical things, the scarring and the deep tissue damage all over his body, and the fact that he was out there speaking about UFOs and government secrecy and cover-up. They don't bring up that part. He's just a guy that committed suicide. And I'm telling you, the Phil Schneider case, when you look at Dulcie, in the overarching sense, Christian, in the overarching sense, he's a big piece to this puzzle. It's just not the Apache. It's not just the sighting. It's not just Paul Benowitz. It's not the cattle mutilations. It's the big picture. And Phil Schneider fills a huge hole in it.
Right, and I think you give him power, and instead of making him a statistic, out of just the suicide, but giving him power of the stories that he's doing, having missing digits, things of this nature, yes, it does add a lot more weight to the story. Now, if we take him out of the equation, right, just a guy that casually dies, and you have Paul Benowitz as your main meat and potatoes for the story, yeah, it is definitely a little bit harder to believe, just because we know, and it's public information to my understanding, that Paul Benowitz was institutionalized 3 times due to mental health issues. So with that, regardless of if it's true or not, it really brings down the story of, like, it's not a big deal. It's probably not even true. We'll just kind of brush it under the rug and live our lives like normal human beings.
Right. And here's the other part to that. We're in the middle of disclosure right now. And we have everything that is happening. I'm not going to go down that list once again. I'll do it tonight on the show. But with everything that is going on, now let's just say we kind of crossed the Rubicon right now. We have. But if things go one step further, it's going to be cases like Paul Benowitz and Phil Schneider that are going to come back. And we, not only the UFO community, but journalists and mass media are going to go back and go, okay, so then what about this case? What about Phil Schneider? What about Paul Benowitz? Are you saying that they weren't crazy? That Phil Schneider wasn't nuts? That Paul Benowitz was institutionalized for no reason? That their interactions were real? That there is an alien base in Dulce, New Mexico? And Phil Schneider was suicided for talking about it? And it's going to be things like that, Christina, that are going to bubble back up to the surface and are going to get reinvestigated. And I think there is going to be a certain amount of outrage there, where we were lied to, and I think that the government, for sure, is going to have to go back and answer so many questions. You know, so many families and people and individuals that were ridiculed and not only laughed at, lost their jobs, maybe death happened in the family. You know, and we have to go back and take a look at all of this. And I think that is one of the biggest problems with disclosure are cases like Paul Benowitz and Dulce, New Mexico, where the hard questions are going to come back at them. You know, Travis Walton, right? Rendlesham, and just going back to these different Calvin Parker, and going back to these different cases, Debbie Cobble in Indianapolis, and you know, the work of Bud Hopkins, and going back, wait a minute here. All of these experiencers and these people that have come forward have been very courageous to speak about this, have been telling the truth the whole time. You know, and the government has to answer for an awful lot, including Dulcie.
Well, the biggest thing is being educated in these topics. Otherwise, you don't know what you're fighting for, and you don't know what questions to ask. Especially when it comes to disclosure, in this case, UFO disclosure. Knowing these historical cases, knowing about even the science behind it, and it is public military projects that have been done. If we're not educated, we are for today. I think we got a lot covered. I'm honestly impressed. High five.
Great show, and I'm glad we got you off this crazy day. I went through the same craziness. I don't know if everybody knows, but my show last night, which has never happened before, the interview screen, that software goes blank. I had John Warner IV on last night, son of Senator John Warner III. His mom was stepmom was Catherine Mellon, so he's a Mellon, and his stepmom was Elizabeth Taylor, and his wife works for the CIA. Right, so great show, big stuff being brought. Boom, screen goes blank. And as I look at that, I kind of freak. I look over, and I went to go type on YouTube in the chat. Oh, the man is listening. YouTube goes blank, and my YouTube feed dies. And so I had to go to a commercial break and come back and get everything reset. I did, but YouTube never came back. Never got that back live. And so I woke up today. Christina's lost her YouTube channel. And so I'm on the phone with Christina. I'm like, I need to go check my YouTube channel. I'll talk to you later, Christina. Sorry to hear about that. I wonder what happened to mine. And I was like, I had to come in, refreshing the screen. Oh, man.
Very good. I guess everybody was scared for sure.
It was weird.
What happened?
You're going to be fine. You're going to get your channel back. But now you're going to have your channel back and you can relax. But now you're going to go and explore your other options. Vimeo is out there. There's some other YouTube alternatives. And you can do that in addition to YouTube. And, Twitch is great. And are we doing Twitch today?
We are doing Twitch and Facebook today. That is where we are.
Oh, very cool. So we're into the Zoomer crowd, right? Twitch. Those gamers, right? They're doing Call of Duty and Dulcie at the same time. They got the split screen. It's pretty cool.
It's a lot more in depth than that now. It's not just for gamers, it's for a lot more people. But Jimmy, what do you have on today for your guest on Facebook Live?
This is a big show tonight. I've got Roger R. Richards on, the director of his new movie, which is called The Observers.
Which you're in.
I'm in, and I got to produce the film and help everybody. So it's a team effort, and I'm one of the producers on the film, but this is Roger's baby. He's one of the most talented, gifted directors out there. There's no question about that. And a couple of big films he has released this year as well that have just made people angry, and I love that about Roger. Well, anyway, so The Observers, which is launching November 18th, I've got Roger on the show tonight. Very excited. I've been working with and friends with Roger for a number of years, but this film is a work of love. It's done. It's finished. It launches November 18th. So Roger is on the show tonight to talk all about it. It's going to be great.
In 2 weeks, I'm ready. I'll be watching it. Jimmy, thank you so much for joining me here today, as you do every Tuesday for Mystery.
Besides, I got a long out. Thanksgiving at 5.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature.
It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
In New York City, is that where you live? Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 29.
What do you do for work?
I work for a nonprofit that helps Muslim veterans get into higher education.
Wow, look at that. Look at that.
Hello and welcome to episode 18 of Shifting the Paradigm. I'm Christina Gomez, your hostess for this next hour of UFO Shenanigans, where we look and think outside the proverbial box, jump down rabbit holes, and where the red pill is actually a red Tic Tac. If you haven't had your paradigm shifted, get ready. I've been looking forward to having Mr. Lou Elizondo as my guest on Shifting the Paradigm for many months now. If ever there is someone who's really shifted the paradigm for so many, it is Lou. A lot has happened since our last interview for the debrief. The DoD UAP report was released on June 25th with a tremendous amount of mainstream media attention and fanfare. And then, within a week, it was old news. Not just the report, but the entire topic. We went from daily news coverage, speculation, special reports, and features to practically zero coverage in the space of a week. And it was back to the old news headlines. Here we are, 2 months later, and it seems like kind of nothing has changed. I mean, what gives? Did a lid come down on the entire topic, preventing any more coverage? Or is it just the same old news cycle recycling itself? What's going on behind the scenes? And what are we not hearing about? These questions and more we'll be covering here today on Shifting the Paradigm with Lou Elizondo. Lou, welcome to the show and for joining us here today. So exciting.
Christina, thank you so much for having me. Thank you to your wonderful audience. You know, it's always such a blast always talking with you. I'm wondering, can I just move into your studio? We haven't chatted in a week. Maybe
let me tell you, I live in a really, really tiny dorm room, so we might just feel like a little cramped.
I'm really sure.
Me too.
One of the advantages of the military.
Not a moment too soon.
Usually, because I'm so short, it just goes right over.
What mascot?
Red Hawk at Montclair State.
They're like New Jersey.
What is that? What is this?
It is a 6-foot-tall chicken.
Information about
ocean. Because war work is being done right now. I'm in the middle of writing a comparing disclosure to three things. Nuclear submarines. I compare it to dark energy.
Since you did it, we have a special treat. Bring them out into your parents, everybody! A Tony moment to never be forgotten is actual. Yeah, no, we don't have
just because you can't see something doesn't mean there's something happening.
I love it. Someone who can't see that loves chicken. That's basically where it mascot for Steve Madden. That's incredible.
Right beneath your feet,
set up that joke.
Crust. And it's only when there's a sudden release of energy does everybody not feel the effects. Right? Well, it's the same thing with disclosure.
Even he saw that joke coming.
It's incredible. Exciting things are really taking this conversation to the next level.
Connor, congratulations.
Unfortunately, the general public doesn't see it because some of the things haven't yet come quite to fruition.
There you go, Connor McMonty, everybody.
Absolutely, 110%.
You guys think we should go to this bucket one more time?
I think your audience is going to be absolutely thrilled.
One more?
When some of this stuff comes to light. Because you know what? You're listening to the things.
Hold on. The daughter from
there is
Succession has to
60
get back
minutes
to her
that's going to
seat.
be
Hold on, everybody. There as one of the guys to get a fucking military college degree.
And they're doing that because they
Should we pull until we get a girl out of here? We haven't had a female comedian yet tonight.
But there's a reason why
Balance out the scales here. Sorry to Connor,
I think there's a lot
Alan, Josh, Musco. Okay, here's one. This is a very polarizing character in the history of the show. I think she is a huge part of the future of stand-up comedy around the world, not only here in Austin, but she is a local Austin comedian originally from Dallas. Make some noise. A new minute from Liz Black, everybody. It's the future right here. A brand new minute of stand-up comedy.
And also, if I may do a
From
real quick
Liz
about
Black.
the
Here
last
she
2 months,
comes,
I've been a little
everyone.
bit
Make some noise for Liz.
disengaged. And I'm sure that you
Guys, make some fucking noise for Liz Black.
I think I mentioned in the Twitter news that I was dealing with some health issues.
I
It
just
was
got
no
out of
more
a
serious.
relationship. I was dating a black
I
guy.
was told by my doctor.
I was unclear about the black guy because they're all looking at me. You're thinking, okay, probably either black guy or Hispanic woman.
And
Understand? A lot of people think when you're a white girl dating a black guy that you say the N-word. And I don't. I don't say the N-word. But I've got a lot of similarities between my desire to say the N-word and do cocaine. Here we go. Okay, number 1, 2022. Sure. Right? Okay. We all know that. Number 2, it is so fun.
Pretty intense ride in the Arizona.
It is problematically fun. I think we can all
I kept
agree.
quiet about that.
Number 3, you don't want to do
What
hard
I
stuff.
don't want is a bunch
You're
of
not
people on
crazy.
Twitter to feel sorry for me or start
You don't want to do that. And number 4, let's just be honest.
I can handle
You're one
myself.
of those people that claims you never would,
And then 2,
you never have, you never did. Probably because your dad did too much.
Just a few days ago, I was informed that
Have you guys ever noticed? Is that the mouse? Meow. Okay. Have you guys ever noticed how when you argue with dudes, they get introspective and shit? You know, they start asking you questions they should be asking themselves. You know, this one dude was looking at me. He goes, "Why would I lie?"
When they did the tests, all the tests were saying no, this is cancer.
I know, dude. You're
But in the
33.
last
You
test
don't
they
have a
did,
car. Why are you lying?
surprised. They said, actually, you know what?
You know? All right.
This
I
may
mean,
not look like cancer. This may just be something that's quite wrong. So I'm still undergoing tests right now. Right now, things are looking much better than they did just a few days ago. But I wanted to share that
I'm
with you.
awesome, Tony. I'm so happy to be here. I've never heard her say the N-word, but you know, don't ask, don't tell. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to be mediocre for adoption.
She said,
Exactly. So what's been going on in your life?
What? She said, yeah, but we saw some scar tissue, so we're presuming that whatever,
that was
some
awesome.
parasitic infection that was
No shortage of those kinds of guys.
It appears that
I know.
it's caused.
I know, it's kind of like Paris for me.
So,
Yeah.
I was dealing with
Yeah,
that.
because you usually end up on a tower. Nothing on the back light.
So I think over time that kind of takes an effect on the body.
The lighting guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cigarette
That's
break.
insane.
Yeah, a lot of our great men and women
Honored to be on the tower. Love it. Okay. So you ended up in Chicago.
It's not just.
Yeah.
It's not just.
That was dope. Chicago's dope. Tell us what did you do for fun in Chicago?
Challenges that are.
Ignore whatever that was. All right. I think it was a seizure, but
I had it a lot better than most.
No.
Don't feel sorry for me. I'm great.
Another Chicago death. We don't have time for it.
Cuban coffee won't fix.
There you go. It's always the coffee always helps out. I quickly want to say to everyone in the chat that I have received over 200 questions via Reddit in an hour. Well, less than an hour now. 45 minutes. We're going to answer all 200. No, we're not. But I got them on Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, email, Instagram in the last 2 weeks. And of course, you know, I will not be able to ask all of them. I picked a few of the ones that I found the most intriguing and original to ask, along with my own. I also want to say that I can't follow the live chat accurately while we are streaming here live. So if you have a burning hot original question to ask, then please help out this channel by doing a super chat, which will of course grab my attention, the rest of the chat, and will be asked. So believe it or not, we had a super chat question already given to us by Sobilo R at around 1 p.m. right, so like 5 hours ago. For $20 supporting the channel. Thank you so much, Sobilo. And the question is, I'm condensing this question into one here. So it says, can we understand the psychology of those operating the UAP through observation, giving a sign that they enjoy toying with their pilots, even mischievously, therefore showing that their evolution could possibly be similar to ours? What are your thoughts on that?
Wow. First of all,
We talk about the Oscar comedy scene. We're not talking about the show.
Good question.
You know, the problem with
Right.
this topic
Yeah,
is
they're not part of the scene.
we tend to
Okay, yeah,
assign
sure. People that travel here from other places try to brutally do their first minute of stand-up comedy, which in itself is pretty exciting. It is. It is exciting for me.
And
Right.
I'm connecting with a sentient
Still working at the,
being,
what is it,
and
dog
as
walking or
such,
something?
I ascribe to
No, I'm not working at the dog walking. The at-home dog walking.
I think we tend to
No,
do that.
I started a new job, actually.
We tend to
I'm wearing a dress
ascribe
now at work.
human motivations,
Yeah.
okay,
It's
human
a big move for me,
psychology,
people, okay? Plus
sociology
I'm moving
as
in a
well,
dress.
to
I'm wearing tennis
this thing
shoes.
because
It's a
what we
it's a
see
movement,
are
you know? It's a statement.
observations
Do I have Spanx
that
underneath?
defy
Of
our
course.
human understanding.
Of course,
In
I'm
order for
human.
us to better
You know? You can't have your
rationalize
thighs
what
sweating
we are
between you in the middle of work
experiencing,
day.
it's
Look down,
easier
you
for us
water
to put
broke.
it
You
on
don't know.
something with a box
You don't
that
know.
we understand.
Stronger women than you have been pregnant and not
Christina,
known.
you said it in the beginning of the show here about thinking
Anyway.
outside the box. By the way, I love that you showed at the beginning of that.
You can, Rich.
But we have to force ourselves to think outside of the box.
I do,
In fact,
yes. How many other
we have to presume
right
there's
now,
no
too,
box
I
at
moved
all.
out of the
That's
you know,
hard to do because
team. Okay.
it goes against
Yeah. I moved out of
everything
another
we
place
are
where I
as
had
a
way
human
more
species.
comics, and now I just have two
Whether
comics.
or not there
How
is
many
an
bedrooms? How
intent
many
to
bathrooms? We have
toy
3
with
bedrooms and 2
humans,
bathrooms. Wow, that's pretty good.
it's certainly possible. But
You
then
can share
we
a
have to presume
refrigerator,
that
right?
whatever it
Yeah, we
is
do share a
more
fridge. The only
human, more
question that I
similar
have
to
for
us,
you, I don't think I'm gonna like your
than
question. Okay. You are. You are. If I wanted to be mean, I would say that you are the refrigerator.
And you know that in itself is kind of
I'm not even gonna do that. Oh, okay. Well, at least you're not trying to be mean. My
very
question
similar
is
to human
this:
beings
we all
as
have
far as
some
thought
weird
process
things
and
in our
motivation.
refrigerator, but we
I certainly hope
that everybody has,
because
right?
we tend to be a pretty unpredictable
What is
wild
weird
species.
that you have in
I'm
your
not sure I
refrigerator?
would
Like
want
you don't want
another
anybody to touch, or
human-like
that might just be
species
whatever, your
having
own thing.
access
Maybe
to
keep it in the
that
dresser
type of
drawer, or
technology
perhaps where the butter sticks go.
because they may do human-type
Okay,
things.
okay.
They may
A lot of
react to
things that
ways
come
that
to me.
we as humans do.
The first thing that comes to me is I do have some weed edibles in my
always a good
fridge.
thing. So I guess my
It just
question
feels like,
is
thank
it
you.
the
It just
question
feels like
is
the
it possible? Yeah,
professional
it's
place to
absolutely
put them,
possible.
I guess.
That we have no idea what they are.
Goddamn Lucy, you ever put bread in the fridge?
We have the establishment of a
Lucy
UAP task force,
Lucy is having a
unidentified
Taiwanese friend. I love it.
unidentified phenomena.
Don't let her talk very much over the homeland, so she
Then
fucking
on top of that,
comes here and
briefings
gets to
being
let her
provided to
rip.
the President of the United
Oh,
States,
look, there's
and
a
the
white guy
President
next to her,
admitted that
offended
he was
for
secretly
her. Very good.
against it. Then on top of
Welcome
that,
to Austin,
100 million
y'all.
reporters today.
I can't believe you
What
make a
that meant,
joke
on
about
top of
anything
that
that has
means,
anything to do with the
signed
truth.
off by the DevSector.
I love it.
That
I love it.
is
You have
able
problems
to
with your
commit
roommates, like
saying,
taking your food, or
we need to
like,
have
how do
a
you
strategy,
decide?
a long-term
It's so
strategy,
crazy
not
that you
just
asked this,
something
because
to
my
answer
roommate
this
just
100 million
left a
report,
note on
but
the
long-term
fridge.
going
Let's
into the
talk
future,
about it.
we have
Okay.
resources, assets, talent.
So, first things, you know, is apologizing. You know, did you hear about that news? The punter that got, like, in trouble for, like, sexually assaulting all those masseuses? No? I don't know what that got sued in. Yeah, those. Yeah. Well, it's a thing that happened. The punter, hold on, wait. There was a guy with a masseuse that was a quarterback. The punter actually, what was it? Very good, a gang rape. I do believe this man was at a gang rape. Full of knowledge, 100%. It was gang rape. It was my gang rape. It was all of us. Very fun gang rape. We made an 8-year-old suck us off. It was incredible. What? Very good, very good. Thank you. You did your part. I think the 8th grade was far enough.
Yeah, I get it. We're itching for the.
Anyway, did you hook up with anybody when you were in Chicago? Any of those guys put it in your thesis? I like. I had to do it. I've been waiting 10 minutes to do that joke. It was a well-known big pussy joke right there. I had to know. I know yeah, we had the note that we were addressing. I'll answer that real quickly. No, I did not. I'm celibate right now, Tony. But we'll get to that if we have time. Tell me, what were you saying there?
I just want to know how your roommate doesn't want to hear it. Your bread connects to the gang rape system under.
Right. Okay. So anyway, we had to talk about that. Obviously, me looking at me, feminist. Okay. Obvious. Just in my face, but structurally. But anyway, I defended.
I really just want to tell people that are listening because we have quite an audience today, and I want to say friendship super chats are actually falling off my list. So if your question gets skipped, please just paste it again as a reminder without the super chat and copy in the moderator name, just because we're getting a lot of things happening right now. So Russell has a question, and before I get to Russell, Charles says, "Tell Lou I love him. Stay strong and stay sunburned."
Thank you, Charles, and also thank you to someone of us who put on Twitter.
Anyway, so I stood up for the girl. I guess he wasn't a fan of that, and I guess then he scared our other roommate, and like we scared him in the street, like he ran up on him and was like, but he was trying to do it to be mean. So he apologized for that, and then finally he asked us to hook him up with a young woman. He said he fucked like a Protestant.
That's cute. You have some really big fans. You have people rooting for you. John Russell asks, also, thank you so much for the gift. That's amazing. What has been your most memorable or dramatic UFO, UAP, paranormal experience?
Really weird. It makes me laugh. But the note, we all know that.
Just lay it on us, Lou.
Some lady that scared her.
No, not a lady. I live with two men. He ran
You
up to
know,
the other roommate, the dude,
great question.
and he scared him.
Should I pass
And
the
it
drinks
really
over
made
you?
him mad.
You know,
The other
I
roommate.
think
And he
that's
was like,
that's
sorry,
a,
I did that because
question
he took
that needs
Liz's
to
side of
be
things, which isn't wrong, I admit. He did
it's
apologize for everything.
its own podcast where we're going to dedicate
You wanted to
the
know
entire
about the
time to
note.
it. Look, I've
Put your
lived
bread in
an
a safe,
extraordinary
not
Liz, we absolutely love you. You've been on this show numerous times. You've done what you've gotten booked on real, very legit shows here in Austin. We're watching you grow in front of our very eyes, and I'm not just talking about how you eat cold bread. Liz, we love you. You're very
conservative.
Hurricane Fiona has created devastating flooding in Puerto Rico, knocking out power to the entire island. A similar blackout also took place in Puerto Rico in 1985 when Red Band's mom mixed vodka and diet pills for the first time.
And, there's a lot of truth in that. One just has to talk to indigenous people here in our country that have been here for millennia.
She was so fucked
they have
up.
incredible,
The
fascinating
vodka
stories.
The Daily Beast recently referred to an old Alex Jones
I think
clip
there's a
as
lot to be said.
unhinged.
I hope
You
one
mean
day
the guy
I
that
can
calls
share
into
some
question
of
the
my
sexuality
experiences
of frogs
in a
seems a
way
bit
that
off to
people
you?
aren't going to judge me or judge anyone
That's like
else on this way.
calling Jada Fire
The
his
problem
porn
is we're too
1
early in the
risque.
conversation right now. It's too much of a
It's a
distraction.
porn movie. She's a
Too many people need to
firefighter,
come out of the
and
shadows to continue this
Porn Woman 3.
conversation.
Was that the fire with
And
the
by
pussy?
me
Okay.
going into my personal experiences, could
Sounds
hinder
like
that
Ricky
process.
Martin really has been living La Vida
With
Loca.
all due respect, if you have a question, I'll be
He
very
made his
sincere.
12-year-old nephew take his clothes off and go dancing in the rain, and then fucked him.
Probably now is not the time.
Okay.
Well, we will all be waiting when you do tell the story. We'll all be there like biting our nails and like, oh my god, she's gonna tell it. So we're excited for the future when it comes to you.
3D sunglasses.
Oh, absolutely. My next question is obviously the mainstream media has shifted its focus since their report dropped. But to me, I've been shocked at how quiet they are on the topic of UFOs now. In your opinion, do you think this is because an official lid of silence has been dropped, or is it just a natural curve of disinterest?
And I don't know if you noticed, but you might want to shut the fuck up tonight.
Oh,
shit! Wow! You might want to shut the fuck. You threatened me big time in the fucking green room, you dumbass. You thought I was gonna fucking forget that?
And sometimes you have to turn back the gas a little bit.
Wow.
To keep the
Do that again, bitch.
constant.
Do that again.
Remember, this is a long game.
Oh my God, William,
You
is that
don't want to
a
waste
real gun?
Yeah.
your
Looks
magic
real.
bullets, your rounds
Oh my god.
prematurely.
Either
has to
that's
be
a
very
real gun or
strategic.
somebody's been
This is a
keeping white
long-term
bread in the
type thing.
refrigerator.
This isn't just, this isn't a
Have
Super
you ever
Bowl
heard of that
or we have
before?
a halftime show.
White bread in the refrigerator? Do you do that?
No,
This is no knowledge.
Have you ever heard of
What you
that?
need to do is keep this conversation going and letting people catch their breath.
That's what I heard from
There's a lot of
made
things
me feel
happening in the
wrong
world right
for a
now that
second.
demand our attention.
Seriously?
Things like
I just
Afghanistan,
had a fucking thing.
things like
Really, some
COVID,
dumbass was up here
things like
fucking
terrorism.
talking about that.
We have to
I
let
have a
people catch their
fucking
breath.
gun in my
We can't be
belt
selfish and just
right
dominate and
now.
consume the narrative
Get him back
24
up here.
hours a day because
Fucking
people will
serious.
get
I'm
fatigued.
kidding.
Eventually they'll get
I'm
annoyed.
on fucking edge tonight. I'm packing heat
Again,
tonight.
this
I feel
is
so
something that
powerful right
comes in
now.
waves.
He's not
I've
kidding.
said this
Just so you
before
guys
for the
know,
last 3
he's
years.
not kidding.
We're
I
not
take
here.
him on
This
the
is
road
just
with me,
satisfying idle
and he
curiosity.
bullies the
We're
shit
here
out
to
of me. He
sport.
bullies Redback. He
And to
bullies
do so,
Duncan.
there's
I
a
told
lot
you
of
not
people
to
who
fucking bring that up.
be very methodical about it and strategic. But
That's
know
so
that
awkward.
there's a
Why
lot
would you
happening.
bring that up, Duncan? I'm working on it.
Some of us have deliberately made
I'm
the
tired
decision
of
to
you
fall
hitting
back
me,
here.
man. I'm tired of it. And he hits you where people can't see it. He hits it. Yeah, don't do your shirt. Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to make sense of people out there. So,
Shut up, dude.
Not just me.
This is very interesting. Very rarely do headliners take feature acts on the road with bullying. Well, if I don't take him on the road now, he's gonna kill me. He has a fucking gun.
Quality matters.
Yeah, I mean, it's no fucking joke up here tonight. I've been strangling a bunch of people. By the way, I need to never talk about strangling Venezuelans again. I got a bunch of Venezuelans messaging me after that. Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, and all of us definitely want quality over quantity. Do you want to have a McDonald's burger, or do you want to have a really good burger?
Yeah, you want to reach Chris or
Peering through a tree, and I noticed when you were performing this, the back of the shirt,
John
you can turn
has
around.
another
Take a look at
question,
the back.
and he says, "Dude, your thoughts on Sam Harris saying he and his science colleagues are getting classified better videos from the CIA that show it's non-human, and he said they need his advice for how to break the truth to the public."
Front and back, extra large. If y'all want to see them, yeah, they're all over eBay.
Hopefully John can clarify that, because they also don't know.
if you're receiving briefing from the
I swear to
CIA,
God, that's why I have to bring this gun around now. I've been forgetting everything, and I can't.
database, right? So
How does the gun help you remember things?
Go to your tickets over now, and you can see that we have these meetings
Get it, Duncan. Come on!
If you do, great. Welcome to the party. It's about time.
I thought I told you beforehand not to ask me any fucking questions.
Making nonsensical claims without
What's the
evidence.
worst thing you've ever done to Duncan when bullying him? We were at a mall in San Diego, and I told him we were at the top of some escalators, and I told him to look exactly on the edge of the escalator, and I pushed him down the escalator. Oh my God, that's funny! Wow, that's so funny! I shouldn't have done
I can't
it.
imagine that they're going to be asking somebody who's not connected to the national security council
Oh hell no!
or a content on how to have this conversation with him.
Well, when you let us know, or when you find out, please let us know. Sen Zubi has a question, and I'm sorry we're going through these so quickly. So
Let's go.
people are just like, they want to ask you a lot of things. So they say, "Hi Christina, perhaps you could ask him if he thinks these UAPs travel using some sort of warp drive, and that way probably avoid the massive G-force."
Wow.
I swear to God, why
Sen
did you
Zubin, is that
come
what your name
after
said?
Redman?
I'm
Literally,
gonna guess though. I like the name. I like
Yeah, I
the
do
name.
too. Yeah, I love it.
Just because I put a fucking
that's
cricket on
certainly
you, why
one
did
of
that mess up your shape with the cricket on? Yeah, it ended up on my arm because Redman is so
There's a lot of mathematical equations. In fact, can we
tried
get
to
a
help
second?
me out because he's upset about it.
All right.
Yeah, totally.
Guys, I want to say thank you for everyone that is watching, that has questions, that even sent in questions through the emails, Reddit, Twitter, through everything. He's a great guy to ask questions to.
Are you buying gold with Rosalind Capital? That's something I just started doing. I've been finding gold with Rosalind Capital. How much money have you invested in gold lately? Well, it's actually, you find it with Rosalind Capital. I got a metal detector I've been out on the beach the past 2 weekends. I found like $50. Wow, how many hours have you spent on the beach to find $50? I am sleeping out there.
This is important because this is exactly how
Took a
we
lot of time.
look at the
Yeah, there's
potential
tons of
of
sand
what
spiders at night. I don't know if y'all ever seen a sand spider, but they are crawling up and down your fucking
So,
trying to get a good night's
is it
rest.
possible
You
that
literally
these
have
things
to
are
go
going
out
to work in
early in the
space time?
morning
That certainly
with your
seems
metal detector if you're going to fucking find anything. There's too many people out there with metal detectors.
certainly the
You have to go
mathematical
early in the
equations
morning.
and
What kind of gun is it
scientific
that you
models
have there?
suggest that.
This is a 9mm Glock.
GD has a question. Thank you so much for the 20. And they say, one, does the IAA parentheses FY 2022 require the UAPTF / NASIC to report to Congress on UAP events pre FY 22?
Yes, it does. That's the key. Every 90 days, and whenever you have it reported in the past, since the 1940s, it's supposed to be
You
before
strangle them until they die, and then you just
Okay. Second question they have is, did the USG discover the exotic matter? Pure USG custody? That's a good question.
very careful how I answer questions
Duncan, I'm
about
horrified you brought
exotic
that up. Like, I swear to God, I've been working on the bullying thing, and it's just, you get in there, you start doing zero thoughts the entire time, and it starts,
not beginning to elaborate anymore than that, unfortunately. At least not now.
But when that does happen, I'll have to ask you again.
Absolutely.
The last thing is, what are your thoughts on the UK Conding report, plasma on radar, etc.?
Yeah, Condon report. Well, look, there's a lot of prosaic explanations for a lot of things. At the end of the day, the report that we had to Congress 188 report, there were 144 incidents, and only one of them was solved. One. And I think the reporting of the 144 incidents, 142 of them were in the last year and a half alone.
yeah, you're one of the
So
few who gave me
that's important because a year and a half in just about a year and a
Tony, I
half,
did
we
learn
had
a real thing
142
about
incidents.
William.
And
He's
oh, by
addicted,
the way,
you probably know that, he's
no one
addicted to
figured
this app,
when it
this
was out.
game,
And
where
then
he
furthermore,
pops
in the
balloons.
report it says
And he's
specifically
like
that
one of the best in the
most of
world
the reporting
for popping
never
balloons.
went
Yeah, I
reported
actually
because
found out of this
he
that
was
he has
stigma
popped
and
over
some sort of
1 billion
retribution,
balloons
national
on
retribution
this
for
game.
all of us who
William, I know you're
in Israel. And so if you look at that, just do the simple math, and let's just say 2% of these incidents that were reported,
shit that you guys
that
don't
means
believe
that
what
the
we're
U.S.
saying
Navy
right now.
experienced over
You're like, wow, this is
1,400
sort of a stupidness to
incidents in
make
the
up.
last year and a half
Balloons
alone.
Tower Defense 6.
And most of them went
And you've
unreported.
literally popped a
We have
billion
no idea
balloons.
what
How
they
much
are.
time do you think
And that's
you
just
spent
the Navy.
playing
So
this
what about
game?
the Air
It would
Force?
have to
What
be
about the
over
Marines?
60
What about
days.
everybody else?
In
Not just the
all.
last year and a half. But what about the
Like,
last
literally,
decade?
that
What
60
about the
days I
last
was
3
gone,
decades? What about
a
the
couple
last
weeks
7
ago, I was gone for
years?
60 days. I was
So
doing that.
great question.
Wow.
Chuck has a question. Thank you
Literally
so much.
60 fucking
Also,
days.
your
I was living
profile
on
pic makes me
Romulus.
smile.
I'm
He
sorry.
says, Christina, Jimmy had a guest on Wednesday on Jolly.
Anything, and I'm having a real
She is
hard
ex-military
time.
and recently did a press conference in DC
Yeah,
announcing her intentions to revisit an alien base in the Mojave Desert. Can you ask Lou about this? Sounds amazing.
You know, great. Extraordinary things require extraordinary evidence. All I gotta say is good luck. I hope she's right. But I probably
Very
wouldn't quit my
intense
day
in the
job
audience.
just for
Somehow I'm more, you have a
going to the
gun
desert
on your hip, and
use
I'm more worried about what this guy might do.
Don't put your hands up.
I think
Don't expose your palm
I
like
think
that.
there's a lot of people who
So William, you
want
brought the
to
gun up here, but you didn't show it to anybody.
I don't know
Plan
Julie, just like
just
I
to
don't know
intimidate Red Band?
Yeah, that was the general plan. I had no flares tonight because I literally have been
about
looking
Lazar.
up
Everybody
Roswell
asks me
Capital.
about Lazar. I can't. I never met the
Looking
gentleman.
up buying gold from them.
I don't have an
Yeah, I
opinion.
didn't have a plan
I
tonight.
I don't have an
understand that.
opinion about Julie. I think it's very careful when you look at someone's career. You have to look at the nuances. As a government employee, you have a rank, you have authority. As a contractor, you provide services to the government and the customer. It's important that people, like if you were to see my resume, which I think is public, I don't know, but at some point naturally, you can see precisely where I was assigned, what I did, what my roles and responsibilities were, and what type of duties I performed.
Hey, Lou, we are going to go actually on a quick break, and then we're going to come right back into some more questions. So everyone hang tight, and let's play process?
Hi, I'm Micah Hanks, and let me tell you something. I support Christina Gomez as a Patreon subscriber, and here's why you should too. She brings all of her unique insights to a whole new generation, and all while she's also going through college. Listen, support Christina. Become a Patreon subscriber today. You won't regret it.
He's asking me questions.
Alrighty.
Hey, for the record, I agree with that, Christina. I know
Extra
books
ideal
are
dog day
expensive
like
when
that.
my kids go to college. You know, and I know you do a lot of this on your own, so let me kind of second that notion. For those of you out in the audience who are
Thanks, Dad. My dad's here.
But Christina
Final
has
comedian
been
of the night, the great
working
William
with us
Montgomery, everybody.
fantastic job with Coach Corey.
There you go.
You know, I
Catch
think
him
that's
on
a pretty simple
Cameo.
ask if you'd like to have
He makes a
access
living
to
on
this type of
Cameo
information
now
and
when
this
he's
type
not
of
doing
material.
stand-up.
You know, it takes time,
Amazing
and
drawing
it
from
takes
Ryan
getting away
J.E.
from
Belt.
doing
That's
things that
tonight's
you otherwise
episode
would
with
do
the great
to,
Duncan
you
Trussell. How
know,
cool
feel
is that?
entertained and feel regret that you kind
All
of
those
this
drinks are available at
and this.
RyanJBelt.com. Check
So
out the
I
Family
agree
Hour.
with
Check
that.
out
If you
Midnight
can help out
Gospels.
in any
Catch
way
him
you
on
can,
tour at
help out the
DuncanTrussell.com.
team.
And make some noise for my
Thank you.
guest,
And I
Duncan
have so
Trussell,
much more
everybody.
planned for this channel. I have so many projects planned. So if you
Tell
become a
Tony bring me
Patreon,
the yellow
you'll
rose
become
and
a
the red
partner
rose
and
and deep
a
Eddie
partner with
vodka.
me, and you'll
And
be
how
able
about
to
one more
have
time
access with so
for the
many
band?
behind the scenes
Everybody.
videos and pictures and so
Michael
many extra
Gonzalez
goodies
on
like
drums,
the
Paul Deaver
graphics
on
I
the
make for
horn,
my
Steve
channel.
Madness
I
on
can
the
do
bass,
that
and
for
Matt
you as
Nielsen on
well
the
for those that
electric.
are
Brought to you
watching.
by
So
Screwball Peanut Butter
it's going to
Whiskey.
go a long way. It's going to
Thank
go
you
an
guys so
absolutely
much for coming
long
out.
way. Now let's jump back into the question.
Love you guys. Fun
So
times, everybody. We'll see you next
let
time.
me find it. So now I'm getting lost. But CJ says, thank you so much, by the way. But I'm a huge fan of Lou. Same. And you were my introduction to UFOs, and I still can't get enough. Thanks. Do you have any UFO books you recommend?
Ooh, boy, that's a loaded question. Good question. You know, I hate making recommendations because different people are going to read different books and take the information differently. There was a book that was given to me by a gentleman named Dean Johnson in Washington, D.C. when I was there with my colleague Chris Baldwin. And, you know, we've had the privilege of speaking with him a few times. And he shared with me a book. And, you know, people share with me a lot of books all the time. You gotta read this, you gotta read this, and I do. But he suggested one, and it's a little science fiction novella. It's about 3 stories in this little tiny book, and it's called Chains of the Sea. Not Chains in the Sea, Chains of the Sea. And it is the second story in that book. It's a short story, maybe 30, 40, 50 pages long. But it is a wonderful little story because it provides a completely different
Secret Show is coming
potentiality
back to the Comedy Store. One night
what
only.
this means.
One
I don't
show
necessarily
only.
subscribe to it, let
Tuesday,
me just say that.
October
But what
18th.
I'm saying
I'm
is it
bringing a
forces
bunch
you
of
to be,
Austin and Kill
talk
Tony
about the box,
comedians,
right?
and I'm
This
mixing
forces
it
you
in
to
with
think
some Los
outside the
Angeles
box.
comics, and we're
Do
going to
a
have a
different paradigm
crazy
of what
show.
something might be,
Get
what
your
a
tickets right
phenomenon
now.
might be, what a phenomenon might
DeathSquad.tv.
be, what an interaction might be. And I found it really original, and it really forced me to think and reconsider and recalibrate my own position on the topic of UAP. And so, if there was a book I would recommend, it would be that. Again, I don't make a penny from it. I couldn't tell you, probably not very much money. You can probably download it for free, I imagine. But it's again, I think it's a unique perspective that's certainly worth at least just reading because it forces you to think about things in a slightly different way.
NMUAP has a question. Thank you so much for the 50. That's amazing. Says, aliens don't scare me. The Chinese and the Russians do, unfortunately. Should I be nervous that some of this may be these adversaries?
Well, it's certainly a potential. It appears to be exceedingly unlikely because we would see this technology since the 1940s. And it's got, by the way, documented in official documentation. So
Tony brought to you by
we
the
would
Red
do
Rose
anything.
and
Of
the
course,
Yellow
everybody knows
Rose.
about the Tic
The
Tac
two
movement
best
in
strip
2004.
clubs on planet
But
Earth are
it
here
might be
in
surprising to know
Austin,
there were the Tic Tac
Texas.
centers going
Also,
back to the
Deep
60s
Eddie
and the
Vodka,
50s
another
where
amazing
they
Austin
were
brand for
described
those of
as
you
white
drinking
flying
vodka out there.
booze
Order
cans,
Deep
white
Eddie
flying
because they're the best in the
rum,
world.
white
How about a
flying
hand for the
honey
band,
monsters.
everybody? Come on, you heard it. You know what the
We
fuck's
were
going on.
describing
This
it
is
as
the
based
live
upon the
music
genre
capital
at the
of the
time.
world.
But
That's
it
the
was
Kill
different from
Tony
exactly
Band
the
brought to
same
you by
way that
Screwball
the
Peanut Butter
Flavor
Whiskey.
of
That's
Hell
Paul
LSD
Deemer
train
on the horn right
witnessed
there.
in 2004.
Matt
So
Ewing
there
on
is a
the
country
electric
that has
guitar,
this long
Michael
generation
Gonzalez
technology,
on the drums,
and they had it since
and
the
that's
late 1940s.
that right
Very, very
there.
far.
That's our
So
friend G.
I think
Matches
the
on the bass
likelihood of that
guitar,
is
everybody.
exceedingly small.
It's
If you
happening.
look at where the board
This
was,
is
it's
it.
just taking that stage.
Before we start
Probably
tonight's
was
show,
to
here's a little bit
the
more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode
where
available
were
for
you
you
when
here
the
right
recordings
now.
were?
Hey
Just
y'all, you might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian, and I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again. October 11th and 12th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. October 14th and 15th, I am in Boston, Massachusetts. November 4th and 5th, New York, New York.
It's really unlikely.
December 9th and 10th, I'll be performing in Arlington, Texas. January 13th and 14th of 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. And February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in
We have
Houston,
another
Texas.
question,
Tickets
and it
available
says,
at
and I don't know if I'm showing it, but
TonyHinchcliffe.com.
I'll end up showing it.
Out,
But his
so
question
don't be a
is,
doofus. Go to the website
the
now.
desertification effects
while
of
you still
climate
can.
change
Are you guys ready
seem
start
to be
tonight's
upon
episode
us
or
as a
what?
species, and if not dealt with, may lead to
Every
mass extinction events in the near future.
But there's a study
And one of the greatest of all time, David Hell.
But you know, it's interesting. It really is an interesting question. Maybe that's something that maybe we
Come on in here, Dave.
And that was somewhat of a popular question when I had posted it online. I did get a few questions on something in between those lines. John has another question, thank you, and says, Lou, some high-level people have said that the public should not know the truth, can't handle it, but they're already being way more than enough to admit by higher-ups to admit it's non-human. What are your thoughts?
Well, you know,
Dave has a question.
Yeah. Talk about a bucket list. I mean, am I right, guys? Or what? How many people saw me almost get penetrated by the trombone as I sat down?
Could not be happier that you guys are here. DavidTell.com for tour dates. Great with images going to New Orleans, Chicago, San Francisco, Fort Worth. Catch all those dates at fitsdog.com and of course FitsDog Radio and Invite It has me and my guys, both very, very fun podcasts. I'm excited you guys have all been on this show before. You know how it works. We watch stand-up comedians for 60 seconds uninterrupted, and then we find out about their lives and we talk to them during an interview portion, which is completely improvised. We literally have no idea. Anybody could have signed up. Maybe it's a weary traveler, maybe it's a local legend. Anything can happen. We're going to get through it together. You know the uninterrupted 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then or else they bring out the angry but Hollywood bear. You guys get it? You ready to start this fucking show?
But then, of course, you know, I'll have a chance to kind of
Chaos will ensue tonight, I promise. A lot of special treats, and we're going to start with one of them right now. We have 3 regulars on the show. This guy going first is one of them. He writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. We watched him living in his van a year ago. Now he opens up in arenas all around the world, jetting around. He's rich now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Skip.
UAP has a question, and it says, did Lou ever visit Skinwalker Ranch? And if he did he experience anything unusual?
It's kind of scary taking the public transportation here, because if you're not paying attention, you might end up in a plane to Martha's Vineyard. Martha's Vineyard's not a real vineyard. I don't know why we sent all the Mexicans over there.
I would
The only
recommend
fruits
talking
we picked
to
are the queers.
because he's the new owner of Soda and certainly qualified. A lot of that work was done during the
I'm dating someone. I'm dating a white woman, which is weird because I'm an Asian man. It's the reverse Yoko Ono.
They're certainly more qualified to tell you.
I'm trying to get her to start a band.
Am I aware of some pretty weird things happening there? Absolutely. Am I aware of some of these things happening to other people? Yeah.
We recently had period sex.
When are you going to write a book,
Funny
Lou?
because she's a
When are you
white
going to
girl.
write a book?
You know, she looked like a Japanese flag with nipples on it.
it would already be like a New York bestseller. Preston has a question. Says, Lou, grateful for your dedication to this topic. Can you assure us this is a true unknown and not related to Nemesis / Palladium type programs?
Palladium. So he's talking about, he or she is, Preston is talking about electronic warfare. The problem with electronic warfare, it works like electromagnetic spectrum. I can't go into too much details of some stuff, but the bottom line is you can speak for me. So any type of electronic warfare, yes, you can.
I love it, Hans. You're absolutely killing it. Things are going good with this new girlfriend of yours?
Yeah, she's great. We have a lot of phone sex together.
Right, and she lives in San Antonio, so you could just drive an hour. You guys can almost have tin can on a string set with one another. It's interesting that you're sticking with the phone. Easier than making the hour-long drive?
Yeah, it's simply not.
I guess
it's not a viable option.
It's very dangerous to have Hans to drive, right?
Because it doesn't explain the other aspects of this phenomenon. It doesn't explain the eyewitness testimony and accounts and the actual footage
This is your first time seeing Hans, right?
First of all, I don't think you can put a price on that.
Another question is, hi Lou, if you were a civilian scientist and could place a limited amount of sensor systems around the globe, where would you focus on placing them in order to capture data on UAPs? Thanks.
So I will share something with you. I don't think it's too much
But I thought he had some solid stuff. I was very impressed. Thank
Oh.
you, buddy. Thank you, Dave.
Protecting your data is important. ExpressVPN promo code KillTony. 20% off your first month. Greg, have you seen Hans Kim before?
I haven't seen him tonight because I'm sitting between these two chain smoking
I'm
fucking
going to
lunatics.
I
haven't seen anything. I feel like I'm in a dream sequence right now.
Precise answer to that. I think
But it sounded good.
I use this
It sounded
very
good.
often.
Good to see you, man. It's been a while.
Good to see you. Yeah. Greg was here when I had sex with a woman in a
It's been there.
Yeah.
It's so cute when you have like a good question but you can't answer it. It's like this really cute little smirk and you're like, I know and I want to say it but I can't.
I know, which is really why I wasn't a good intelligence officer, because my thinking was terrible.
But she did have sex with him in the closet.
Leave her in the closet. Yeah, she had a boyfriend. The boyfriend wanted to watch, but I was not in
Rich
for that.
says, and thank you everyone for the super chat. I know I'm not saying thank you, but thank you all so much. Rich says, have you ever been in the presence of some some machine /
Yes, a
craft
washing machine. I try to avoid it as much as possible, but yes, I've been in front of washing machine.
Another question was playing in my head that someone else asked, but some machine / craft of non-human origin.
I love it. Hans, you are a legend here. You write the Performer Brand New Minute. You make it look so easy. Week in, week out, you get the thing started. We love you here. How about one more time for Hans Kim, everybody?
There you go. Let's get this fucking thing going. We're going to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. This is where anything can happen, and we all can meet a human being together at once.
Pretty crazy shit. Only show to do it. Tonight we will start with an uninterrupted 60 seconds by Isabella Carrozza. Isabella Carrozza.
I want to mention to everyone we're here about 10 minutes for the show. There is going to be an extra 15 minutes for all my Patreon supporters. So this question here by Red Panda Claus will be our last question for the day. But I also want to mention, you know, if you had one that you want to ask, what's the answer to that? So here we go. I don't think what I said made sense, but it'll make more sense to go on. Red Panda Koala says, Lou, do you think Havana syndrome is related to UAP? Sounds like A-tip, slide 9.
Here in Texas, my roommates and I treated Plan B the way white people treated toilet paper during the pandemic. So all the stores and stocked up. I know we weren't the only ones, because by the time we got to Walmart, they're all out of Plan B. They only had guns left. Labeled Plan C.
I'm thinking in my mind right now. Individuals are breathing down my neck. I think I went to that.
guy that I picked. What's in your suicide note? That's why you have to date older men. Older men treat you so much better than their wives. Do you notice that whenever an old man has a super young girlfriend, it's like a symbol of status, which makes sense.
Okay. Well, here we go. We do have a few extra minutes. So we have 8 more minutes, and I'm sorry I misread the time. So we are going to go over a few more in the last one. It's like my favorite question also. But here we go. Another question is 94. There was a sighting at a school in Africa where many school children claimed to have seen beings exit a craft, and some were given a message telepathically. The message was that we are destroying our planet. What are your thoughts on that? And thank you.
Very, very good. And how's stand-up comedy going for you?
I like it. Yeah, I work at Boston Comedy Club now, so that's cool. Get up a lot.
You really nailed that sound effect. I've never heard of that comedy club, and I live in Austin, and I go to the East Side quite a bit. So that's pretty incredible. Is it just you over there?
It's free wine. It's like a hole in the wall, but it's stage time. So.
All right. If it's a hole in the wall, I bet I know what you're doing on the other end of that hole.
We didn't really include that type of thing.
Rabbi Rothschild spent 50 seconds talking about Plan B.
Because from a DoD perspective,
so what are we talking about here? How many times have you had Plan B?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like just take it just in case. Especially like, have you seen like the men here in Austin? You gotta be careful.
that doesn't do anything for the conversation. It doesn't help you make a decision one way or the other. So we kept everything that we could.
But give us a ballpark. What are we talking about? Is that like once a year you do that?
Maybe once every 4 months.
Whoa, once every 4 months. Fucking up the cycle and everything.
Yeah.
Because it messes with your body a little bit, right?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't even know. You can't even tell. You live such a garbage life. You can't even tell.
Here she comes, world's funniest stripper, everybody.
The question
Your
of
phone or
metrics is
goodbye, here she comes. Shows everyone. Nothing better than a funniest stripper, here we go.
Better technology than our best gun cameras.
Do you open like lap dances?
So we have to be careful because there's more people now looking into. It's like saying, for example, a big city, crime rates have gone up.
I kind of just like I don't really know how to like flirt. I'm not a very flirtatious person, so it's
guys just doing jokes.
Cops on the street are catching criminals, or does it mean that we have a more aggressive DA that's prosecuting criminals? And so you have to be careful
Leave the mask on.
because numbers can mean a lot of things to a lot of people.
Incredible. Anything crazy ever happened at the strip club?
anything crazy ever happened? I don't know.
The place is run unbelievably well.
It really is.
It is our longest sponsor here in Austin, Texas. So I got to tell you, it's clean. The hamburgers are unbelievable. I mean, it's just everything about it is amazing.
The most beautiful one.
By the way,
Yeah, and it's a Delaware place. I'm sorry, I'm getting. She's got a good sense of humor. Look at her. She's like a fucking little Italian Cabbage Patch doll or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like an insane time of my life to go from stand-up comedy to the strip club. But yeah, I mean, it's cool. There's like the customers can get kind of wild. I like if a customer gets too handsy, I'll fart on them.
Oh shit!
I'm fired. They're gonna fire me. Where are they?
And it's I think it's very normal that people are misidentifying these things, especially now more than ever. And I quickly want to say, Jean, thank you so much. They say, no questions, just a thank you for a great show that I'll enjoy listening to a few couple more times. Sorry about that, but I agree. For people that have watched the Ruth interviews, he always drops little things here and there, and you have to listen to it a few times to really catch it. So I agree with you, Jean. My next question is, given everything you've learned, in your opinion, has the intelligence behind the UAP phenomenon already been designated behind closed doors as an external threat, an existing threat?
I think there's two schools of thought.
Maybe.
Definitely from a national security perspective,
all time things to get by in comedy. So
And let's not
don't let them
confuse
fucking push you
potential
down
threat
for it.
with hostile intent.
Isabella
So I've said this
Carosa
before. If I
just
go
got
to an
booked on
airport
the
to jump on a
Thursday Secret
737
Show. She just got a
Southwest
real
flight to
comedy
Denver,
gig out of her
there's not much of a
performance
threat.
here
And if I
on
go
Tiltoni.
onto the
And
runway, the
amazing.
tarmac,
Back to the bucket we
get
go.
behind that
Great.
same airplane, I put my head behind
It
the
was
engine
like
while it's flying
it's
up.
like if
Well,
Janine
now there's a
Garofalo
threat.
was
There's a
doing
threat
Game
to
of
my hearing.
Thrones.
There's a threat to me to get burned. There's an environmental threat.
Your next
There's
comedian
an
goes by the
intention,
name of
not
Cody
necessarily,
Green,
it's
everyone.
just part of the
1
technology.
minute uninterrupted. Going to
So
Cody Green.
I think there's two schools of thoughts here.
Cody.
When I leave government, my focus had to be that this is a potential national
Here he
security
comes.
threat. But now that I'm outside the government, I'm free to express my own opinion a little more. You know, I think with every
One more
challenge
time
comes
for Cody
opportunity.
Green, everyone.
One only has to look at the Apollo mission of the 1960s in the space race against the
So when I
Soviet
was
Union.
16, my dad he got a
There were
DUI. He lost
6,200
his driver's
life-changing
license.
technologies and industry that came out as a result
Basically
of that
just means
new
he
space
lost
race.
all parental
A
authority.
decade in time where now we have things like the LED light bulb.
How are you supposed to
CAT
discipline your
scan,
kids
things
when
that are
you
proving
know you're going to be
humanity's
bumming rides
well-being
off
on
them?
this planet have long outlived their
He
original
tried
intent
once.
and purpose.
He's like,
So, you know, I
keep it up,
tend to be a little bit more
grounded.
optimistic.
Like,
I don't think
Dad, if you
everything
keep it up,
is
you're going to fucking
necessarily
fight the liquor store.
is intentional. And I think there's always opportunity. We just need
I'm
to
telling you guys, you haven't lived until you've gotten to watch a grown man
And right now, everyone's asking about the 23-minute video. Can you talk about that?
I can't. What I can say is that I was privy to it.
Like, oh, your fucking wig's too tight.
I
Like,
have
no,
to,
you
I
got
have
a
to let the
nutsack
government
growing out
try
of your
to do its
throat.
due diligence. Let's not forget that the
That's it.
Pentagon
All right,
intended
Cody
to
Green.
erase and destroy
in.
all my emails.
Laying it down. How long
Despite
you been
there
on
being
stand-up,
a
Cody?
court-protected
About like
that
3.5
restricted
years.
that.
From
So
here in Austin?
they've
No,
got
I'm
some
from
questions I have to
Oh,
answer.
okay.
And I
All
want to
right.
give
Wow.
the U.S.
fuck
government
said that?
the time necessary to
You'll show them,
figure that
Cody.
out.
Yeah.
You know,
What part of Boston are you from?
there's videos of it.
Specifically,
I've said before that the 3 videos that come out probably the least compelling.
Isn't that where Tanya Harding is from?
As compelling as they would be, they're the least
Nope.
compelling. There's some that are produced for me.
I'm not a fucking no.
They haven't been released. It's not up to me to release them, and I
sorry.
really can't talk about it
You
until
don't?
at some point the government decides
You look like a
if
guy
it
that
wants
would.
to first of all locate them and then second of all provide them.
This guy is definitely.
RG has a question, and they say, does DHS Red Cell ever use UAP simulation events to test U.S. military responses, which may have been confused as real events? And this is going to be the last super chat for today, guys. We are running out of time, but please answer that here.
You know, I gotta tell you, I've never been asked that before.
He's a forgiving guy.
That's a fascinating
Have you considered
question.
stripping?
I'm going to talk to
You could. You could do that.
All you gotta do is fart and shake your ass.
I personally never considered that.
Cody, what do you do for a living?
Because the audience is so sophisticated.
United
They're
States
those great questions.
Awesome.
I can't tell you how many times I've had these questions.
Postman.
I will run right back to DC.
You're a mailman?
Hey guys, we gotta talk.
Huh?
That's great. That's
Good.
Let me see your calves.
I'm not avoiding questions.
Pull up your pants. Let me see your calves.
Whoa, you're wearing the postman tights underneath.
And here is our last question for the show. What is one question you haven't been asked, but wish you had been? What is it, and what's the answer?
Now, the Postal Service has a bunch of weird quirks like that, right? What other
Because you've
things
done
do you have on you?
thousands of interviews.
He's the other guy in this room with health insurance.
Insurance, what else? What else do you have? We weren't even expecting those types. You're a true postman.
I got out of work earlier. Yeah.
Wait, you're delivering mail here now?
In Austin, yeah. Oh, I live in Austin now. I'm sorry, I thought I
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're an official Austin postman. What area are you? What area are you in?
787-587-787-2778.
Have you ever heard of the? Okay.
787-5-3.
All right. That's enough.
Okay, stop activating your Austin.
Yeah. You just made Ron him hard as a rock just for that.
There is no peace.
Austin Comedy Club before?
That's something in the face. All questions in the face. All questions.
You ever get bit by any dogs?
Not yet.
But some of us hacked?
The Chihuahuas chase you. They do.
Okay. All right. Enough about the Mexican ladies in the city. So,
I'm surprised because
let me ask you this. Do you ever have any ladies say, like, hey, Mr. Postman, want to come on inside?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, Red. Very good. Great. Nailed it.
So then let's give an applause to everyone that's watching and putting in questions. Thank you, everyone. You were able to answer a lot of them, and like you said, these were questions that haven't been asked. People that were writing these questions have seen your interviews, and they were getting frustrated. They're like, why aren't people asking me these questions that I want to ask? So I think I was very lucky to be able to host this today and actually have people ask their questions along with the ones that were sent to me prior. And overall, it's been such a blessing for you to be here with me today and to have this conversation.
We are only successful.
Okay, yeah. Team Madden didn't see it. Different guys. All right, Cody. Anything else crazy we didn't find out about you last time we should know about you before we let you go? Any fun facts about Cody Green that would set you apart?
Teenage drug addict. You don't say. Come on, his name's Cody.
What drugs were you on?
I was like,
What was your lowest low? Like, what was bottom for you?
But it's true. It's absolutely true. We achieved this collectively in the last 3 years because of the hard efforts of everyone.
One time I went door to door. I made up a collection can, and I went door to door collecting money for my high school marching
They're
band.
watching Twitter. They're watching your show.
My God.
They're dialing in the suit.
And it was just for your own drugs.
They're watching the videos. I can't say it was, but very recently I got an email from a very, very senior person.
But it led to one day becoming a postal delivery man.
And they say, hey, I saw that interview on this podcast.
Yeah, that's
and incredible. The podcast was yours.
Wow.
It wasn't
Honey, I just need some 22-year-old high schooler some money for his
It was your
marching band.
podcast.
He was weirdly wearing compression pants.
So,
wow. I got caught though, because I stuck in my, I didn't think it was going to work, and I stuck in my neighborhood, and then like the whole next week people kept going up to my mom, and they were like, hey, they can't do a nice thing and just shut the fuck up about it. Right.
They kept telling her that they gave me money, and she's like, you're not in a marching band?
By the people. And I want to say again, thank you for you, Lou, for being here, for all of the super chats, for everyone participating, for all of my Patreon supporters. I do want to let you know that we are going to have an extra 15-minute segment just for the Patreon supporters that will be uploaded later today. So keep an eye out for those that are, or if you want to be one, it really supports my channel, and you get to see all the guests, or I think almost all of them, get like an exclusive 15 minutes as well. And
You set the gold standard for your business. Your website should do the same. Wix puts you at the helm, so you can enjoy the creative freedom of designing your site just the way you want. Want someone to bounce your ideas off? Talk with AI to create a beautiful site together. Generate on-brand content, images, media, and simply change or fine-tune any of it along the way. Whatever your business, manage it from one place and tie it all together with a personalized domain name. Gear up for success with a brand that says you best. You can do it yourself on Wix.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
Have you ever seen anybody make a debut quite as strong as Gary Falcon? Might be anything.
I've never seen a missing children's host like a dog.
Welcome to another episode with Mysteries with a History, where I'll take you into the wild ride, into the unknown, this alleged human abduction by entities either from another world or another dimension. It's a topic with quite a history and has been the unwelcome thread that has partnered alongside the UFO research community in general. I would like to say hi to everyone that's in the live chat today, along with my moderators such as Zenza Bill and Curious George, Akashi Chris. Hi, how's everyone doing? Today I am joined by my awesome co-host. He's no longer my guest. He is my co-host, Mr. Jimmy Church from Beta Black. Hi, Jimmy. Are you snacking?
Oh, man, caught me off guard.
You know, I almost thought about snacking for this show too, so I'll just vicariously live through you on this one. Oh, some good praise. Classy.
I'm just gonna let him do whatever he wants.
Hey, Christine, hi. How you doing? Oh,
no doubt about it.
Man, it's
And
so
you know what? We never
good
do this
to,
anymore, but that was
with
such
you.
an amazing performance
And,
from a brand new comedian. I think he deserves the Kill Tony Goldman ticket, don't
cam,
you?
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, you're on that one. Don't microphone
Anytime
yet.
he wants, he gets to perform on the show. That was incredible. Gary Falcon.
Went down in the studio,
wow.
and it turned out not to be the internet.
A star is
it
born.
was a router, not the modem.
A star is born.
Anyway,
back to the bucket we go. Obviously, anything can happen here tonight.
Things out,
wow, the place is in chaos. The way him and Dave were going at it, I thought Gary was going to pull out his slingshot.
And I'm here, so there you go. And we'll let everybody know. We're going to jump into this abduction thing.
Is next. Here,
Christine, I'm just going to tell everybody
Tony, Austin, Texas.
Please do.
I'm going to mention the PJs too as well.
Here comes
so,
ACDs, everyone.
A couple of things happened, and Ryan Trey.
One more time for Casey, everybody.
Okay,
yes,
so
yes, I
internet
know
was
Casey.
and then
There's been a lot of news about the Russians lately.
You know what?
They are
We're
fleeing
go
their country
What I
as
didn't
fast
know
as
at
they
the
can.
time was that
Every newscast is oh so sympathetic to these.
I'm talking about one
Russian.
1 megabyte upload, which I was supposed to the studio. Okay, so
Big bad Mother
but I
Russia.
didn't know. I just got the email back.
Mother Russia. Come on, we like to
So,
we want to hear more. Let's take one.
everybody, I texted
Big bad Mother Russia.
I said,
So tough. So
Ryan
tough.
can't do the show. You're gonna come on with the show
Call
right
to
now.
mobilize.
She said,
Trains.
cool.
Here's the
I said, okay, whatever. 1 minute, let's go. And
thank you very much. My name is Casey Beats.
Yeah. Wow. 43
Can you give me a
seconds in
minute?
and out with his trademark
So,
Woosie's
that's
line.
what she texted me, and then
The
Ryan
Tony
texted me
debut of
back,
Casey
and
Beans.
then-
David, tell what do you
So I
think?
go to
The
text
one thing I love is
Christina
a
back,
political wizard.
and I
You know,
go to text Christina. Oh, no.
just doesn't
No,
live in
that
the
would
world
be
of magic. He knows what's going on with the mortals.
Instead, I text
Don't turn
Ryan,
me into anything.
and I
All right.
text Ryan
Wow.
this. And
I mean, you look great for rescuing his granddaughter.
I said, don't
that
worry,
was just
nobody's
fantastic. Thanks, Fox News. That was great.
nobody's going to see you, just me.
That is
No
absolutely
biggie.
incredible. This
That's
is your
what I
Kill Tony
texted
debut, correct?
Ryan. And
Greatest
it's
ding.
right there for
Absolutely,
everybody.
I know. It's been a long way since you were the bad guy in Superman 4. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Let's go now. Ryan
1
texted me.
year. And where have you been doing
I
it?
said, oh, hold on a minute.
I did about
And
10
I-
nights
and-
in
and I
Utah.
texted
Wise
Ryan,
Guys, shout out Wise Guys, great
I
club.
said, oh,
Moved to
shit.
Austin in March.
Right.
I thought I was texting
To
Christina
Austin in March.
She
What
told
made you
me
move to
she was
Austin in
in
March?
DJs, and I said,
Heeded the
nobody's
call.
going to see you.
Heeded the call.
What are you talking about? Were
We're
you
going
watching
live right now.
InfoWars or
This is the
something? What the fuck are you
funniest
talking
thing
about?
ever. I think I was
Heated what call?
Is there a name to call and not an Amber
And,
Alert?
so that's what. So that was last night after the show, and then we didn't.
I don't want to go into too much detail, bore you to death, but I applied to UCLA grad school and I didn't get in. And it was the best thing that ever happened to me because I was going to go to LA in 2020 to be a stand-up comedian.
There you go. And she got
That
the secret.
And I chilled out the pandemic, and when I finally
I did. I did. It was pretty awesome. And there's a whole other side to that story. But while I'm telling the story, people are saying that your mic is a little bit too quiet. Do you want to like boost that up a bit?
Oh, my mic is too quiet?
Yeah, a bit. So when Jimmy was like, "Hey, can you come on the show?" I'm thinking, I'm in my PJs. I have to set up my studio, right? Even just to put my camera up and the mic, and I'm like rushing. And you know, he likes to use Skype, and I don't use Skype, so I had to relog into my account. It wasn't working. I start panicking. I'm like sweating through my sweater. I sleep in really big sweaters. And I'm like, I'm not gonna make it. And then Jimmy calls, he's like, it's fine. He's canceled. And I'm like, whew.
It was so funny. It was just funny drama film. Hopefully this
terrifying.
I mean, I have a train in my headphones.
Some of
So
them even leave it with their skin.
I hope this shouldn't be too loud.
Hey.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
we're getting some good feedback. People are saying it sounds fine, sounds good to me, so I think you're good. But if anything, people in the chat can keep us updated. So today's topic is abduction. Now, there are so many facets to this topic. I think for people that want to know a lot about it require years and years and years of research, you know. We're only going to be doing it for about an hour and a bit, maybe an hour and a half. So obviously we're not going to get into like the very, very deep nitty gritty of this topic. But I'm so happy to have Jimmy on because you've interviewed countless people that have studied the phenomenon along with contactees as well. Am I correct? So I couldn't imagine having anyone else. And let's just get into it. And one person I want to ask you about specifically is John E. Mack. He was a Harvard psychiatrist in the I think in the 90s, right? And he went ahead and he said, you know, I do not believe in this phenomenon at all. Abductions are not a thing. But then he goes ahead and he interviews 30, 40 abductees, contactees. And his mindset definitely changes on the concept that maybe it is possible. Now, I want to hear your thoughts on John Mack and a little bit about possibly if you know anything that he's researched.
Yeah, okay. Let's stay with John Mack specifically for a second.
Oh, and John, I mean not John, Jimmy, sorry. I was talking about John. But it seems like your audio is coming from your camera and not from the microphone.
Oh, that's nice. It's from the animated.
Possible. Let me see.
This guy's not that bad.
Yeah, because I...
Oh.
You ever get any girls back to your place? You ever go on any dates or anything like that? You on any of the dating apps?
When it comes to podcasts, it's impossible to not have technical difficulties.
Okay, now how's it sound?
Oh, beautiful. Like a diamond. If they made noises.
You know, I'm very proud.
Probably too loud. See, that's what I was saying. It's too loud.
I'm sure.
I don't know why that reset.
That's probably one. That's on the upside to still living with your mother, right?
John Mack. Okay.
Are you always vacuuming to silence the voices?
Let me see. I want to go deep on this for a second. John, professor at Harvard, tenure.
So take us through like your
Very
last
respected.
date. How did this happen? Where do you meet this girl? How did it go down?
So
explain to us. Just take us through it. It's okay.
Come on, entered into this world of ET and contact, and of course, abductions, which came a little bit later. But full-on skeptic, was a part of the community, didn't understand what was going on. Starts to figure out a few things. Now, everybody can go and read Robert Rothschild's new book called Believer, and it is the story about John Mack.
All right, Casey, let's talk about this date. Give us an example of how it starts. So you meet at a restaurant.
But this is what ended up happening. And let me be very clear for everybody when it comes to the abduction phenomenon. John started to see, and he died, and so we never really found out, but we know that he started to see similarities in his sessions and with people that he a couple of those people I've had on the show. Okay, and if you have time to see about that. But as he started to see these similarities, which he wasn't sharing with anybody, he only kept it inside of himself. And that something flipped with him, where he went from skeptic to believer. And he knew that the phenomenon, the abduction phenomenon, was real. Now, what part of it was real for him was this, was this something cosmic consciousness, was a real physical interaction where people really being taken on the ships and all of that. That's where his research started. At the same time, there were Bud Hopkins, his friend, Dr. David Jacobs, Barbara Lamb. I could continue on down the list of different. She passed away early, but that's these other therapists that were Yvonne Smith that were looking into them. They were all friends. So this thing that John figured out is something that I also do as well, which is this. I listen to everybody, but I don't share certain aspects of my own experiences. I don't do it, and I don't do it for a lot of reasons. The main reason is I don't want to put suggestions into other people's minds, right? Or make them. I don't want to do that. And I also need the proof for myself for my own experiences. When I hear somebody else say a key word, and let's just say, right, okay, I'm just going to pull something out of you. Let's say I saw E.T. wearing Birkenstocks. Now, I know. But what if? And I don't tell anybody.
Another one of the
And
famous
then
regulars here on Kill Tony.
interviewing
Another
somebody
amazing performance by David Lucas.
Tony, it looks like you're holding auditions for the bad guy.
Alright, well, that's actually true.
The little Gray's wearing Birkenstocks.
I actually am holding
Right?
auditions
Now
for the
that's
bad
where
guy.
I would go. Oh,
We know that you're in
their
there.
experience,
You're
right?
all alone.
So I don't share that, and neither did John Mack, or Bud Hopkins, or Yvonne
You're the
Smith,
only guy that
or
watches the
Barbara
Jeffrey
Lamb,
Dahmer
or
show while
David Jacobs. You don't. You're collecting the information. And that's the part of the abduction phenomenon when it comes to therapists and regression therapy that I find is it definitive proof? No, but I find it the most intriguing in that Yvonne Smith knows something is going on because she's done thousands of regressions and she knows these certain things that are similar to each one, but she doesn't tell anybody. She doesn't put it in the books.
You wear those pants
She knows.
distract from everything
And
else.
that's the part of this phenomenon where I have to step back and say, millions of people are not crazy. They're not. They're not. They're having very similar, as John Mack had said, they are having very similar experiences. They don't communicate with each other. These are people that don't know each other. They're in different parts of the world or different parts of the United States. Yet, they share these same experiences. And now, what it is, John never told us. He was killed by a drunk driver. Yeah, 2004 in London. It's 11 o'clock at night.
Jeffrey Dahmer was right about
they drive on the opposite sides of the street over there. So he's looking, he thinks he's in the United States. He's on one side of the street, so he's looking that way. When actually traffic is coming from the opposite direction. He's expecting it this way. It's actually coming this way.
David is motherfucking Lucas, an absolute roasting
there was a lot of
tornado
conspiracy
has
theories
arrived into the
behind
stage.
that.
Wearing a very thinning, plain black t-shirt tonight.
He took his research with him, and that's the unfortunate thing. So that's John Mack, Harvard, and he is one of the examples when you get into the abduction phenomenon. He'll focus on his work. just recently on the show, everybody can go back and listen to it before. I had on Debbie Cobble. And Debbie is an abductee who was featured in Bud Hopkins' book, what we talked about, Intruders, and she
Turns out the front door was unlocked the whole time.
And when you have her recount her experience, which is just,
David,
I mean,
so what's
incredible.
going on in your world?
Again,
Another
it's
unbelievable
very
minute.
similar
Just
to so
stacking
many
them up,
other
piling them
abduction
up like
cases
sandwiches on a
that have been
Tuesday
documented
afternoon.
throughout the years. So go and listen to Debbie Cobble.
How's life going? What's
She's
going on?
amazing, and she's also in a film that I just completed that'll be coming out in November, and you can check Debbie out in that film. But when it's not just Travis Walton, it's not just Betty and Barney Hill, it's not just Calvin Parker, all great cases, and we meet them and stuff. But there are other cases out there, and Debbie Cobble is one. She's just incredible. So that's John Mack, Bud Hopkins, David Jacobs, Yvonne Smith, Barbara Lamb.
The only negative 40 you guys should have is on your SAT scores.
I know that was long-winded, but it just needs to be said for those out there that are just getting into this abduction phenomenon and need to go and find more answers and do some research.
And it's a good time to do it because a lot of these cases are, just alleged witness accounts. Yes, there can be some evidence that can be placed on the body, such as scars and bruising and things of that nature. But overall, at least from what I've done through my research, it's a lot of just kind of believing them. And before we go a little bit more deep into that, I would like to say thank you so much to Inquire Within. They say, oh, yes, look at this magical trio of intergalactic epicness. Keep the good times rolling. And then Disclosure Team, thank you so much. And John Russell as well. You guys are absolutely spectacular for supporting this channel. John says, and thank you, he says, would be so cool to have Dave Politis on the show. Do you guys agree his research proves not all the entities are malevolent? I obviously want to have him on the show, but I know that he doesn't really do podcasts and things like that, especially now that his son has passed away. He's been a little bit more reclusive. So I think maybe a little bit later on into the future, I'll ask him, but right now, for him, I don't think being on this show is very important. But I enjoy his research, Missing 411, and his YouTube channel, along with his documentaries and his books. What about you, Jimmy?
Yeah, he's great. He's a good dude. He's pretty intense.
Do you know him personally?
I do.
What an unbelievable treat you are.
One year at a conference,
another unbelievable set, another unbelievable interview. One of the great roasters and joke writers and performers. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for David Lucas.
And talking, but we did a panel together, maybe two, maybe one, maybe
what
two.
A show!
But he's been on the show many times.
How lucky are we?
One had two in favor.
Alexa Stanton is next. Straight out of the bucket. Alexa Stanton.
You're up
How
next.
about one more time for David Lucas, John? Oh, there's Alexa. Thanks for Alexa.
What? All right, I'm here from Michigan. This is my second time in Austin. Thank you. Same voice and suck a cowboy.
He's a good dude. He's tall, intimidating,
I'm wearing a puppy
big.
beanie hat because the first
He
time I
is.
was
He's
here,
got
my purse got
intimidating eye.
stolen.
He's a big guy, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so
fuck me, right?
he looks like a
It got
cop.
stolen from a
Looks
bar
like a
called
cop.
Four
If you ever
Choices.
have bad news knocking at your front door,
You
you
may have
open it
seen
up,
it
it's
on
going
the
to
way
be
in.
David
It's
Polite
like kitty
standing
corner
there,
from
somebody that
here.
looks
It's
like
across the street.
that's the truth.
Isn't that awful?
And then you get to know him,
It's a
and
photo of the people that stole my.
he's
They got a
intense,
photo of
but
them.
he's very compassionate. He has the ability to crack jokes, but he doesn't want people to know that.
Oh, my dad sent me a
And
big
I say
picture
that sort of in jest, but he's just an intense individual. And then, you get to talk to him and just find out
but it
how
was
cool
a surprise.
he actually
Okay.
is. So there you go. Yeah, get him on the show. give you his number.
I would love to at some point. I'll definitely get him on sometime in the future. So a thing that I had to mention was when people are doing their research, there are kind of two standpoints when it comes to alien abductions. You have half the people saying these alien abductions are great, they're trying to heal us, they're trying to warn Earth about nuclear weapons, war, pollution, and they want to help us evolve. Then you have another section of the population saying these aliens are awful, they're malicious, they're very predatorial, and overall they are abducting humans for their own gain. And I was thinking, I've covered quite a few abduction stories, and I've interviewed someone such as Kristen Dennett, who has done extensive research when it comes to abductions, and he said on the show that overall, abduction should be seen as a bad thing because they're trying to help us, and in many cases they heal you, this, that, and the other. And then I started kind of digging deep into Carla Turner's research, and her standpoint was completely different from what I had read previously. And she stated, like I had just mentioned a little while ago, that alien abductions are terrible. These are very malicious creatures who, in a sense, are pretending like they are siding with humans, saying that they want to help us, this, that, and the other, but they're actually lying and they're doing it for their own gain. I found that really interesting, and I 100% want to hear your thoughts on that take on it.
Carla Turner was amazing, and everybody should go back and look at some of her presentations over the years. She was about this tall, and it's really great to see her. Oh, yeah.
No wonder you're
She was great. Anyway, Carla, very smart, and now I'm gonna put it to everybody this way: being abducted can't be fun. Right? I'm sure it can be, but the experience itself is just going to be terrifying. Just as terrifying as a dog catcher chasing down a dog. Dog doesn't want to have a noose put around his neck. The dog doesn't want to be taken. The dog doesn't want to be abducted. Right? And that dog is panicking. And it would have to be very similar to, you don't want to be kidnapped. Who wants to be kidnapped? Who wants to be thrown in the back of a van and driven away and you don't know what's happening? You're going to panic. They may be taking you to Magic Mountain, but you don't know that. Right? You don't know. You're going to panic. It's not a good experience. You throw in E.T. and aliens into this, some completely foreign, strange experience. It's got to be terrifying. Nothing may happen, injuries or whatever, a dissection, autopsy. Right? You don't know a live on. Okay, but the experience itself has to be terrifying. But most of the abductees, this is where I'm going to stay on the controversial side of the fence. I think most abductees, no matter how terrified they were, no matter how scary the experience was, would not want it to have happened to them. Right?
Okay, I'm really happy you brought that up, Jimmy. I'm sorry, keep going.
They wouldn't change the past. Right? I mean, they wouldn't. Would they do it again? Probably most of them would. Absolutely. You know, and who wouldn't? Yeah, come take me. Let's go. Let me see what this is all about. But now, there are the other experiences. When you talk to Whitley Strieber, and maybe I'll be on the Whitley show this Thursday, speaking about this stuff. So, don't judge people and how they live, is that Whitley's experience, it's a terrifying movie. The book is pretty scary. And he certainly has been very forward about his experiences. But he he has had
I
continued
know, it's
contact
awful.
and with what he calls the others.
Yeah.
And
Partially new though.
I think he's
Facebook
okay
has
with
the
it.
whole fucking
You know,
world.
he's found a way to deal with it.
So what else other than
And
making sketch
just like
videos
anything
in
else,
Michigan
you
with
know,
your
Carla,
father?
Marshall Summers,
I
or
like to
even
garden.
David
I
Jacobs,
just
who
picked up
talk about the
snowboarding. That's been
colonization
fun.
of this
I'm
planet
terrible
or the
at it.
takeover of this planet. That's not necessarily the abduction
Yeah, just a little. I
phenomenon,
know, I'm a
right?
wholesome
So
girl.
Marshall Summers saying,
gardening,
Right.
and it's a great message.
Right.
Something you should listen to. But
I eat
Marshall says
pussy, so
they're
that's.
here
Is that true?
to get this planet,
It's a girlfriend that I have.
and its
I do like
atmosphere
dick though. I don't.
acceptable
I
for
don't
them,
shame.
so
I
they
like
can
it
move
all.
here.
Right.
So those are the changes that are going on.
You love gardening because you're a hoe. Very
And,
good.
you know, that's pretty scary. That's not benevolent.
Thank you.
That's as benevolent as it gets.
Incredible. So, what is,
And David
what is the,
Jacobs
like,
and
who are you
his
with
take
right
on
now?
this
Do you have
and
a girlfriend
Carla,
or a boyfriend?
It's a
Carla
girlfriend.
Terminus.
Okay.
First real
Well,
girlfriend.
okay, that's fine,
I'm
but I
bisexual,
don't
but I feel like
necessarily
it's a
agree
spectrum.
with that.
I'm
If there was
70%
anything
men, 30%
violent or
women.
mean or
Tony, I feel like you're the same but opposite.
you
You're
know,
the
just wrong, I think we would know about it. It'd be
70% women. Yeah, you
another
get it. I feel like
conversation.
You nailed it. You just keep
I
talking.
think
You
that
can't
the
tell
abduction
nobody's laughing.
phenomenon
I like your style.
is real,
Style.
and those experiences are real, but I think in a general sense, it's been a very positive.
So where'd you meet
Scary,
this girl?
yes.
She was
Mean,
my friend's
right?
older sister that I grew up with. So
Is it that? No, I don't think it's that. But scary, certainly.
Real
So
awkward family
I don't
Christmas.
necessarily prescribe to
So you've known her your whole life?
For
a
the most
negative
part.
approach by ET.
So then what happened?
Well, I'm really happy you brought that up because there's something that I read in a book called Dealing with UFOs, Aliens, and Higher Dimensions by Laura. And she used to be friends with Carla Turner. And she mentioned something relating to the alien abductions and clarifying it kind of as the Stockholm Syndrome. Before we get into that, I want to say thank you so much to Akashi Chris for the super sticker. And John Russell says, if they're supposedly trying to help us, they're sure going about it in a funny way. There are better ways to communicate, etc.
And John, right. John, right. John is John. Thank you for making that point.
That's incredible.
Now, John's right.
Absolutely incredible.
Except,
Typical lesbian
Except,
relationship. Right to me from Seattle.
is this?
Gila Hyundai
We
Kona.
can't.
Trying to figure out what level
We're an
you are.
intelligence species.
Rabbi
We're
wants to know if you're in
sentient, and
town
we
on
also have
Thursday because even though
compassion
you're
and
not
empathy.
funny, he
We
wants to
should
book
have.
you on the
We
secret
have
show.
a sense of morals, right? We should have. Don't always practice it.
Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
but that
Red
being said,
Baron showing you the Harvey Weinstein style of booking comedy.
some people like to go fishing. Do you like to go fishing, Christine?
I actually have a huge fear of where I put the reel back and then I catch someone's eye and it goes into the ocean. I don't know why, it's like the weirdest fear, so no, I
Here,
don't like
Alexa,
fishing.
take one of
Or
these.
your
There's a little
own
joke book for you.
Baby.
She's like, if that's like a
But people
lesbian,
fish.
Should have given her one of the journals,
People
Tony.
fish. I don't fish out of the water, but you
All
just
right,
grab
back to the
somebody's
bucket we go.
mom.
You guys having
And
fun out
you
there
are
still,
pulling
huh?
somebody's mom out of the water. Now the baby fish are down there. Where'd mom go?
Your next comedian goes
Right
by
here
the
a
name of
second
Anthony
ago.
Ryan,
And
everybody.
in a few
Anthony
minutes,
Ryan just
that
got
fish
pulled
is
out of
going
the
to be
bucket
gutted,
here
clean, and
on
fried in a
Tony.
pan.
Here he comes.
Now, I don't think, as far as the fish go,
One more
that
time
they're
for Anthony
cool
Ryan,
with that.
everybody.
What's up? What's up?
Okay?
I'm Anthony Ryan. I know.
That may
sounds
be a
like the
crazy
Dago
analogy,
Wop version of Ricky
but
Bobby,
we
but
go all the
it actually
time
gets way worse.
into
unfortunately
the
mostly
rainforest
Mexican.
of Brazil and we
So,
look for new species.
Just a
And
mudblood
we
bunch of
find a
fuckery
new
going on.
species that's never been discovered.
No, but
And
as a
maybe it's a
Mexican, I
cute
gotta say,
little
I'm confused by the border
furry
control conversation.
mammal rodent
Like, why do you
thing,
guys give a
you
fuck?
know,
Most
and
of
wow,
Americans' favorite things are
let's
already
see, it
mentioned.
looks like a rat, but it's not a rat. It's kind of
liquor,
cute. It looks more like
undocumented labor, and
a
happy
hedgehog.
endings.
Wow,
You
this
guys
is
love
a
that shit down
hedgehog
here.
rat. This is a new
But
species.
I
Boom.
just wish Mexicans
Grab
got more
it,
credit
throw
for
it
shit
in the
that was
bag,
ours.
put it on
You
your
know?
backpack, and
Give
you
me
head
prime
back out of
example.
the jungle.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
And he just took,
You guys need to know? Why do you
mama
think
away
that
from her
wetback
kids.
sponge swims so well? Lives in a
And
fucking pineapple.
this hedgehog
He's marinating
rodent
pastor en la casa.
is going back to the
That's
United
not a-
States, where it's going to be
It's
thrown in
not
a
a fucking
cage and
accident.
dissected.
Dude, he's got those
Is that
brown
cool?
dingy shorts with the socks
Well,
up to his knees. That's a
no.
cholo if I've ever
But
seen
we
one.
do it.
You guys serious?
Now, if the species
Dude, he
out
works at the
there
fucking line cook
that
at a
is
burger joint.
a
His girlfriend's a
million
bump
years
with
ahead of
hairy
us
arms.
how would they look at
Anthony Ryan.
us?
Thank you guys.
Wow,
Right? How would they look at
Anthony
us?
Ryan. Wow.
Are they looking at us as
Coming in,
brilliant inventors
absolutely
of the internet?
destroying with SpongeBob material.
Passionate, sentient species.
A very rare treat, very hard to do.
Obviously, you've been performing in front of
they wouldn't.
kindergartners
In fact,
most of
they
your
wouldn't really
career.
have a.
Appreciate that.
But maybe they would want to learn.
Alexa was up here so
Right?
long, I forgot what
And they
comedy
need to
was
bag
like.
and tag. So they grab
Yeah, my
Christina
bad. That was my
Gomez,
dick. That wasn't Tommy
throw
Lee.
her on
She
the
saw
ship,
my dick that my dad was sending around.
and
I
check you
apologize,
out.
Alexa. Sorry.
Right? That's, you know, and so, and hopefully it's a catch and release.
Hopefully,
Unless
they provide us noodles, then I would be somewhat okay with it.
I couldn't hear you over your
I thought about you today. I bought a case of ramen from Costco.
Anthony, how long you been doing stand-up?
I actually just got in January.
Wow, January, brand new.
Black Sharpie.
Good set for someone just getting started.
Is that wrong? Is that a dark way of looking at this? No, it's not. It simply isn't. And we have to accept if we're going to go and claim a benevolent or malevolent race or abductions shouldn't be happening or this, well, we have to take a hard look at ourselves and consider how other advanced races that are out there above us, because we don't think anybody's smarter than us. And because we're the king of the earth, right? The kings and queens of the earth. There's no other species like us here. But there are more intelligent species out there. Now, if they wanted to come over and take over this planet and be mean and abduct everybody and take us back and make us into a slave trade and zeta reticuli, I think that would have already been done. Maybe it has, I don't know. But I think by and large, that most abductees are cool with it, and given the chance, they would do it again.
Zofa says, thank you so much for the super chat. They say, I, Zofa of Earth, hereby give my consent to be taken aboard a trans-medium craft for scientific and or political purposes by non-human intelligent. I am all for it. And I mean, it sounds kind of like the Carl Higbee case, all honesty. Diego Flores, thank you. They say, that is not how things are done anymore. That is the model from the 50s. Now it is photos and videos, how they document animals in the wild. And that's interesting. And I feel like in some respects we're kind of outdated. And in other respects, we don't know what we're talking about. Charles then says also thank you. When Chris Bledsoe. So I actually don't know anything about Chris Bledsoe, so I haven't done my research and I might have to figure out a little bit on who he is. But I think we briefly talked about him, right, Jimmy? I think like once.
I don't think Chris has been abducted. Talked about it. But Chris Bledsoe is a pretty much. You know what? We'll do a whole show on Chris Bledsoe after we do our Bob Lazar special.
Okay, I need to do more research on him because there's a lot of thoughts on him. And then Akashi Chris says, if we are no different than a bug to them, why not mutilate us? If we were nothing, why not crush us?
Okay, let's go back to that because I want to. Oh yeah, you just put it up. John says he has to disagree. Seems like many more are traumatized. No, I'm going to disagree with John. But John, this is just spirited debate and conversation. I appreciate that. Because although you are right in certain cases where he says, you know, their abduction experiences and the event from them and fear that they will happen again. I'm talking about the abductees. Yes. But how many abductees have said over and over again that it's a message of peace, that we are ruling this planet, that we are not ready to have a seat at the table, and as soon as we grow up and learn how to love each other and accept one another, until that happens, the way forward is peace and and you hear it repeated over and over again that they were chosen to share this message on partnership with abductees. And they've given this message of love and how to move forward, how to take care of our planet, how to love one another, and how to be accepting of everybody. What about that message? What, you know, and those abductees, that's not out of fear. And those abductees can't wait for the next trip. So, John, your point is well taken, and certainly there are some that are afraid, and it was a terrifying experience. No question about it. But I think if we took a poll, I would say that I would go 95. I'm not going to say 99. I'm going to go 95%. 95% of abductees are cool with it. They may have been scared, but they would do it again, and they certainly wouldn't change the past.
So then, do you think because maybe these experiences are somewhat pleasant, even though when they're under hypnosis, it obviously wasn't, they really were probed, you know, bad things that end up happening to them, do you think it's possible that they're affected?
Did you say probed?
Probed. But then that would lead me to the question, do you think it's possible that maybe they have Stockholm Syndrome, where they might believe, right, that that after they're being captured, right, these hostages, these abductees, can kind of learn to appreciate these beings that took them because maybe in some respects they were kind of nice to them. You know, here and there, we know from abduction stories that they say, okay, now look into my eyes, I'm gonna calm down, going to relax, you're gonna end up falling asleep. Or they put suggestive memories when they come back to Earth. So I found that when I was researching Carla Turner and that book, I was like, what do you think about that? That's a really interesting statement. Either if it's correct or incorrect, I think it's a very nice thing to debate on and hear people's input on that.
Yeah, you're right about that. Stockholm Syndrome, which is, you know, an example generality of what is Stockholm Syndrome. You get kidnapped and then you end up liking your captor.
Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah. You're falling in love. And, okay, I don't normally do this. In fact, I've never done this before. It's our first time on this show.
Love to get you on the Secret Show Thursday. Wow, he's doing it. Would absolutely love to. Yeah.
I took one of the alien probes. Want to see it?
Sure.
As good as it gets. Anthony Ryan right there, everybody. You just saw the Kill Tony debut of Anthony Ryan.
I can't wait to hear him
traumatizing
Tony.
Yes, David Tell.
But
honestly, dude,
here it is.
This show is the gateway show to another free unpaid show. I love it.
I've never seen a crowd get so
right here,
excited
it says
about a
right
guy
on the
long
side.
career in entertainment.
After you do the Secret Show, you
It
can help me
says
move. I got a
to
lot of
Jimmy,
boxes.
our ET brother.
What kind of fucking Ponzi scheme is this,
And there you go. And so, look at that.
That's pretty big to fit inside of you.
Big Noise here, next comedian straight out of the bucket. Let's all meet him together. He goes by the name of Michael Malamud, everybody. Michael Malamud.
Here's the deal, though. Here's the deal.
Here he comes.
How many times can we go into a repeat of a message where it is over and over again, where the abductees come back and say, you know what, it was pretty scary. Woke it up, something in my room, we left, and I'm on a ship, and I was shown things from the past, I was shown things from the future, I saw other humans on board, there were, observation tables, exam tables, and all of this, all of it. And they come back and say, you know what? I need to talk about this. because it was pretty fascinating. This is what the aliens look like, and this is the message. This is what I saw, and this is, you know, and they don't talk about becoming friends. I think that you know, the Stockholm syndrome part of this, but they talked about the mechanical emotions, that there wasn't anything friendly, there wasn't, you know, a bonding that took place, that everything was done as a job, you know, and that maybe one race or species of these beings showed a little bit of compassion, but not really, and that it was just their gig. And I have to go and accept that. And I'll tell you why. There are, we talk about this all the time, there are, you know, billions of planets like ours. And if you're out on a mission to go and visit and research, you know, a list of, you know, 10,000 planets in this sector of the Milky Way, you're just here for a job. You're here, you're punching a clock, you're coming in, you're getting your stuff done, and you're splitting. You're not here to go to the Super Bowl or come over for movie night. You know, that's not why you're here. You're here to get work done and to move on. And the human species and Earth is just one example for them, one stop for them. Thousands that they've already done and thousands that they're about to do. And are we anything special? We're just as special as everybody else, but they are just walking us in. And that's my take, right? So they come by, they see that we're damaging our planet, and you know, you guys are kind of screwing things up here. You might want to get that in order. And there's bullets and guns and wars and stuff. That's not the future. You guys need to put that stuff away, and nuclear bombs are bad. Right? We gotta go. And we hear this over and over again. I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. Being abducted? Yeah, okay, it's traumatizing. It is. But you'll go back and do it again. And there you go. Go ahead, Christina.
Well, John says, again, thank you, says Pilatus research has proven that even some very small children have been taken and returned face down deceased. It seems some beings don't recognize consent and don't respect our lives.
Yeah, okay, but Pilates, although some of his stuff could be E.T., could be aliens, could be humans, could be criminals, could be Bigfoot sometimes. But his research is so compelling, and so when you and what John is referring to there, there were a few cases, and they're hard to talk about when they deal with children, and it's very difficult for me and anybody else. You know, children are you know, off limits.
Yeah, they're the most pure beings, the most innocent, and they don't deserve those kinds of things.
They are. And so when you hear about a child that is, like John says, you know, found face down with his shoes, you know, a half a mile away, in a weird position, clothes folded up neatly, and no signs of trauma, whatever it may, you know, it's just like weird and it's strange. So, but that doesn't necessarily mean E.T. We're talking about the abduction phenomenon here, John, and we could do a whole show on Pilates, no doubt about it. I don't think that the majority of Pilates and his cases deal with E.T. There's something else going on. And it could be Bigfoot.
Maybe. You know, when we talk about Bigfoot, I gotta have Mike on. I'm not trying to come. But the one story that I found maybe one of the most interesting and possibly currently one of my favorite stories when it comes to abduction, because again, there are countless stories. There are hundreds and hundreds of stories you can find in books and online. But one that I want to talk about that I've actually mentioned before in another episode is the Carl Higdon case. And I feel like his experience was so positive. He gets invited by an ET to come onto his ship and be like, hey, you want to come to our home planet and check it out? And also, here's a pill. You don't have to eat for 4 days. I think
I think I speak for everybody at this table when I say
it's so
we are working way too hard.
Yeah, that whole pill thing kind of bummed me out.
Back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Liam Maloney, everybody. Liam Maloney.
Okay.
What a night.
Not only hit. Okay. You just reminded me.
Where do we
If we
go
back,
from here?
and
Michael
everybody should
Malama
check
is
this
going
out.
to be one tough
But
act to follow.
if we go back to
Here he is, Liam Maloney, everybody.
look at that case,
What's up, Vulcan?
which
I'm going to follow one
how do
word.
I say this? When you hear
21
the conversations, and they're recorded and there's videotape.
Yeah, it's a little fun. Never been able to get braces.
I'm going to pull something up here for a second.
They always say that people with sweet tooth, they really like candy. So I really think this is just God's way of telling me to join the clergy.
Just hang on, everybody. Hang on. I have the internet now. And
I was in the airport the other day at O'Hare in a layover.
I don't know what to do with myself.
It was Charles Hickson.
Okay.
21.
So,
and I was running all over
Charles
the airport
Hickson,
trying to find some
we
liquor,
all know Calvin Parker.
I couldn't find those little bottles. I kept trying to say the name of it,
but
my
their
girlfriend on the phone,
case,
she just didn't understand what I was trying to say.
They get abducted, the police get involved, they get taken to the police station.
Exactly what I'm looking for.
And this is the crazy part about that case for me, where you just step back and you go, you know what? This thing really happened. These guys are telling the truth. They're not making it up. When the police
Hey, there he is, Liam Maloney.
Charles
That was
Hickson
great. The last
and
guy
Calvin
didn't
are
talk,
sitting at the
and
table talking
I wish
to
this
each other, and they think they're alone. And the conversation.
Liam Maloney, welcome to the show. 21 years old. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A month and a half.
Wow, a month and a half. And you came here to start?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Calvin's
What made you choose Austin, Texas, and not New York
right?
or
And
Los Angeles?
This is the way they're not talking about the
comedy in
thing.
LA.
We got to keep our story
New York, and he does Governors and a few of the Long Island ones, and he said that it wasn't going
these
great.
guys are in this interrogation
laying the
freaking out.
Showing how to work it out.
And
That's
go
absolutely
and
correct.
watch
That is the
that
correct
tape.
answer. You are
And then
correct.
tell me that abductions
You just
aren't
won
real. Go
a
and
bunch of
watch
money.
it. And what they
So Liam, what do you do for work?
I sell AT&T products out of a kiosk
they're
at a
fishing,
Sam's Club.
right?
Whoa.
That's the problem. They're fishing. They're fishing.
Oh my goodness.
And
It got worse
see a
and
bunch
worse.
of guy comes down, a little behind them, his strap comes down, next thing you know, there's three beans.
At a Sam's Club in
low
hell.
and
My goodness.
float
Incredible,
them
Liam.
back
What do you do
onto
for
the
fun?
ship.
What are 21-year-olds doing for fun
Inject them
nowadays?
with some medication to calm them down.
Keep my dog from hunting my cat.
They calm down, but
So you have animals too. You
their
brought them from
experience
Yep.
where you came from, which is
was
where
a
again?
positive
Syracuse,
one.
New York.
Syracuse.
The
God.
robots that they
You
described that were there were kind
Did
of
you
freaking,
start
but
at
they
a
didn't
Sam's Club
harm
there?
them.
Oh my
And
God,
they
that's
were
literally
on the ship
hell to
for
me.
a short
Everybody
period
knows
of time,
upstate New York
and then
is hell.
they were kicked off the ship.
Oh my God.
Ship flies
Wow,
away
that is
and leaves
incredible.
them
You're a real survivor.
right there
You
with
must
their
be having
fishing
the time of
pole.
your life here in Austin.
Yeah, I absolutely love it, dude. Love the mics, love the night scenes.
It's a
love
positive
Even
experience.
AGDS?
I don't think Calvin freaked out. I mean, they freaked out about what happened.
Name some of your favorite
But
products
were
that
they
you've gotten from
injured?
HEB so that
Was there
listeners
anything
around the world
traumatizing
start
that
to
happened during
understand
that?
what's going on
No,
here.
no. And going back, I think Calvin over the
Not
years,
exactly what I was
a
looking
lot
for,
of
but
ridicule, a lot of teasing,
have you tried the bacon
um,
wrap?
and a lot of criticism, a lot of
really fucked that
skepticism
one up
out there. But his experience itself, I think, was a positive one. And would
Liam,
he do
so
it
you're
again?
21.
Yeah.
What are you doing for fun
And
in
Calvin
Austin?
is a
Tell me
great
about
guy
it, other
today.
than open
He's
mics.
a great guy. So again, we keep going back to the same point. I don't want to spread fear about
take my dog to all the cool parks
the
here in
alien
Austin.
abduction.
You love your dog.
I
What
just
kind
don't
of
want.
dog
I don't want to be a
I have
part
a
of that.
husky. I brought him
I don't
from
think
up
there's
north.
enough evidence
And
to
the cat
suggest
is
that ET is here
Her name's Maddie.
to be a bad
Yeah, she's like
time,
25 pounds.
or a bad experience. I don't see that.
Well, it seems like Charles agrees with you, and he says, "How do I get abducted?" There's actually quite a few books. There's actually quite legitimate books on how to get abducted. And there's another book that I read, and it said how to not get abducted.
Dr. Red Band with some good
I think
advice.
it's good advice.
Absolutely. I love it. So what else is going on in your world? What else? Give us something. How do you plan to get out of this kiosk at a
And
Sam's Club?
thank you, Bob, so
So I've always
much.
worked in
You're
bars
doing
and
the
stuff,
super
so I've
sticker.
kind of thought about it.
Go outside and hold this up to the sky and
Haven't
just
heard
say,
anything, but just
Take
looking for all
me.
the, like
Well,
coffee
how do
cups
we know if they can read?
there.
Have you heard of the East Side Coffee?
That's an honest question.
what movie was that? Oh, Mars Attacks. Remember when they go on top of the skyscraper in downtown Los Angeles?
All right, Liam. Well, you made your Kill Tony debut. You've been here a month and a half. What do you guys think? Any
Holding
words
up
of
the
advice
sign.
for Liam? Anybody?
But I think all of us want to experience it. We really do. It's like the ultimate thing.
And let's not forget Gary Falcon's Kill Tony
Well,
debut.
on that point, John has a question. And he says, does Travis Walton want to be abducted again? Because, I mean, you've spoken to him.
Just keep at it. You're down here.
Would he want to be?
That's great. It takes a little balls to put your name in.
I teased
About a month
him
and a half, dude. That's great.
about that a lot over the years, and
His Kill Tony
I can't speak
debut,
for Travis.
ladies and gentlemen,
I don't
starting
want to
off
do
with
that,
a little
but
joke book. There goes Liam Maloney, everybody. There he goes.
just let me say this.
Should we go to the bucket one more time?
Yeah, I think he would do it. I think most abductees would. They
You guys
continue.
say so. Let's see what happens
Look,
here.
all of
Make some noise for
the
your
famous
final
cases
comedian out of
of
the
that,
bucket.
where
Dylan
they're
Sharp,
still with us
everybody.
today.
Dylan
Talk
Sharp.
about it. They're out, they're writing
Here
books
we go.
and they're just on shows
Sharp.
and speaking about it, and they've had a continued contact after their abduction experience. I think the vast majority would love to do it again, and they continue to have contact. Look at a case like Barry Littleton. Barry,
here he is. Dylan Sharp.
Again, discovered he's been on Faded Black many times.
Zero bitches. I call that
An
post
absolute positive experience for him that started when he was a very, very young boy, and he continues through today. And he's okay with it.
I used to work at a Golden Corral. You're welcome, by the way.
Very
my marketing
detailed
campaign for Golden
in
Corral.
his
Golden Corral, if you want food,
experiences and sharing it with everybody. You just reminded me.
Golden Corral, when you're here, you're probably wish you were somewhere else.
Well, I would love to get Travis Walton on the show, but he's still unwell. Like, he's still unwell with his chest, right? I know he's having some health issues.
Really?
Like, you never meet a couple.
Travis Walton, yeah.
I didn't know he was having issues.
My son Albuquerque.
Yeah, when he was on Conflict Radio, just a few weeks ago, he was just like, I think like fluid was getting up in his lungs, and he had to have some kind of oxygen. Maybe I'm incorrect. But I do know that he was having some issues with his chest the last few weeks.
Hold that note. Hey man, Comma, how you doing?
You've been on this show before, right, Dylan?
Gotta get you back on the show ASAP.
Strong right out of the gate,
Exclamation point. Give me a call.
Now blink, all right?
Holy shit.
Barry Littleton is great. And that's how you.
Have you been told this before?
No, I didn't know that about Travis.
You guys.
I didn't know.
Who told you that?
One of the things that I talk about a lot, and I think that most of us lose sight of it, I certainly do. If you go back, we have to remember that we're in 2021.
I have OCD.
So,
do you?
Yeah.
There's a case that you were following in
What are
1975.
some OCD things about you?
I can't do anything in sports.
20 years old, and you're following somebody that was abducted at the age of 30. They're in their 70s today,
Nothing comes in fourth.
right? And maybe even older.
OCD.
And that goes
What
with
else
musicians and actors and things. And that we are 2021.
Oh shit!
And so
Really?
that means
What does it
40
take to
or
get you
50
hard other than a
years have
pistol in
gone.
your mouth?
And it's mind-blowing things. So Travis
He's like a
Walton,
human Wordle.
right? And if you go back to 1975, how many years ago was that? How old was he then? How old is he today?
There's a lot wrong with you. I'd be interested to see. I'd be interested to see what an
talk to
actual
Don Schmidt about
doctor
this.
would say
We
about
need to
someone like
continue
you. Is there
to
a
talk,
doctor out there?
collect information from all of these people, get inside of their memories of this, and try to get all of the data that we can. because we just assume that everybody's going to be around forever, and that's clearly not the case. So we need to do that. Just like Roswell, very quickly, Roswell was 1947.
So what are we doing here, Tony?
And when everything came to light in 1980,
good to have a doctor on call. He's got a show on the Your Mom's House Network.
Most of the people that were they were young at the
The
age
great
of 30,
Dr.
right?
True.
And now, in 2021,
Well, he sits in the seat.
all of them are dead. Right? There's nobody left.
So
Did we collect everything? It doesn't matter. Now we are interviewing the grandchildren of the witnesses to Roswell. So just like anything else, these abduction cases and these phenomenal experiences, we need to constantly stay on it, collect the data, interview, document, and convert things over into a historical perspective so we can study it and look at it later.
Well, while we're on that note, talking about talking to the grandchildren of those from Roswell, well, it seems like there are quite a few stories when it comes to abduction that it's actually through the generations. The grandmother or the grandfather got abducted, then it was their daughter, then it was their granddaughter. There aren't a lot of stories like that, but there are a few that would definitely stand out. Have you ever interviewed someone that's had a generational abduction, or what do you think about that?
So wait,
Me.
you said that you have OCD,
You.
and what happens with counting? All right,
What?
What's so surprising about it?
No, nothing. Go ahead and tell the story.
My whole family was abducted. So,
being associated with
my great-great-great-grandfather, as he was signing the Declaration of Independence, couldn't sign. He was abducted on his way to Independence Hall in Philadelphia. I make it up. But my point is, I believe it is generational. And when you speak to somebody that has had a life of contact, you immediately find out that their mother had contact, their father had contact. And then it goes, one step further, and before you know it, great-grandfather, great-grandmother talked about rays in 1890. And so, what do we do with that? How do we unpack that? How do we frame that with today? Well, just like John Mack and Bud Hopkins and others, that look at this, they definitely take a look at the generational aspect of it. It is something that they have spoken about, and you find that repeated over and over again today. My own experiences, I was saying all of that is yes. I don't know if my mom had any UFO experiences, but she definitely was pretty trippy as a young woman when I was very young. And she was into all of these things. She was into UFOs, and she was into Ouija boards and ghost writing and Edgar Casey and these things. But I never talked to her about UFOs. That doesn't mean that she never had a sighting, but I don't know if I was ever abducted. I don't think so. But when you talk to abductees, you quickly find out that not only did their parents and grandparents have stories to share, but now their children of abductees are having experiences. So yeah, I think it's generational, and why not?
But my question is, so if they're generational abductions, do you think there may be some kind of tinkering going on with the genetics? Like, why do you think they're being watched one after the other?
Yeah, why not? I mean, why not? I think that's one of the best points. Oh, I just got a text back.
And the other one was given to the Clayton Foundation.
See, that's how you see. Are you learning? Christina?
I've
That's
had
how
a
you
guy
book
who
a
wrote
guest.
for
Go
the
on
show
somebody else's show
NCIS, and
and
he
just
told me,
pick up
did
your
y'all know
cell
that
phone and
NCIS
book
is
a
supposed
guest
to be
live
said
on
like
the
a word?
Barry Littleton is going to be out of Beta Black again. Everybody needs to
Okay,
check
I
out
thought
Barry.
that was
You
gonna go
need to get
better.
Barry on here with you.
Well, then pass me his
Isn't it
number.
funny thinking you just say NCIS like a word and
I need your whole contact list. Pass them all over.
Roger Waters has
Everybody
recently
wants
angered
what's in
Pink
this
Floyd
phone.
fans around the world, surprisingly
Now,
not
okay,
because of his
so,
pro-Russia stances, but because he
what was
said
the question
Aphex
again?
Twin isn't a real musician.
About generations and when it comes to abduction.
Right.
Is it because of genetic tinkering, or why do you think that is?
The other day I explained to Redband how the first person contracted monkeypox. They banged a monkey, to which Redband replied, "Oh no, I sure hope I don't get cousin pox."
But I believe that genetic tinkering has been going on for a couple of 100,000 years. So, if you're looking Homo sapiens sapien, you're in college,
That's a fact.
go chase down an anthropologist,
Yeah, look it up. No, you can look
crazy
at the video.
professor
It's
in
on the fucking
biology,
internet. It's so
and go up
gross.
to him
They
and go,
filmed it.
I read something last night.
Okay, that's fine.
Kind of
Alright,
strange.
he's done.
But
2
Homo
minutes and
sapiens
12
sapien,
seconds.
we've only
He
got
gets to do as
46
long as he
chromosome
wants.
pairs. But primates have 48.
William Montgomery
Isn't that a
doing
lot
what
of
only
information in
William
just 2 extra
Montgomery can do,
chromosome pairs?
coming in,
How
Grand
come,
Slams only,
how come
all the way
apes?
through,
How come
absolute
chimpanzees?
energy.
How
Tried to
come
pull a
little
Michael
baby
Malamud
spider
at the
monkeys
beginning there, and bailed
are
out
not
quick.
designing their own cell
I
phones
thought you
and
were going to
building
pull it off.
condos?
I think you could probably do it. How you doing, William?
Just asking.
Tony, I actually have some
Because it doesn't make any
really
sense.
really
How
sad
did
news
this
for the
miracle
show.
of a change
I got a new
in
manager,
our chromosome
and he actually
patterns
booked me a
and
spot
our
on,
DNA
Late Night with
just
David
happened?
Letterman, so I'm going to
How did
start
this just
doing
suddenly,
that. Yeah, I got a new
Homo
manager,
sapiens sapien appeared here 200,000 years ago
Late Night, or what
with
is it called?
46 chromosome pairs?
Yeah, Late Night
We're
with
supposed
David
to be
Letterman. What do you mean?
That's not a show anymore.
What's up with Chromatin?
Doesn't do a late night
What's
show
up
anymore.
with
I literally just got
Neanderthal
this new manager
and their
guy.
chromosome
Booked me a
counts? It doesn't make
fucking
any
gig
sense.
on what is David Letterman's
Unless
show? What does this manager
somebody
look
did
like?
the snip snip
Oh,
200,000 years ago. So back to your point. Today,
he's really sweet, but yeah,
you
he's
come
little
by
Hispanic
Earth
guy. Yeah, he
and
said he
you
got me a fucking
check
gig
out
on
a
David
family's
Letterman's. I'm so
DNA
embarrassed now.
and you look and you did something 200,000 years ago, and now you're going around kind of checking out DNA, possibly altering DNA, maybe in a family tree, looking at it, changing things. It could have to do with diseases. It could have to do with your height. It could have to do with your hair color. Whatever it may be, your intelligence. Whatever it may be, and you're going and looking and because we were modified 200,000 years ago. Somebody did it, and it wasn't by accident. And so the question of with the family and the abduction phenomenon and DNA and research going through the family tree generational, is that a possibility? It's been going on for 200,000 years. So,
And I think if we can do it to plants, modified plants, dogs, species, cats, and so forth, I don't see why other entities can't do it as well.
we're doing it ourselves today. CRISPR technology, the modification of DNA in this country, what actually goes on ethically or unethically, legally or illegally, I don't know. I don't have those answers. I can tell you, right now in China, you want a disease-free kid, and you want to choose the height and intelligence and body type, and
that's what I've been doing the past 2 weeks now.
they're doing it over
6 days in a row.
So,
7th day
yes,
you get
yeah. And if
to
we're doing it
Seriously,
with
did
our
you really get that
primitive
from
little
Cracker Barrel?
brains
Yeah.
on this
Yeah, I
planet,
go there all the
ET has
time.
really got
pay for it? $20. Really?
got a hold on
When
this.
do you think it would be more?
They did it 200,000
It looks
years ago.
vintage. No, this is what they sell.
And with that, we will be right back.
Hi, I'm Micah Hanks, and let me tell you something. I support Christina Gomez as a Patreon subscriber, and here's why you should too. She brings all of her unique insights to a whole new generation, and all while she's also going through college. Listen, support Christina, become a Patreon subscriber today. You won't regret it.
Somebody starts to move. Is there somebody up there?
That went so smooth.
Can we get somebody down here that knows the actual, perhaps
whether that's real
And you
or
just
perhaps
we'll
the
be right
price
back.
of something like this. Is there any movement?
You know, I'm
See
not as good as
anything?
you yet because you have to do
See
so
over
many
here?
of them and you got really awesome commercials, so I'm learning from the
Where?
best.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
The black lady? Oh,
I'm more than jealous.
No. You have an awesome crew to help you out.
okay. Well,
While we're still on the topic of reflections, we still got a little bit of time. Let's talk a little bit about probes and kind of the physical evidence that can be left after an abduction. There are a lot of stories by abductees who say, well, I can't fully remember what happened until they enter hypnosis, but when I woke up, I had these weird scars, weird bruises, some parts of my body hurt, such as the genitalia, and or in some cases, my whole body feels all achy. How could that be if I was just very peacefully sleeping in bed? And then through hypnosis, or maybe through just memory, able to remember sometimes of what actually happened. Now, from all the people that you've interviewed, abductees, or those that have done the research on it, what have you learned from them when it comes to the physical evidence?
Well, most don't want to talk about the feeling of it may have been sexual or that there was something that made them uncomfortable. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it because, what happened to Whitley, you don't want to become an episode of South Park, right? That's pretty hard. And jokes and so most don't. Some do. And I've had Aaron Montgomery on the show recently, of course, Debbie Cobble on the show recently, Geraldine Orozco.
We did it again. Love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
I'm always checking. You never know. But other parts of the body too as well. Neck, legs, arms. Yeah, feet. Feet. Okay, can I say this? Let's get off of the UFO subject for just a second. I've been seeing small children and babies that are so much smarter and with larger eyes than their parents. Genetic manipulation is more evident lately.
I have bigger eyes than my parents.
Christina, you are alien. Both alien. Hey, you know what? Everybody should go and watch the movie Alienated. And when you look at these posters, it's two people holding hands, a man and a woman.
Hand for the band, huh? Did you guys hear that?
Ever wonder
That's the official
who is
Super Bowl
being
peanut butter
abducted?
whiskey Kill
Look
Tony
at your
band.
name.
That's the great D-Man
Right?
on
Just
the bass
look at
guitar right there.
somebody that you would never. You don't have to wear a
That is
tinfoil
Dave
hat
Scher on
and
that
have an
electric
ET
guitar.
bumper
Matt
sticker on your car
Spratz on this one over here. And that's the great Michael Gonzalez on the
That's
drums.
not usually the case.
Oh!
And
Hey, look!
I have
Paul Deaver on the horns,
abductees.
everybody. We got all the Austin icons here for one amazing show. I'm so pumped about it. A lot of great stuff happening, a lot of fun stuff planned for the night. It is indeed a very special episode. Go find out why in just a moment. But before we start, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, you might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian. And I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again. October 11th and 12th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. October 14th and 15th,
I've got literally 1.1 gigabytes down. 1.1 gigabytes.
Pay a fraction of that price.
That's
It's free to sign
download,
up,
and
and you
I'll
can
tell
skip a
you what
month
my
or
upload
cancel
is in
anytime.
just a
it's
second.
like Christmas every single month,
bizarre.
except stuff that you
Upload
actually
is,
like, not
running
another pair of
around
socks from your dead
49
grandmother.
megabytes.
Get 20%
And
off
that's,
your
that's
first
insane.
monthly box when you
I don't
sign
know
up
what
at
it is.
boxofawesome.com
So,
and enter the code
back to
KILLTONY at checkout.
the
That's
more that disclosure is
boxofawesome.com,
being discussed, and the more that the mass media is discussing this, and the Senate Intelligence Committee, the Department of Defense, the DIA, Lou Elizondo, the New York Times, Tucker
You guys
Carlson,
ready to
that
start
bow
tonight's
tie,
show or what?
the more that people talk about this, abductees are going to step forward. Their comfort zone is there. And they feel that they can finally discuss this stuff in the public without ridicule and teasing, as it should be. So more than
Okay, how would you decide that?
it's okay, Christina. Here is broadcasting 101. It's not my job to be judge or jury. It's not. It's simply not. I cannot, with all of the BS that comes out of my mouth, with my own experiences, I don't want people to judge me, and I don't want people to, I'd rather have them listen. They don't have to believe me, but they should always listen without criticism. How was your weekend, Tom? Okay, that's it.
It was amazing, Tony. You weren't there to make fun of me, but
to give the same respect to everybody else.
There's a lot of slack
I just
to be
have
picked
to
up
do
on,
that.
a lot of extra
And
material,
I
some
think
of
with
which
our
you cut off
community,
that shirt.
that we have to establish
I love it. I always love it when you dress
some
like a
basic,
Thanksgiving
and
kid.
that's what the beautiful thing about the UFO community. And it should be that way all the time. It's not. It's certainly not. And these days, things, have gotten a little, I think animosity is the right word. There's a lot of that goes on. But using discernment, using the ability to go squinty eye, that's fine.
So why the fuck is
Discernment is,
Chick-fil-A trying to call it a sun
you
joint?
have disclosure and you have discernment.
I go through a Chick-fil-A.
Judge and jury with
I'm
me,
trying to cut back on sodas.
I listen to everybody and I
ordered
give them the
Palmer,
same
and
courtesy
this
that I extend to them. And that's what we should always do.
And I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm the exact same. I don't judge. I don't want to judge.
For all those parents that don't have time to pick up their kids when school ends,
Jaime goes down to Mexico. He's from Mexico. Mexico City sells 15,000 tickets in this arena. Invites anthropologists,
No, I go to the
scientists,
school. I have to show them an
experts
ID and
from around
pass the
Mexico.
background check. And
Richard Dolan flies down from New York. And I get sent these high-res images. Don Schmidt is involved, and some others.
And how long you been doing that
without going into the details, but these pictures are there.
How's it going? Tell us about it. How are
I
the
get
kids
sent the
nowadays?
high-res, and as these
I have a
pictures,
background.
the high-res versions brought out,
Not only do you have a
in
background, but your
Mexico
friend
City.
is also around. I don't know if you've noticed.
By the end of the
I thought that
night,
was better than what that got too.
the end of the night,
Like a light. I
the
noticed from the
community
gate. You guys
jumped
are
all over
light
that.
energy
Very
tonight.
smart
Is everything
people.
okay?
Went in, deciphered the cars, deciphered the words,
Runs around
looked at
because
this,
he's fat
found out
again,
where the
folks?
location where this was photographed, which turned out to be the
Let's
roadside
just
museum.
thank you, sir. Thank you.
That it was an indigenous mummy of
Go
a
ahead. I
baby,
interrupted you.
and they deciphered the
So a
writing
long
on the
fucking time
card.
ago, I
That
was a
was
camp
that was
counselor for
always
like
blurry and
8 consecutive summers
And
at a Boy
in
Scout
a
camp.
matter of,
Absolutely. So you
I'm
have
going
heavy
to say,
experience in pedophilia. Very good.
an hour. It might have been 2 hours.
Yeah, I got
An
some
hour,
love
2 hours. The entire case,
pedophile
the fun,
movies that were used.
15,000 people buying tickets in Mexico City, all wasted their money.
What did you guys do in the Boy Scouts? Go steal the Girl
But that's
Scouts
an
cookies
example
from
of
them
the
and
community policing itself.
Okie
Right.
dokie.
And this
I guess we're
community
just gonna
does
start
it
slow
constantly.
today.
There are a bunch of very bright people
I
that
taught
will take a
basket weaving in the
photograph,
Boy
that will take a
Scouts.
story,
Oh,
that will take a
wow.
location,
Seriously?
take a video, get it broken
Among
down,
other
look
things,
into
but
somebody's
basically
past, look at it. There's
they
a name
kept me
that's
with basket
involved to
weaving.
find
They
out
knew I was kind of
whatever it is.
Nights on
Hotel or other
Friday.
places?
Oh, tomorrow night I have
signed up to
Daryl
appear
Inca,
in
Bashar.
in the bar
Yes,
bathroom.
he's the director. He channels Bashar. He's also
amazing.
directed the movie
Get a room at
Alienated.
the Holiday
He's talking
Inn.
about
You know
it.
what I'm saying?
Everybody needs to go and watch
surprising that they could do that because you literally should
You
get a
can do
room.
it right now on
at a
Amazon.
hotel.
So that's tomorrow night, Daryl Inca. Tonight, Jim Harold.
So you said
And then
she cheated.
Thursday
You're saying
night
she
is
was
the
married?
return of Ryan. I'll talk to
Yeah,
everybody.
still married.
Thank you
You
so
think
much,
about
Christina. Behave and be
calling
well.
the husband or anything?
Right back at you. And you can find Jimmy
Yeah,
on
yeah.
YouTube and KGRA at Fade to Black. I'll catch you, Jimmy, a little bit later today.
I
I'll talk to you,
met
Christina.
him. I met him
Bye.
once before, but I met him quite a few times
Oh my gosh. I always say I love having him on. I really do love having him on. And don't forget to jump over to the Singularity Lab on YouTube, Michael Mataluni, now at 4 p.m. PST. So jump in, say hi. I'll be there and I'll say hi to you. And I want to thank everyone who joined me in the live chat today. All those who supported the show with super chats, with stickers, and even just writing a ton of comments in the live chat. I want to thank all my moderators for the great.
I love the pitch that David Luke gets this guy to. The nicest thing I heard of Black Guy say about sketches was, man, they do. You don't get no pictures of you. What do you feel about life like that? When's the last time you get to step with that? It's been a while, man.
Hello and welcome to episode 19 of Shifting the Paradigm. While this intro was playing, no one else can see but me, but my guest was dancing and jamming to the music. We're going to bring him in rather shortly. I am Christina Gomez, your hostess for this next hour of adventure and UFO shenanigans where we look and think outside the proverbial box, jump down rabbit holes, and where the red pill is actually a red tail. I would love to say hi to everyone in the live chat. Spaghetti Lee, Paul, Alien Girl, Zofa, how are all of you guys doing? Today I am so pumped to introduce my guest, my good friend and teammate from the day group, Chris Plain. Chris is a fantasy and science fiction novelist, a stand-up comedian, and currently works as the head science writer at the BBC. Across his 30-year writing career, Chris has written hundreds of comedy sketches.
Matthew, thank you for getting tonight's show started. You showed everybody how it's done. Matthew D. Maloney, everybody. All right, back to the bucket we go. Anything can happen here. Hell yeah. Good-looking crowd we have here tonight. Your next comedian goes by the name of Justin O'Donnell, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Let me introduce you,
Justin
our special guest.
O'Donnell. Here he comes.
How are you doing, Chris?
All happening.
Christina, how are you? Great to be here. Super excited to be here. Before we start, I just want to do something for my mother. Dr. Carol Pan, this is for you. There you go. That was it. Just for my mom.
The other day.
You and there's say hi to your mom when you're on anywhere.
Well, especially here. This is the one that she watches whenever I tell her, hey, there's a new video at the debris. She asks me, is it a Christina video? And then she watches it. So since it's over here at Paradigm Shifts and it's got me and you both, she's definitely going to watch it. She's not watching live.
We had Chris, Kristen, and Christina. I remember you saying, if your name's in Timothy, you better just get out of here. Get out of here right now.
And I think there was another, like, Chrissy's email right at the beginning too that came and went. But yes, I think at one point there was 4 of us. So yes.
So they're my two friends. They're strippers, and
I can't hear you
my
anymore.
apartment. They were.
Is that why you always hold on to
Gabby,
a
are you
pole
there?
like that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Reminds
she's
me of
going
better
in and
times.
coming back out.
So your two stripper friends are on the wet floor. Explain how they get there.
So
But I cannot
they were
see.
getting drunk. They're drinking my beer, and they were like doing, I think, ballet.
Well, there you are,
Drinking
back.
your beer like you didn't want them to be drinking your beer.
It's just getting worse and worse. Okay, but let's go ahead and continue. So, before we even jump into a lot of the things that you write for the debrief, do you remember the very first article you ever wrote? And can you just
Yeah, right. So the first article I wrote for the debris was in December of last year. So MJ reached out to me and gave me an assignment. It was Purdue University was researching a new fact. I would go to the library. I would give up anything I could on UFOs, and, as they call them, UAPs nowadays. And so that's something I've been following, writing about. When the debris found me, there was a website called UAP Research that was around all last year. And it went out of business when the founder got another job and closed it down. But, he had reached out to me because I had blogged about it on my author site, plainfiction.com, where I promote my books and other writings. And I just thought, so much has happened since 2017, 2018, 2019. I mean, the last couple of years, Christine, as you know, are like nothing in the history of the topic. So for my own fun and for my book fans who are emailing me saying, hey, you know about this stuff, what's going on with all these UFOs and videos? I wrote a big, like 10,000 word, 4-part blog entry on my own website about UFOs. That led me to UFO research. I wrote a bunch of articles for them. And because of that, I got reached out to by MJ Benias at the Degree. And next thing I know, I was writing science articles over here. And he even told me at the time, I don't really need the prime network show talking about, among other things, UFOs.
And at that time in the 70s, was it a popular TV show?
Yeah, it was really popular. And I can tell you, like I said, I was very young. But there wasn't really anything else feeding it. Think about the interest you have in it. Think of this community you and I are part of that has all these people interested. And imagine there's no place to go for that information. But there's no internet, there's no slew of cable channels. You can't go, to an Ancient Aliens episode or a UFO episode on Discovery Plus. So when they came out covering Atlantis, Lemuria, just all these hidden mysteries. I mean, it was the first time I had heard of the Loch Ness Monster. It was the first time I had heard of the Bermuda Triangle. A lot of these mysteries came back when it happened, and it had kind of existed very much in the background. And then researcher Stanton Friedman was able to interview Jesse Marcel, the first officer on the scene at Max Brassel's ranch in Corona, and that was this first, sometimes you see these famous clips of Jesse Marcel saying, we don't know what it was, and they sure know it wasn't a regular balloon, and this was the first guy on the scene. That was from that show, and my father and I, when the show would end, we would discuss it in depth. Somehow in that living room, we were going to figure out if aliens were real or not.
I definitely feel when it comes to parents, they're some of the best foundations we have when we're children with our interests, our likes and our dislikes. And I think it's amazing that you as a child and even other children are able to openly talk about these kinds of topics and have support on being able. Thank you so much. He says, now I lost, have you guys heard anything about what's going on behind the scenes with regards to any bug UAP news coming up soon?
I think it means big UAP news. I'm going to go ahead and jump out on a limb there. I can tell you that, so I can't give anything specific away, but I can tell you this, and I've been telling people this the last couple of weeks. The most exciting thing about working at the Debris is hearing behind the scenes what those three partners are working on. MJ, Benias, Micah Hanks, and Tim McMillan are working on these sort of stories. I mean, sometimes it's just, they'll send it to me and say, hey, we can give it an editorial look over, and all of a sudden I'm reading an exclusive interview with Ryan Graves at 2 o'clock in the morning, So I can tell you that stuff is being worked on. I do think there is big news, and I do think there's exciting things. Christina, we have some events planned later in the year at the Debris here.
And one coming up just on Sunday.
Yep, and Sunday will be at the UFO Congress. And although our talk at the UFO Congress is titled A Year in Review, I'm also referring to it as What's Next, because I think that's what people want to hear. So yes, we will definitely review what's happened over this last year when appropriate, but yes, the answer to that question is things are happening. More is in motion now than has been in motion at any time, just because that report came out in plan, so it's not done yet. But there will be a mission to go up, grab those samples, and bring them back for analysis in the lab on Earth. And that literally, I think, happened yesterday or today with the Perseverance. On your first question, on the Curiosity rover,
concept,
and it took
what
so long to
designer
put
truck
that
did you take
photo
before
together?
coming on
That's
the
an
show
excellent
tonight?
question. You know, I speak to people at NASA all the time, and it's a question I'll ask. I hadn't even thought about it. That rover has been up there doing a lot of stuff.
There you go.
I can tell you
There
that
you go.
video I pointed out, I put out, and the little article around it. Part of what was going on was they were showing where it was going next, and it had gotten to a nice little rise that had a great shot of the valley. So I would suspect, without knowing for sure, that part of the motivation was, we just have a really great view here, let's do a photo of it.
I will just take a selfie while you're at it.
Right? Yeah, I think it was just one of those, you know, yeah, you're standing at the edge of Grand Canyon, and you go, honey, where's my phone?
What shocked me about this Curiosity rover was it got into the crater in 2012, and it's only traveled 16 miles in almost 10 years. That's what I found really interesting.
Yeah, that's just lazy.
Pretty fucking deep. I mean, 5 more
Just
years,
lazy.
you're an adult.
Just lazy.
So how was that? Were you in foster
You
care?
know, hey, I'm trying to keep it loose here. So with these sort of missions, you know, obviously, aside from the obvious, no one directly there controlling it, we send control messages, and the radio signals take, you know, many minutes to get there, and then the operation. When they plan a mission like this, they find an area that they think is the most tantalizing. They land there. I think that one's in Gusev Crater. I'm not sure. I don't remember for sure. I think it's in Gusev Crater. And it lands there, and it really is just analyzing that little area that it is. You know, it's not designed to traverse miles and miles, but basically to be a little localized lab that has the ability to move around.
Programming stuff, it's really awful.
Maybe they should change the name from Curiosity rover to just like Chill rover or something.
Yeah, exactly. I believe we found life on Mars in 1978. And everything I have read has compelled me to feel that he's probably right. And all of these missions since, when you look at the rovers that Spirit and Opportunity, when they went up, they pretty much proved that went past. The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, they have pretty much proved full-size lakes, maybe even small oceans, and now these newest rovers are getting down to that nitty-gritty. I would not be the least bit surprised. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say I would be surprised if we don't. That would surprise me.
How long, in your opinion, do you think it would take for us on Earth to know that there is life on Mars, to get evidence?
So, I think the good news is it's going to happen soon. I think the bad news is that's soon from a scientific term. So, I think 9 or 10 years from now is when they're planning on sending. That's the rough range NASA's using for the sample return, Mars sample return mission I was talking about, where they would go up, grab the samples that have been stored in Perseverance, and bring them back to a lab on Earth for more detailed study. I don't think any of the rovers we have there now, or any of the planned missions coming up, will be quite sophisticated enough to 100% confirm that. And I think that's why there is this focus on bringing that back here, where we can really analyze it in a laboratory setting and run hundreds of different tests. Because if we come, as I pointed out, in 1978, we said, okay, we found life, and people said, rightly so, we probably need a little stronger confirmation. So I think that's where we are, Christine. I think 10 years from now, I think we will have that answer. And based on the pace of the UAPTF and a lot of things that are happening with the Galileo project and NASA, we might find something as interesting about life not on Earth before that.
What do you think the chances are of finding marine life on Europa and Ganymede?
Very high. I hear that a lot. Those were targets. You're talking about the moons of Jupiter and moons of Saturn that are icy moons. And yes, there's a lot of feeling, and this is something I tell people all the time. I say, 20 years ago, NASA didn't have astrobiologists. They did not have astrobiologists. They didn't even have a planetary protection officer, which they have now. which is essentially the person's job to make sure our missions going to other places don't pollute it with our microbes, as well as we don't bring back a killer virus or bacteria that wipes out a chunk of, if not all of our planet. All of those people, all of those positions, that's what they do. There's now people within government, within universities, people within these organizations, that their entire job is astrobiology, looking at life on other planets. And yes, I would not be the least bit surprised that the better we get at surfing our own solar system, and the better we get at searching those moons and other planets, that we might find all kinds of life across our own little solar system.
I sure do hope so, especially in our life.
He said, Chris, you're my fiction writer. So I want you, when you can, I want you to tie that bridge between science fact and science fiction as often as you can. And that was a story I was working on for a while, but our friend Micah Hens, who we just saw on the screen, wrote an article about a group of scientists who had learned how to detect life remotely. So they were up in a helicopter, and they could scan the ground and say, oh, there's signs of life there, there's signs of life over there. And of course, people who watch Star Trek know, yeah, they scan for signs of life all the time, whether it's with a little handheld tricorder or they do it from orbit. And that ticked something in my brain. And I said, I think Mike is onto something. And I started digging through, looking for that. Like, where are we on transporter? Where are we on food drive? Where are we on food replicator? And I found we were a lot closer on the vast majority of things from Star Trek than I would have guessed. And a number of which, as people pointed out, I mean, tablet PC computers, they were carrying them around on Next Generation before we had iPads. Talking to your computer by voice was something they did in the original Star Trek. Now I talk to Alexa 100 times a day. So those things, a lot of things have just straight up become, again, that's my opinion. I can tell you the one I'm really looking forward to is the food replicator, because I'm tired of cooking.
I feel you on that one. Yeah. I like just putting stuff in the oven, letting it do its own thing after it's been frozen. But I'm really happy that you brought up several that I genuinely wanted to talk about. One of them being is the food replicator. You also mentioned in that specific article that there is something kind of already coming to us in present day. It actually came out in 2016 called Food Inc. That blew my mind. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So I just did a little research on them, but they were basically a pop-up restaurant, I believe popped up in New York, and they pop up from place to place, Food Inc., and they were the first, what they call printed food. So just what you would think, like a 3D printer prints physical components. They had developed a machine that you could load up with all these different ingredients, and it could more or less print you a tray of food. And I think the first people to do it were in a hospital, where they were doing it on a more like industrial scale, like here's your scoop of potatoes, here's your scoop of peas. But I believe Food Inc. is legitimately creating complex meals with a 3D printer.
That's what I was a little bit confused about as well, and like how it actually created food in 3D. I didn't get how it worked. But it also shocked me how their restaurant, their utensils, and their plates were also made out of 3D printers as well. I was like, oh my gosh, that's insane.
Yeah, really? You can rent a store space, bring in a materials printer and a 3D food printer, and print up potatoes, chairs, plates, right? Just print up everything and put it all together right there. But yeah, they're printing food. As far as getting to a replicator like in Star Trek, and I mentioned this at the end of that segment, to my understanding of the technology of Star Trek, the replicator works a lot like the transporter, where it essentially takes a programmed description of food by code and uses raw material to essentially manifest or create the food item. That's something that's probably, if it's a reality, again, it falls under that same issue with the transporter, which current technology has a hard time getting us there.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was another movie, like I think in the early 2000s called Spy Kids, and they had something very similar, but they used water molecules to create food. But apparently it did pretty very good.
What's someone
Yeah.
like you?
Jack,
What's like a romantic
Jack
thing
Frost
that
has a
you do
question,
when you're in a
and he
relationship
says,
with a girl? I'm
now I
interested
lost
to know.
He says,
Do you ever put
oh
like
yeah, so
rose
what do you think about the
petals,
LPDA drive?
So that's a great question, and I can tell you this, and I mentioned it in that Star Trek article. A warp drive is just something that people train to have. It's just hey, it goes fast, and it goes faster than light. It was just this science fiction idea. And in 1994, Mexican physicist Miguel Alcubierre Moya, he basically sat down and said, is this viable in math? Is it mathematically viable to create something that can go faster than light speed without violating the laws of physics?
You're about to say the N-word right
And he
now?
did. He proved it. He laid out the basic math for how you would build a craft that someone could safely ride inside and go faster than the speed of light. Now, there were a bunch of limitations to his original design, and not the least of which he was using things called negative energy and exotic matter. And like multi-dimensions or some other things in physics, they're theoretical. So he had to use theoretical solutions to get to his answer, but he could still make it consistent. And honestly, it's a great question because it is the basis pretty much for warp drive mechanics and warp drive theory that have come since. Whether it's Sonny White or the people I reported on out of Chicago that were trying to patent warp drive, the group out of Switzerland who's building a not faster than light, but a nearly faster light warp drive, and a bunch of other Dr. Eric Lentz has a warp drive concept. They all more or less fall back on the mathematics laid out by Miguel Alcubierre.
Right, but now presently they're trying to focus away from exotic matter. Do you know what they're using instead, or what they're putting in their math equations?
That I don't know. I can tell you that the one that isn't going to go faster than the speed of light, the group, I can't think of their name. They are not using exotic matter, but at the same point, they're not proposing they can exceed light speed. I can tell you that Sonny White at NASA, who was at NASA, is now at the Limitless Space Institute, and like I said, some stories coming out on them. They are working on it, and they're working on one that still uses exotic matter, but uses significantly less. So Miguel Alcubierre's needed about a Jupiter-size amount of something highly theoretical, and Sonny White got it down to about, like an RV-size amount of exotic matter. So although we're not creating exotic matter, although scientists did recently lay eyeballs on it, and that's a story I have coming out. So it's not, it does exist. Exotic matter has moved into the feasible. Grabbing it, building a ship out of it, manufacturing with it, creating something out of it, that I don't know yet, and that's obviously we're so new in this. But yes, there are a number of exciting concepts about faster than light. I have some, Christine, I have some coming on traversable wormholes, and scientists that have worked out the math on that they feel those are viable. I have a couple of other concepts on warp drive, so although Dr. Alcubierre laid the groundwork for everybody, it created the opportunity for scientists to look at it legitimately, and they are, a lot of them.
And Lou Elizondo said on the podcast last week that in his opinion, he believes that the U.S. government is in possession of exotic matter. I found that really interesting, especially in this conversation that we're having right here, right now.
Interesting.
Very, very. What does that mean? Maybe we could see. Maybe we could see in our lifetime.
Oh, Ryan Swinehart! I know this guy.
I can't even imagine that be that.
Started stand-up comedy with him.
I'll just be, I'm still waiting for my anti-gravity skateboard for Back to the Future 2. So as soon as I get that, I'm good to go.
10 months ago.
Tell me about it.
Here he is, Ryan Swinehart.
There was one more thing I wanted to touch on that article, because this article is huge. I loved every word that you wrote. And one that you mentioned as well were the transporters. Now,
the other one. So it is reflected in the other one. So there's this instantaneous faster than light change. So the idea of quantum teleportation of information is not only theoretical, it's proven. It's something they are able to do in lab. Teleportation of matter is still something that exists in science fiction. And I have yet to see any science working specifically towards something like it before now.
I like that for you, Brian.
And while we're still talking about Star Trek, but away from the article that you wrote, have you watched the recent Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard?
I have to plead guilty in not being as current on my Star Trek as I need to be, so I have not watched either. My wife has fallen in love with Patrick Stewart since he did a movie called Coda, and so she's been encouraging me that she will sit down and watch Picard with me. So I finally have someone to watch it with me. So yes, I will watch Picard. Discovery I saw when it first premiered. I saw about 3 episodes, and then I started some work at a new company that moved my schedule around, and it was just suddenly not an option for me. So I just fell out of the new Star Trek series. But you can ask me anything about Next Generation.
When you get a chance, I recommend watching Discovery. The first several seasons are pretty darn good, and I know that Picard's going to have their second season rather soon. So that leads to my next question. Have you seen The Expanse? It's rather new.
Have you been talking to MJ? So I had this conversation with our boss, MJ Unias, this morning. Yeah, literally this morning we were, because we were talking about this, this article.
When I heard about it, everyone's like, yeah, you should watch it, you're going to love it. And I'm thinking, yeah, I can't be that good. I binge watched all 5 seasons.
Did you really?
I was like, this is actually really good.
I think MJ is this close to making it like a job requirement. Something tells me I'll be watching it soon.
You really will like it. Talking about novels that you had just mentioned, how long does it usually take you to write a novel, and what are some of the biggest challenges you have in writing a novel?
On a boat, next to a boat, what's going on?
I've written 3. I have my 4th one coming, and that feature took weeks of work and days of interactions and interviews, and then the actual day to write the story was about 10-12 hours of work. So that turbo team, whatever it is, I'll take a picture of it and I'll tweet it out. So if any of your followers are like, what is this turbo team? We read about it. Like I said, she's a health maniac. My wife's a runner and a yoga enthusiast, super into nutrition, and I read about this, and to this day she says, Chris, it's your greatest find, the turbo team.
I have so many questions on it. We're not going to get into it. Just send me a picture. I will research it. I just had the question. And it says, will the James Webb Space Telescope be able to look at exoplanets and find life, looking for biosignature and technosignatures? And what will the scientific community reaction look like if an exoplanet has possible life?
The people that do this for a living at NASA and various universities between Hubble and James Webb. Hubble is a visual spectrum telescope that can more or less kind of look around, and it's found tons of stuff by looking around. James Webb's telescope is an infrared telescope that can look so much closer at such deeper distances with so much more accuracy. We're going to see and find things with that telescope the same way Hubble did. The same way Hubble opened up the window. I mean, we didn't even know exoplanets existed, before that didn't really explain until the 90s, yeah. So, and Hubble opened that up. Well, now, this James Webb, it's going to change the game.
Look like a real thing.
I can't wait. And it's going to be launching so soon. Thank you so much, Aspen. That was a really, really fun question. It got Chris all hyped up. You can tell he's getting a little excited.
James Webb is a big deal. That's really exciting. I mean, that's as advanced a piece of astronomical equipment has ever been put into space. I understate how valuable that
Make some
telescope
noise
is
for
going to
cell phone, everybody.
I'm excited.
be. Specifically for finding signs of life and possible techniques. He partnered up with,
true.
oh boy, I'm forgetting the names because I speak to so many scientists every day, but, you know, yes, they are at the leading edge of that, the Blue Marble Institute. And they have NASA contracts and work in that same field as these people do. So I don't know that there's anything, I don't think that he's booked for time on James Webb. I don't know that there's an active project underway. But I can tell you what Jacob is indicative of to me. And I tell people this all the time. This is the biggest change. And you can quote me on this, Christina.
No, not with
I tell people all the time, people don't change their minds. Not in my opinion. I haven't seen the world many people change their minds in their life. What happens is old people with old ideas die, and new people with new ideas are born. Okay? And that's my quote. I use it all the time. And Jacob Hackmuster to me is representative of an entire generation of scientists who grew up with the idea that they feel life on other planets is more likely, not less likely. And I can tell you, growing up in the 20th century when I did, and growing up in the 70s and 80s, again, I pointed out, we didn't know there were other planets. We didn't know so many things that we do now. We didn't know there were rocky planets. We didn't know we'd find any in the habitable zone. So much less the frequency. So the idea of life on other planets was just that in the 20th century for most of it. It was science fiction. It was, you know, we'd barely gotten a man to the moon. So the idea of other planets and other things. But I can tell you what, science and ufology, I think they're getting ready to meet in the middle. I mean, what happens when we start, what happens if the James Webb Telescope says, all right, we've looked at 20 planets that might have life, and 19 of them seem to have life. What do we do then? What does the conversation do? So if the idea is that UFOs, at least some of them, may either be probes from another planet sent here, or may actually contain biological entities inside them flying here to visit, I think that just continues to become more real as science moves forward. So I think guys like Jacob Misra, these people I talk to, Sharon Title, Dr. Title, these people I talk to that are astrobiologists and looking for technical signatures, that's becoming the majority. If I talk to a scientist under 25, under 40, they are operating from, they believe there's life and they're looking for it, as opposed to, it might be there, we might as well look for it.
You can't avoid it anymore. There's no way. You know, there's no way it can be a conversation that you can say, no, they're not real.
Imagine we live in the middle of a garden and it's 1,000 acres in every direction, and you're looking at your feet and there's a flower growing, and somebody tells you all around you the garden is exactly the same. What are the odds that that's the only place a flower would grow? And that's the thing I tell people all the time. When you look at these other Earth-like rocky planets, they're not made of something other than, there are only so many elements, there's only so much material. It's all made of the same stuff. So if that garden here on Earth are the right mix of dirt and water and radiation and all of these elements, created life that is so pervasive that it is everywhere on this planet, even places we never thought it would be. Extremophiles exist in places we never thought they would be. So the idea that there isn't other planets was the big argument. When that got put away, oh, they're not around, they're not going to be rocky, they're not going to be in the heaven. All of those things have gone away. All we're saying is life only happened once a year, and it's so pervasive, it's everywhere on this planet, all of these different forms. That almost seems like religious thinking. To me, the thinking is more, it's a very simple piece of rock. We're flying around on a dirty raindrop that's orbiting the sun, right? Salt water and dirt and all that. That's everywhere. That's all in the cosmos. And this planet is just like all throughout the cosmos.
It's incredible. You seem like you would be here to protest the show.
And that's all the time we have for today's show. I want to thank all of you for joining Chris and I today. Thanks for the lively chat and the super chat. Y'all are always awesome. I want to thank Chris so much for coming to the show. Chris, can you take a moment to tell us where they can find you on social media and where they can find your book?
So I always tell people top 3 places. First of all, just go to the debrief every day because we're putting out stories every day. We're adding writers, we're adding content producers. So that's the best place to find. If you want to know what's going on, and you're looking for what's going to happen next in the UAP story, what's going to happen next in cutting edge science where it meets science fiction, that's where I write that stuff. And to reiterate an earlier point, there's a lot of great stuff coming from those guys and myself as well. As far as me personally, there's 2 places to look. One is just my website, plainfiction.com, and that's my last name, Plain, the word fiction, because that's what I write over there is novels, and that is my Twitter as well, @plain_fiction, because somebody took the wrong way.
Take an adventure here and
well, there you go. I want to thank Chris yet again. And I want to say a huge thank you to all my Patreon supporters. I'm so humbled by all those that support me, my work, and this channel. For my Patreon supporters, we will do another 15 minutes of Q&A, which will be posted on the Patreon site later tonight. Everyone have a spectacular weekend.
Today. That's datemyage.com to connect with thousands of singles worldwide. datemyage.com. Don't forget Wednesday advisors.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
Roller skating at the skate park. Yeah, usually like that. Only in the vegan section, you guys. Trader James.
So, did you start the vegan food war after you got fired from Netflix for protesting Dave Chappelle?
They still take care of it. Attitude, I don't understand. I guess what I really want to talk about is like that, is that why it is that so many people like you don't like shows like this, don't like dirty things and people saying, well, you know, like crazy stuff and joking about anything and everything. Why do you think that is? You hang out obviously with these types of people all the time. You're vegan, you're they, them, you're this, you're that, you're everything.
But it's all good. Let me ask you this, Christine, and welcome to everybody. We skipped a week.
Yeah, we did. It's been crazy for everyone.
Yeah, it's been really crazy. Crazy for you, crazy for myself. And a lot of things going on. If we catch up to any of that at the end of the show today, we can chat about all the other stuff that's going on. But I want to start here. How did you find this case?
Just got lucky. I just stumbled upon it, and I just vaguely read it, and I'm thinking, this is going to be the next episode. And
things in the water, and this went on for quite a while with all kinds of witnesses and victims and families. It's just a wild and crazy documented case. It's fantastic.
It is, and if for those that have a favorite alien movie, this story is gonna blow it out of the water because it's true. Allegedly it's true, and it really did happen for about 6,000 townsmen in the town of Corora. Yeah. So you have many witnesses.
But they're habitated. People live there. People fish from there. There's fishing villages, and I've often wondered if there's a connection with the islands and the contact that was going on, and not necessarily from inland, right, from the Brazil side of the continent side, and not necessarily the island. So that's another aspect of this case that I've always found really, really fascinating, the island connection.
It just seems kind of bizarre because it has kind of a repetitive pattern amongst many UFO flaps or just one encounter. They're kind of near the water in some respects. But let's just kind of dive into the story on what happened. Like, what's it about? You want to tell the story? You want me to tell it? People. But overall, the data that was collected, the neck and the chest area were the most prevalent. And it wasn't just one puncture wound. It could have been easily 2 or 3, along with burns that were somehow connected to radiation. Now, also with this, these people that were seeing these lights in the sky, it wasn't just one color. They were seeing yellow lights, green, and red. Some people believed that these lights were kind of like they were signaling either to the people on the ground or amongst the other ships that were in the same.
This podcast is sponsored by Date My Age.
Dating after 40? Let's just say it's different than it was when I was younger.
What is it they say? Men are like parking spaces. All the good ones are taken.
Does it feel like your dating pool gets smaller as you get older? That's why there's Date My Age, an online dating platform that offers an unmatched global reach, with users in over rolling over into the new year. The military came in. The military had their own site. All of this continued. The military went back and wrote 2 versions of a report. One was 200 to 300 pages, and another version of that report was between 600 and 800 pages. Some of this has been available, and I have gone back over the years and read the translations of these reports. Absolutely fascinating. Jacques Vallée goes to Brazil. He heads straight there. He interviews a bunch of the villagers. Now, a couple of things that, and we'll get into this deeper, but immediately this is what stood out. They were reporting Winnebago shaped and sized objects. So long, rectangular. Now, when they say Winnebago, for some reason they were thinking about campers or RVs. I don't know if there were, windows or things, but something made them multiple times describe some of these objects. It says that she's in her house, in her living room. The lights come from outside. They know what's going on, right? They're back. This thing shot a beam through the ceiling into her chest, left a black circle on her chest, this big, with 3 puncture wounds in the middle, and causing great pain. I mean, just imagine being burned, your skin being burned black. And this happened all over the village. Children, men, women, it didn't matter. Everybody is getting hit by these beams of light and getting burned. Out in the open, inside of homes, there was no protection, and Dolores was terrified. There was one of the things in Jacques Vallée's book, then their hair started to fall out, right? Now, and Jacques wrote in his book that not only was their hair falling out, but the hair follicles themselves, especially on the men, were completely destroyed. Now, you would relate that possibly to radiation, but yet nobody was getting sick or had diarrhea, which is the point that I made opening up with this. Yeah. Very, very strange stuff. Now, also, I want to back up for a second that in Jacques' book, he says it is in the islands around Bellum where the waters of the Amazon majestically come to meet the ocean 1 degree south of the equator. And again, references to the islands. And if you go, my original investigation on this case was that this was an island. It was an island called Flores. I went earlier this week after I knew we were going to do the show. I was so excited. And I remembered that. So I went to Google. So for those of you out there that are going to research, and you're going to go and Google, that's fine. Go Google Polaris. You're not going to find the Polaris Island. At least I haven't been able to. Maybe there's a smaller one that is locally called that, and it isn't, part of the historical record geographically. I don't know. But all of your investigation should involve just the town.
I agree with that. And back to some of the symptoms, not just symptoms, but like what happened. One thing that I found really interesting when I was reading was the local residents called these lights during this time called chupa chupa, which literally means sucker, sucker, because they believed that when they were getting punctured, that these entities were taking their blood. However, there was no real proof into if that was the case or not. One book I did read was by Bob Pratt, and he had done an interview with multiple witnesses in Brazil, and he asked one woman, well, what gave it away to the fact that you believe that the blood was being taken out of your body? And she did not give a well enough explanation for why she believed that, but throughout the entire town, overall, they believed that these entities were taking their blood, and one doctor by the name of Carvalho, I don't know if I'm saying that right, she was one of the main doctors in this small town working in a clinic. She encountered practically the majority of the witnesses that had these encounters with these entities, and when she did blood tests on the people that had these puncture wounds, they had very low levels of hemoglobin. And I had to research, what's important about hemoglobin in the blood. I was a bit confused. And what it is, for those that might not know, it transfers oxygen through the body. Like it's an element, not an element, but you know what I mean. And it allows oxygen to be flowing through the body.
The beams of light in these burns would be 1 inch, 2 inch. The larger black ones were 2 to 3 inches in diameter. That's a concentrated beam. In that, if you have a flashlight, headlight on a car, it spreads apart, right? Okay, so by the time it gets to the whole body is illuminated. You're not going to have, something like this. So that's a concentrated, focused beam of light, beam of energy, I should say. But there were puncture wounds. So
this is the real deal.
We are thinking, this is what I've always thought over the years. I think that was a strange technology. Do I think that these lasers had needles in them or somehow down puncturing the stuff? I don't. No. I think that inside that beam of light was another, a very interview all of these witnesses in Flores was some type of invasion. There was something going on, and the Brazilian military didn't know what to do. I went and did, in 1977, the Brazilian military, and this is no joke, virtually occupied many of these towns. Came in, set up camp, troops, equipment, tents, and sat out there with video and film cameras all day and all night for 6 months. And this is the other thing. It ended nearly as quickly as it started. It was like one day, the Brazilian military is gone. It's actually split. And the villagers were like, well, can we get some help here? What did you conclude? What is it? And
recently
there was
drove to
virtual
Oklahoma
silence
City to do a
after
show
that.
there, and
Just
I read
an
all the
incredible
billboards on
case.
the way up there, and now I think I'm a
They just snapped their
Republican.
fingers and the military was gone. But
It's like
before they
driving through a
left, they
Facebook
collected
comment
about
section.
500 pictures, 3,000 witness accounts.
This
Okay,
one before.
and
We've been
you
watching
see,
Hans's
if you back up, there you go.
wardrobe expand in the
You're
last few
very
months. I don't
close
know if
to
you guys have noticed, but
the
we
top
do. Is
and
that an
north side
Amazon
of Brazil.
purchase?
Actually,
You
no,
have French
Tony. This is a
Guyana,
Lululemon.
right? There's Venezuela. But you see that cherry up the coast right there and how it goes north? That's what we're talking about
See, this
here.
is one of the greatest
Very
things
interesting
in
point,
all
because
of the
after that it's
history of
east
the
to west.
show.
And
Because,
also, if
you
you
know,
go
the
directly
regulars
north,
getting to watch
you're over
them
the water,
work and get
right?
better
Okay,
and
you're over
make
the Atlantic.
material is one
So,
thing. But the amazing thing about Hans is that we've actually watched him go
coming from the north. In some cases, they flew down from the sky. In others, they emerged out of
Like
the
at one
ocean.
point he was just
I
wearing the
saw a
Screwball
photograph
peanut butter
of an
whiskey
object with
shirt,
a luminous white
Deep
gleam
Eddy
flying
shirts, and all
right
the
out of the
sponsors,
brackish
everything.
water
And now
at dusk.
look at you,
This is Jacques Vallée.
Lululemon.
They came over the islands at low altitude and circled.
right?
They descended as if to land. They made loops and accelerated suddenly. They hovered over houses and crawled inside with beams. They even emerged out of larger objects and then re-entered them. And this happened on schedule every evening for 3 months. Now, can you imagine how terrified
What you wear is called
you
a
would
towel on
be
your head.
in this village? You know, you've got no defenses, you've got no nothing, and you're running down the street being chased by, right?
Yeah, no, it's awful. And I was reading stories that people pulled out their guns and tried to shoot the lights. And I'm thinking, hey, good luck with that. I'm really sorry.
Does it feel more expensive? Like, does it feel like different than?
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Absolutely.
Yeah.
One day.
I'm wearing a Comedy Store hoodie, so
Red Band still isn't learning how to ball yet. It's just shaped like one. So Hans, what else are you spending your money on? Lululemon's a big deal. Wait till you try Aloe. A-L-O.
Oh shit.
Slightly better.
Yeah, I'm wearing shit that girls wear. It's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking unbelievable. Feels better.
I bought like $1,000 worth of podcast lights for my podcast that no one watches.
Right, yeah. Maybe that'll be the difference. I think a lot of people have been saying this would be interesting if the lighting was better. A lot of the listeners are like, the lighting, I can hear that the lighting isn't quite up to... Alright, $1,000 worth of lights. What else? You have your girlfriend. Have you been spending any money on her?
Yeah, I bought her tickets to Las Vegas and then I refunded it immediately.
Oh, whoa. Okay, hold on. Wait, why?
Oh, just because I got a great opportunity to open up for my hero and my mentor, you.
That's right. Absolutely. So that's right. I'm taking you to Philly and Boston this week.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Steve Madden's making some kind of joke back there. I'm not exactly sure what. Sometimes I'm blind to what he says. Goddamn right. Alright, Hans, what else?
I have a gun.
Ooh, wow. Says it like it's on him right now.
No, it's not on me.
Oh, okay.
I did have it on me when I bought this sweatshirt.
You did. You went into Lululemon with a gun.
Yeah.
Wow.
I knew I was the only one with a gun there, because...
No doubt. It is famous for having yoga apparel. Very few guns in the yoga world.
Just pistols.
What made you go into Lululemon with a gun?
I was with my girl, and I just wanted to protect her from...
Any black guys trying to fuck you over there?
Yeah. Or crackers.
Wow. It's funny that you get to throw that around like that. You use any other racial slurs? Because you technically could do almost any of them except for one.
Which one is that?
Use what?
Why don't you just start naming them and we'll stop you at the end of the line. Hans, you're unbelievable. You make this look easy every single week. You're a fucking rock star, and I'm so proud of you. Hans Kim, everybody, with an interview minute to get things started.
Thank you.
You guys ready to go to this fucking bucket? This is where shit gets weird. It could get weird. It probably will. It could be anybody. It could be a crazy person. Maybe you signed up. Who knows? I'm going to pull a name out. Your first comedian out of the bucket tonight goes by the name of Melissa Diaz. Melissa Diaz. Here she comes. She's got a steady pace, making her way to the stage. I do believe this is her first time on this show. Make some noise for Melissa Diaz, everyone.
Hey, I work out a lot, and, it's like you gotta just do it to not think about death or whatever. But, you can get a weight, and it's basically you do that. You can do reps with that weight. But I started calling them rapes instead of reps because every time I do a pull-up, inside I'm like, no, please stop. I don't like this. I'm not comfortable. Please, don't. So then I have to yell at myself. I go, shut up, you stupid fat bitch. You know you like it. Stupid bitch. Stupid fucking cunt. Tell anybody, I'll fucking kill you. Yeah, whatever. I'm getting older, so I can work out my body, but I really can't. There's no curls for your pussy, so that's kind of unfortunate. Kind of wish there was. I don't even know what it's going to look like in years from now. I've never seen a picture. I don't know what happens. I think I have a mental block. I'm going to take a picture for science every single day of my puss from now till I'm 80. Just slowly watch it turn into a twinsies.
Shit, that even scared me. I forgot how the show worked for a second. It's been almost 10 years. I got a little comfortable there. Holy shit, that's a rare treat. Whoa. Jesus Christ. You really had my attention there. That was incredible. Melissa Diaz. Wow. Incredible performance. Incredible. I loved your rape thing. That was amazing. A lot of people say rape's not funny. I come from the other school where I think it's absolutely hilarious. You really punched that one up a little bit. That's amazing, Melissa. You guys were there for that, Derek?
The pacing on that first rape joke. She walked us all slowly into that rape. You know what I mean? Like, she took her time. It was very well done.
Right.
Very well done.
You hid the punchlines. They came right around the corner out of nowhere, like it was a parking deck or something like that. Yeah. Absolutely incredible. You had us all.
I have a question. Yeah. When did you stop teaching potions at Hogwarts?
How long have you been doing stand-up, Melissa?
7 years now.
7 years. And where are you from?
I'm from New York City originally.
Wow. How long have you lived in Austin?
9 months at this point.
What made you move here 9 months ago?
I don't know. I've lived in New York all of my life.
Right.
I'm from the Bronx, and it's an open-air prison. It's above Manhattan. You may have heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's also known as Puerto Rico.
Yep.
Puerto Rico. I don't know. I've lived there all my life, and I don't like cocaine, and it seemed like a good
Absolutely.
alternative.
You came to the right place. You must love ketamine. Wow. Incredible, Melissa. So you're with a white coater, right?
Absolutely.
And how long have you been with this guy? Ballpark.
6 years.
6 years?
Yeah.
That's a long time. Yeah. How do you guys keep it exciting? 6 years with someone seems hard.
I don't know. We're compatible. We're both really neurotic. That's kind of what it is.
Okay.
But the neuroses kind of complement each other in a fucked up way.
Yeah.
So we just sit down and think about death a lot.
Ah, I like that.
And hold each other, And that's what keeps you together when you know that you're in the dark with one other person. And you just hold each other until it's over.
D Madness. D Madness. There it is. There he is. D Madness with a perfectly timed tell me about it. Perfect timing.
Anyway, so like anybody who hold on the street as just your lover for the moment.
Steve Madness lives a whole life of holding on in the dark. Melissa Diaz. Very, very, very interesting stuff. And 6 years and you guys are still attracted to one another? Your sex lives are active?
Yeah.
You're still able to turn his software into hardware?
Yeah.
Incredible.
A little scary now, actually, because he started taking testosterone treatment.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. That's
Whoa.
consistent with that.
So, have you noticed? Right, he's feeling good.
Yeah. A lot more aroused. So
Exactly.
gotta keep up.
And also his happiness levels, correct?
His happiness levels?
Like,
yeah, actually, yeah.
One thing that I think gets lost in testosterone is that people don't realize that it activates your brain a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he's a lot happier. He feels just more energized. It's good for him. I'm glad he's doing it.
Tony, I start this Wednesday.
You gonna do it?
Yeah. I just got my levels checked, and I guess I'm a lesbian.
Wow. That is true. I've been saying this for years. A morbidly obese lesbian. Let's not forget.
I just love
that means he will eat out anything, anywhere, anytime. It's unbelievable. I cannot wait to see Red Man get some fucking color to his face other than green. He looked like the not so incredible Hulk. Good.
Red Banner.
So stupid. You almost stopped yourself from saying it, and then you couldn't help yourself.
Hey, I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday, though.
Melissa Diaz, do you have one of these? You already have one? There you go. Get out of here. Melissa Diaz. She's on a real show now on Thursday. You just watched somebody go from being a random piece of paper in a bucket to getting booked on the best comedy show in town on a Thursday night. You guys get it? Should we keep going? Your next comedian goes by the name of Mike Hale. Mike Hale, everybody. So, we're going to see what happens here with Mike Hale. Here he comes, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mike Hale.
Hey guys, thank you so much. So sweet. I'm really into microdosing lately. Anybody else? Yeah, we got some macrodosers in the balcony, right? Those of you guys not hip into it. Microdosing is where every 4 hours or so I just take like the teeniest, just the tiniest corner of a Viagra, just to stay fit throughout the day. You know what I mean? My favorite part about microdosing is like a fun little secret, you know? Like, you know you're on drugs, but nobody else knows you're on drugs. Well, 2 weeks ago, I accidentally wasn't paying attention. I took a whole Viagra, and suddenly everybody knew that I was on drugs. That's what I get for wearing basketball shorts to a funeral. Hey, if you knew my Uncle Frank, it's exactly what he would have wanted, okay? Thank you.
Mike Hale. There you go. I could tell you microdose Viagra because that set appeared to get harder as it went on. Sometimes even I amaze myself. A really good one. Welcome to the show, Mike. This is your first time here, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. How long you been doing stand-up?
About a year.
About a year. Where at?
Right here.
In Austin, Texas. Holy shit. Look at that. Okay. And have you lived here your whole life?
No, I've been here for about 4 years.
4 years. Where did you move from 4 years ago?
I've kind of lived down here in Texas for like the last 10 years or so, but I'm originally from Akron, Ohio.
Akron, Ohio. We know it very well. The birthplace of Joe Walsh of Eagles fame. The birthplace of LeBron James. The birthplace of B.F. Goodrich and Goodyear, the inventors of your tires.
The Wright brothers.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, kind of right about that one right there. I don't think it was exactly accurate. They are from the state of Ohio. Good guess. Mike Hale. So you moved here 4 years ago. What do you do for work?
I just got my first job in tech.
Ooh, okay. What are you doing? Did you take a job from a young Mexican lady? Working in software? What are you doing in tech?
I'm kind of doing, it's almost like sales, like partnerships in between different tech companies.
Wow, it sounds horrible.
It's a job.
Got it. You enjoy it?
It's not bad. I mean, it lets me do this nights and weekends.
You sit in an office during the day?
No, work from home for the most part.
Okay.
Every once in a while I'll go in.
All right. What's your home life like? You live by yourself?
Married.
Married? Okay. Kids? No. No way. Why? Why is that a no? Guy that's on Viagra all day. I thought you'd be fucking pumping them out like fucking.
No, I think they're like, I don't know, they're like gross.
Okay. All right.
Are you a pedophile?
It sounds like he's making his cover right now. He's like, oh, they're gross. 4 years in Texas. He's already pro-abortion. I love it. What's so gross about kids?
It's not, I don't know, they seem like a lot of work, I guess, is the big part of it.
Sounds kind of suspicious, right?
Like a lot of, I don't know, just have kids, it seems like it ruins your life a little bit. Sorry if you have kids. That's fine, there's nothing wrong with having kids, it just seems.
So tell us in your amazing world where kids would stop all the fun that you're having, tell us what you do for fun. Let's hear a little bit about your social life. Like, what do you do at nighttime when you're not doing stand-up?
When I'm not doing stand-up, really just enjoying the fruits of Austin, Texas.
Wow, the fruits. Jesus, that is the gayest answer I've ever heard. I suck cock, Tony. Enjoying the fruits and the berries of this beautiful city.
Don't tell my wife.
Yeah. All the fruits are mostly bananas and, alright. What are the fruits to you?
I don't know, Austin's just like, I mean, the culture, the arts, the culture, but the food, I mean, you can't beat the food in Austin.
Right, let me get sausage. Just fruits and sausage over here. We're finding out a lot about you right now, Mike. The truth is coming out.
It's got a lot more intimate. That's what I thought it would.
Hell yeah. Welcome. So, tell us more. Tell us more about these fruits, because everything you say sounds kind of gay. I want to see how many accidental gay answers you could give me.
We could do this all night.
Let's prove it. I'll decide how long we do it for. You just tell me more of what you like to do.
I mean, that's really it. When I moved here, it was the music capital of the world. It still is. There's still, you can go 2 p.m. on a Thursday and see, just down the street blues and stuff like that. And so that's one of my favorite things about Austin. That's what we spend a ton of time. And I guess that's, we don't have kids, so we can do more stuff like that. I guess is what I was saying when I was talking about not wanting to have kids, sort of thing.
Holy shit, Mike. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. You trying to put me asleep so you can fuck me right now? Is that what's going on? That's what he did there. That was the double gay super trick right there. He's just like, no, not much, Tony. I just... Red Band thinks you're gay, too. Alright, Mike, tell us something interesting about your life, your history. There must be something you ever saved anybody's life or almost die or anything interesting ever, like something really cool?
So when I first moved to Austin, I was playing music, and I got cast in a rom-com that was shooting here in Austin. And so that was...
That song is so much better from the perspective of a man deep in the closet. That song is like way more intense.
Where was that nigga when you was doing stand-up? I saw CeeLo Green come out of this nigga.
Oh, yeah.
But when he was doing stand-up, he was like, and he was like,
He was making all the musical faces of them. You got that part down. The sound was all right, but you looked like a musician. I'd like to get that in the studio, mix it up a little bit, and lay the track over your actual performance. Thank you. You have some star power, Mike. I like it. Congratulations. You got pulled out of the bucket. You've been doing it a year. Here's a little joke book for you. Thank you so much, Mike. Fun times. There you go. There he goes. Come here, get good. She's from Akron, Ohio. get another bucket full out of here. These people have been a little bit normal tonight. A little bit. Got some good comedians out of this bucket so far. We have to see someone fail massively. Let's see what happens here. Could be another killer. Sometimes that happens. Make some noise for Jason Messna, or Messiah, or Messru, perhaps. Whoa, from the very front. Oh my goodness, this is happening, folks. This is always very exciting when it's someone from the actual audience signed up. Come on, everybody, make some noise for Jason.
I totally was just gonna go piss if it wasn't my name called, but I can make it through this. So I'm basically just here because Hans Kit made out with my ex. I'm just here to get revenge by also making out with him. So anyways, who has heard of Coachella? By round of applause. If the other jokes failed, I was knowing that was going to give me at least one round of applause. But I went to Coachella in 2019, and I thought it'd be funny to bring a plant into Coachella. And my friends were like, there's no way you're going to get a plant into Coachella. And I was like, yes, if I call it my emotional support plant, they're going to let me bring it in. And so I went to Coachella. I had an emotional support plant. I named it Gary. And went in, and I've been going,
Wow. Jason what's your last name? Messna. Yeah. Okay. Jason. It's fun to have two gay musicians up back to back like this. You spent most of your set asking the audience if they know what Coachella is. This is what I have in my notes. Coachella 2019, Gary the Plant. What were you getting at? D Madness is about to jump to his death. He hated your set so badly. What were you getting at there, Jason? First of all, your first time trying stand-up comedy, correct? Yeah. I could tell. Jason, everybody. Put your hands together for Jason. It takes a lot of courage. A lot of courage. Now, is this true? Did Hans make out with your ex?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Were you guys together when it happened?
No. So I live in California, and we broke up, and she knows I love this show and have watched it for years. And she moved here after we broke up.
Oh, I remember her.
Said it on the show.
I don't think she did, because I was telling her that she had an opportunity to talk some shit, but she totally let it go and didn't. But
right. But you think that she made out with Hans just for you?
Yeah, she texted me like right after it happened.
Oh my God. And she was trying to make you mad.
Yeah. But it backfired. I own a tattoo shop, and I show everybody Kill Tony, and one of my favorite stories is to tell is that story.
Right. It also backfired because Hans has herpes.
I mean, she might have been the one, so...
Right. Oh, you have it too. Okay, I get it. I love it. Okay, Jason, first time on the show, first time doing stand-up. Where are you from?
California.
Where?
Northern.
Okay.
Chico.
Okay. Chino. All right.
If you notice the bum from Chico, California, that's me. I literally show everybody that I tattoo this show.
Okay. Beautiful. I love it. We've seen a lot of activity coming out of Chico, California as of late. It's really noticeable. Okay. So you do tattoos for a living?
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely life and media.
Okay. And is this something that you've always wanted to do, or is this sort of just like you're just visiting Austin?
No, actually I'm on a road trip, and we were going to end up being in Austin on our road trip, but the 2 Mondays that we're here, you're not filming, or the tickets were sold out or something.
Correct.
So we were originally in Colorado and flew here, since my birthday today, to come to this show so that we wouldn't miss it.
Wow, look at that. That's incredible. And this is your new girlfriend?
Yeah.
Wow, look at you. I'm guessing that that's an upgrade because Hans has never made out with anybody that looks like that before.
Like 8th grade or some shit. I've ran from the cops and got away.
Ooh, okay, that's an interesting one.
I have a tattoo about it, and I have a tattoo leg where everything on this leg has a crazy story to it. Actually, I messaged...
Take off your fucking pants right now. Let's go over this whole...
Show the leg! Show the leg!
Here we go, let's
show
go.
The leg! Show the
leg. It's okay. It's okay. You have a beautiful package, by the way. Good job. What does that say? Longest? Coolest tattoo you'll ever see. Okay, that's a shitty tattoo. All right. Can you just tell us one of the stories? It's just a plethora of shitty tattoos.
Some of them, so if I share the memory with someone, I'll let them do the tattoo, whether they know how to or not. And I actually messaged a bunch of you guys, I'll let you tattoo me live on stage if you give me a minute.
Right.
I actually brought my tattoo shit.
You did? Wow. You brought it in?
You gotta do it.
You know what I think? I think you should get your real revenge. I think you should go up to the green room and give Hans Kim his first tattoo. I mean, Red Band's concerned about insurance. What? Who do you think's gonna sue who? Sue Me is actually one of Hans's cousins. Yes. Where's Hans? Give me Hans Kim. Get him up here right now. This is Hans Kim. 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 Somebody check the broom closet.
This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. It's Hans Kim.
Wow. Oh. Whoa. There he is, my favorite little superstar. Look at him. I feel like it's been days since I've seen you. The great Hans Kim has arrived. Hans, do you remember making out with this man's girlfriend?
Not at all.
Savage.
Oh, I love this man. I love that. Oh, he was such a fucking normal little autistic kid. When I first met him, he was just a good little boy. Now he's like, sorry, faggot. A loser bitch ex-girlfriend of yours meant nothing to me. Wow. Hans, have you ever thought about getting a tattoo?
I'm down.
Really? So if I send you two up to the green room, you'll let him do a little something on you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And then in whatever, an hour and 10 or whatever, however much longer we have, about another 50 minutes, you guys will come down and we'll get an update. Is that cool? Awesome. Unbelievable. This is Kill Tony history happening right now, completely improvised, live in front of you. This is the episode that Hans got his first tattoo. That's Jason Messon, everybody. Get to work. Hell yeah. That's awesome. That is incredible. Jason, get your little kit. Where are you going? Come over here. Get your fucking kit. No. Oh, here, sure. Take one of those. You suck, but I'm giving you a big one anyway. It was good for a first appearance. You don't have to leave if you don't want to. You can stay. Someone's gonna fuck your girlfriend while you're tattooing Han. Oh, that's the tattoo kid. Alright, yeah, go run into him and come back. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, while that's all happening, we're going to keep the show moving along. Another one of your regulars is here. This guy, another absolute legend of the fucking game. Famous for his unbelievable joke writing and ridiculous roasting skills. My fucking little brother. Make some noise for David Lucas, everybody. Live. David motherfucking Lucas.
I was fucking with this tarot card reader, and I cheated on that bitch just to show her that shit don't work. It's like, what card was that, bitch? You must have been reading Uno cards, you know? dog and look at what adventures walking a pit bull. I'm like, if she'll rescue that, she'll rescue my ass. All right, thank you, man.
Wow. David motherfucking Lucas, the second of our 3 regulars, showing again how it's done. Unbelievable performance, David. You
look. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, buddy? How are you, my friend?
I'm chilling, dog.
You look fucking bigger than ever. I mean, this is wild. You go to fucking...
You look 1990s gay, nigga. Yo.
God damn it. A lot of people this weekend went to ACL Live. David went to KFC Live.
Tony didn't go to ACL. He went to BBC.
Well... 30 seconds is a little long. I think 22 is the magic number there. But I like this style. You have 2 different types of denim on tonight.
Tony, you let 2 different gay niggas dress you? What are we saying, nigga? You let a LA nigga, gay nigga pick out your pants and an Austin gay nigga pick out that jacket. Kill him with that rainproof shit, bitch.
Oh.
You will not get wet with these haters, Tony.
Oh my God, David motherfucking Lucas. Absolutely incredible. It's been a busy week for you. You're not allowed to laugh at the setup like that. It fucks me up.
Because I knew it was so serious.
Because you know you didn't have a busy week at all. He was sitting on it. One of you guys make fun of him or something.
Hell no, nigga, that's all you. Oh, good, that's my nigga, dog.
Oh my God.
So, like, that nigga Armand dressed like he sell fake gold, nigga.
That's disrespect. He roasted you and got your name wrong, nigga. Good.
He called you Elon.
You're just mad because if you wore purple, you'd look like Grimace.
Oh, shit.
You look like the nigga that sold Aladdin that magic carpet. Your goddamn Bin Laden third remove looking ass up out of here.
Oh my God, he's on fire. He is on.
That nigga dressed like an Iranian jazz player. My music is the bomb bunny.
Unfucking believable. Conferences after spending a day at Wing Street. That's incredible. David Lucas, you're a fucking force. You're traveling all over the country. You're headlining on your own. I implore you people listening around the country, tell your local comedy club owner that you want to see David Lucas. Book him, get him out to you. David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Back to the bucket. You can almost feel Hans Kim's pain right now as the needle touches that sensitive skin for the first time ever. All right, pull the name out of the bucket. Make some noise for Bobby Johnson, everybody. Bobby Johnson is next. Here he comes, everybody. Here he is. Make some noise for Bobby Johnson.
Guys, I think I'm moving up in the world socially. I just got invited to the 4th annual Joel Olstein Spaghetti Dinner / Cockfighting Tournament. Tell you a little bit about me, guys. This past weekend, I decided to buy my Jordans. That way she can get even higher when she jumps to all those conclusions about where the fuck I've been. I got a phone call that People Magazine's doing an article about my solar-powered abortion clinic. I guess we're the first and only abortion clinic to run completely on conservative energy. I recently went into a Burger King, and I don't know if you guys have been in a Burger King lately. 2 words: honkies everywhere. That's it. Wow. Bobby Johnson has arrived. Oh, a standing ovation from Red Band. Wow. You just made the world's laziest man stand up for a second. I've been waiting for you. You've been on this show before, correct? This is my 3rd time, yeah. Right. You were on at Anton's? I was on at Anton's once with Joe Rogan. Right. And I was on, like, almost a year and a half ago with Christina P. Okay, perfect. And Bobby is actually a famous character in Kill Tony folklore because you stand in the same spot at the end of that aisleway every week, and people have noticed you many times just standing there, just looking straight forward. You're always well behaved. And some people have brought it to my attention that there's this one guy that's always standing there. Yeah. But I thought that you'd been on this show before, so it's good to see you again. You're here every week, right? Yeah, I've been signing up since the Gary Clark Jr. episode. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's been a while. Like 4 months. Yeah. Right. Okay. Very, very cool. Derek, what do you think about this guy?
Bro, you really fuck black chicks? Because I kind of believe it.
I do not believe him whatsoever. I don't know.
He's like that, that skinny nigga in Road Trip who fucked that fat black girl.
Yeah. The undercover DEA agent on Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, no way. No way. Nope. Would you? What? Would you? Yeah. Are you very sexually active?
No.
No. Not at all. You have the same complexion as our friends from Seattle here. So tell us about your life, Bobby. What do we not know about you? What do we know? Not up the top of your head. How about the bottom of your head? No. Okay, you live by yourself now, or you have roommates? Yes, I live by myself. You live by yourself. How are you able to afford to live by yourself? I have had a comical amount of jobs since I've been here. I'm not proud of it. Today, I just started working at a Greek restaurant. Okay. Yeah. So you do whatever it takes for you to live alone. Yeah, and I did Uber Eats for a while, but then I didn't want to pay all that money back in taxes. Why are you so committed to working so hard instead of having a roommate? Do you have any weird habits around the home? No. I am ADHD, but that's besides the point. Right. No, it's just if I can, manage to do it, it'd be better than, living this. Let me ask you this: do you have your own refrigerator there? I do. What's the weirdest thing in your refrigerator? If I went through your refrigerator right now, I would be like, what? Very particular. I like to have cold chocolate, like almost frozen. So I'll have a whole thing of Hershey's in there, and then when it's almost frozen, I'll eat it. That's the closest to hooking up with a black girl he's ever been. Cold chocolate before bed. Jerking off with melted chocolate on his hand is the closest he's come. Wow. Incredible. So cold chocolate. What'd you say, D? All right. Hey, Lord have mercy. Yeah. Okay. All right. I feel like there's something I'm missing here about you. I feel like I'm one question away from getting something fucking golden out of you. You ever been injured? You ever have a major accident of some kind? I injured my toe a year ago. Yeah. Oh, but okay, no. On the Joe Rogan episode, we talked about I had a mass in my lungs the size of a softball, and there was talk where it wasn't as shrinking as fast as we would like for it to go. But since then, the antibiotics really did their job, and it shrunk, and I'm completely clear. Wow, there was a...
was a little stutter there on the completely. Did you guys hear that at all? It's sort of like if the doctor told me that, I'd be like, fuck yes. Tony, you are good news. You are completely clear. God damn it, I still have it, don't I? Where do you think that thing in your lung came from? What'd they say?
I had like the mask on, and the air was like the dirty air was like going back into my mouth. And I didn't want to bring that up on the first episode because the whole mask thing was going on back then, and I didn't want to get political. What could be on my only visit on Kill Tony.
Wow. Yeah. I actually love it. Ladies and gentlemen, there he goes. Make some noise for Bobby, everybody. He already has the big joke book, so I gave him a little one just to keep us a little something. Let's get back to this bucket. I don't know. We started a little bit late today. I want to get... You think we should go back to the bucket again, huh? All right. How about Jordan J? Jordan J is next. Live, Austin, Texas. Vulcan Gas Company. Jordan J, here he comes, everybody. We got movement. Your next comedian, Jordan J.
Hell yeah. How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? Hell yeah, man. I'm glad to be here, man. These women crazy, man. Girls, they out here hyping up their coochie, you know what I'm saying? Crazy shit. Talking about, yeah, my pussy will turn you inside out. But like, I don't need no more hemorrhoids. Good. I love women, man. I love my parents, too. They raised me to work hard. I bought a house a couple years ago. About to sell it. I learned a lot, man. Getting some renovation done. I learned all Hispanic.
That black man?
Yeah, man.
Holy shit.
I got lucky, man.
The wolf pack. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love it. The old fucking roasted tomato. You know what I'm saying? The old fucking chocolate covered cherry over here.
Hey, man. My dick still pink, though, so.
Hell yeah. You're like Montel William Montgomery.
Oh. You hot tonight, man. I like the roast, too, man.
You're good. An unbelievable performance. You are extreme. I love it.
But he does, like, security, like, software security stuff or something. I don't really.
Alright, yeah, he steals from people. Okay. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Jordan, what do you like to do for fun? You seem like a fucking cool guy. You came up here with so much confidence. I thought you've been doing this for years.
What I do for fun, man, I like to do, like, spoken word, like, freestyle spoken word.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, Red Band, relax for a second. Jesus fucking Christ. Interviewing.
I've been renovating my house. Like, I had got some Hispanic people out, but I was doing something with myself, so I like to work with my hands and stuff.
Hold on, wait. There was a lot right there. You like to work on the house. There's Hispanic people there right now? Is that what you said?
No, they just finished.
Okay,
Yeah,
what'd you have the Hispanic people doing?
The bathroom, I wanted a new shower.
Right.
So we got rid of the bathtub, put a walk-in.
Right.
Like, you walk into it.
So, walk-in bathtub?
No, shower. Like, yeah, man.
Weirdest thing in your refrigerator, what is it?
Caulk. Like, the glue, like floorboard down.
Okay.
Somebody got real excited for
I'm hard as a rock right now. I'm like, wow, finally, someone that has things that... My goodness, I often have caulk in my... I call my ass a refrigerator sometimes. I have caulk in my refrigerator, too, sometimes. I get a little too much tequila in me all of a sudden. Isn't it interesting that this man has caulk, white, pasty, in his refrigerator, and the white pasty guy has chocolate in his refrigerator? Does anybody else notice these things? I think of these things. It's amazing. Amazing. Perhaps if we looked closer, the chocolate might have... This lady doesn't seem into it. You don't want the show to go on? You do, okay. We got a Karen, ladies and gentlemen. There's one single Karen here. Alright, fuck it. Let's go one more. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Cody Mack, everybody.
So what's up with the
guy. I have a girlfriend. She's a first-generation Mexican-American. Her parents risked their lives to come here and give their family the best opportunities possible. And how does my girl repay them? She brings home a white boy from Louisiana. Yeah, somebody really paid attention in history class. I actually recently just met her parents for the first time, and they only speak Spanish.
Listed knowing how to have tits, so it's like the senior correspondent.
It's like Play-Doh, son.
There you go. Very good, Red Ben. Jesus Christ. Maybe when you go over maybe when you release the episode, you could put like other things over what you're saying. Funny, I'll help you like punch it up. And your mouth will be moving one way.
I'll put a microphone in front of
much funnier things, and then the crowd won't laugh. You could put in. All right.
That was Santa's the breast cancer.
Cody Mack, let's get back to your mom. So, did she let you keep the tumor and put it on a necklace? Is that what that is?
No.
Oh, what is that? What is that?
It's a glass heart.
It's a glass heart.
Yeah, it's a glass heart.
Okay. Tell us about why you're wearing a glass heart.
When I was living in Denver, I worked at one of like the best head shops, and it was like the first glass piece that I was like, I really need that.
I've been to Denver quite a few times, and I'm pretty sure every head shop says that they're the best head shop.
This one has awards. We have awards.
Oh, you have awards.
They do. I do.
Okay. Who decides who wins the awards for best head shop?
They have like a what's the word I'm looking for?
A commission.
Conferences and shit like that.
Okay. All right. Cody Mack, tell us more about your life. Most interesting things about you and your history.
Let's see. I played baseball for like 14 years, and then I did MMA for like 3.
You did MMA? Can you show us a little bit of shadow boxing? Put the mic in the mic stand. You guys have any, like Rocky or something like that? Yeah, D-Madness has it. Here's a little shadow boxing. This is, oh shit, wow. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. All right, stop. It looks like you specialize in poking people in the eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. The John Jones specialist.
I love it. Okay, Cody, and what's your love life like?
I have a girlfriend. She's still in Denver, though, so
right.
I'm out here living on a couch, trying to do this comedy thing.
You're out here on a couch in Austin?
Yes.
How long you here for?
Till March. I've only been here for about a month or so.
So you left your girlfriend and your breastless mother in Denver, Colorado? No. He's laughing. He's hunched over laughing, and you guys are groaning. Just to let you know how gay you're being right now.
Okay, fine. Well,
Jesus, we've been through so much together. You guys are fagging up now? Really? Breast cancer? Survived? She's a survivor.
Wait, I have a joke about her. My first joke I ever wrote was about her.
Let's hear it.
All right, so my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer when I was 10, and my father did the best that he could, taking care of all of us. Even went one step further and even paid off
juggling. Whoa! Oh, wow! Oh my God! Well, I mean, an incredible performance, Cody. One of the very best performances of the night. Oh, shut up. You said you play video games, which is amazing because I just so happen to have a custom-made Mario Brothers Kill Tony crossover version of this book from the great Bonsai, Adrian Cavazos, who makes all of these real Texas leather by hand. Check him out on Instagram at Bonsai with a Z in the middle. That is Cody Mack. Congratulations, Cody. There he goes. We're going to I want them to get as much work done as possible on Hans, and we're going to make sure yep, that's perfect, because we're going to bring up the third regular of the show, ladies and gentlemen. This guy has done more one-minute sets on the show than anybody absolutely ever. He's currently headlining all around the country. He's also going with me to do 12 sold-out shows this week in Philly and Boston. One of my favorite comedians on planet Earth and the record holder of appearances on Kill Tony. This is the Big Red Machine, the Memphis Strangler, the Manila Gorilla. This is William Lights Out Montgomery.
Somebody should have gotten that insurance because I swear to God, Hans is getting a fucking swastika tattoo right now. Seriously. Wow, we've seen that before, folks. That is the classic wink. Hold on, I think I actually know where that might be. No, hold on, don't do it. Okay, I've gone the wrong way. Hold on a second here. There is somewhere. Hold on. No, that's not it. Hold on. I can find this. I never get to do this. Hold on. No. Hold on a second. Hold on. I want to do it. Redman, why are there pictures of naked kids on that fucking thing, dude? That's illegal.
Because there's a noise of it too, William, you fucking ass.
There it is. Wink at people. Wow, just one guy you're going for. Yeah, what's your story, man? What's your name? Wow, I've never seen gay crowd work before. Incredible. Yeah, what's your name? Wow. There's so many good ones here. Wow. This is a fun thing that we've never done before, huh? What's this one that says Red Band's favorite? Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Tony, I've been meaning to ask you, when we are in Boston this weekend, can you please take me to the World Trade Center Memorial Tower they have there? That is not in Boston, William. Please. Oh my God. I want to see the memorial. You're thinking of it. Wow. Can you guess what that is? Ew, a duck. You were close. That was a goose. All right. Let's see if you can guess what this one is right here. You ready? Yep. God, don't play that fucking sound again. Seriously, don't fucking. What animal do you think that is? Oh man, what is that? That's your mom. Close? What do close sound like? There's a sound effect that says close.
I saw myself and closed my toe to that.
Oh, okay. It's just. Alright, this shit sucks. It sucks down here. This is all like words, right? Alright. William, what's going on in your life other than me hitting?
I have luckily been doing a bunch of cameos. I've literally broken up with like 10 people literally in the past 2 weeks.
You have been making a good amount of money doing these cameos.
Been positive.
Very, very, very positive. People are having you, they're making requests, and for a nominal fee, you will yell at people essentially in any way that they want. It can be yell at my girlfriend, break up with my girlfriend, tell my mom that the cancer's back. It could be anything. And you do this in a funny way. Kill Tony fans love it. Give us an example of some other weird ones that you've done recently.
Well, first and foremost, I just don't want to get anything twisted. I will pretty much do everything unless you are a Jewish person. I don't know. It's some weird thing I have. I refuse to do. If I can tell you're Jewish by the name, it's immediately. I'm not going to fucking do that. So if you're seeing this now, I mean, I'm not going to do. I'll do.
You guys are dominating. William, you're an absolute godsend. We love you so much. That's the great William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. He did it again. All right. It is time. Ladies and gentlemen, sing it one more time with me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Kim. Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. Wow. We started with him. We end with him. Hans, you have supposedly been getting your first tattoo this entire time. How do you feel right now?
I feel great. I kind of backed out at the last minute.
Oh, okay.
right when your parents could not be any more disappointed in you, Hans. Here you are with a. How do you feel?
I feel great. I feel like I'm partly black now.
Wow, that's one way of looking at it. Incredible stuff, Hans Kim. I'm so honored that you would choose the Kiltony knife as your first ever tattoo. What an iconic episode, the first ever tattoo in Kiltony history. Make some noise for Hans Kim, everybody. Amazing. You're the best, Hans. I'll see you in the airport in the morning. Going to get tattooed this episode. That's extra valuable tonight. Fun fact is that he sells those to the highest bidder after the show, so if you feel like you're kind of rich, put in a bid with Chris, or else someone that's richer than you is going to put in a higher bid, because this is Texas, and there's some fucking oil people amongst you, believe it or not. So much fun. Shout out to the new burger place in town.
Hell yeah.
It is
Goddamn chance.
NADC Burgers on Rainey Street. Absolutely incredible.
It's at Idle Hands.
So there you go. That's good stuff to check out. And yeah, you can stay at the Van Zandt Hotel by clicking on the link that is in the description of this video. You can save 20% on a Sunday or Monday night by clicking that link. Special exclusive for Kiltony fans here in Austin, Texas. Thank you again to the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose Deep Eddy Vodka, Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, and to you, the live audience that makes it all possible. We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Love you guys.
On his head. We got a fucking fat guy with beard, fat guy with baseball cap. Face tattoos for sure. Actually know him. How would I have for my friend Ty Rivera, everybody? That's the kind of party that we're at. One second you're making fun of a guy for having face tattoos, and then you're like, I've been friends with him for 16 years. This is life. This is Skankfest. I'm excited to be here. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. This show, believe it or not, is indeed brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, the two best strip clubs on planet Earth. Just so happen to be in Austin, Texas, as is Deep Eddy Vodka, one of the best goddamn vodkas on planet Earth. I mean, if you drink vodka, you might as well drink Deep Eddy. And if you like whiskey and or peanut butter, may I recommend Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. Two great things, you can't go wrong. Mix them together, do anything you want. Buy it, pour it out into the toilet. I don't give a fuck. Just buy it, and then buy it again. They're great to us. They represent us well. We're going to have a lot of fun. Here's the rest of the sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here, right now. Hey, y'all. You might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian. And I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again, November 4th and 5th. New York, December.
Ian Finance. Veteran Kiltony.
Black belt Eric Griffin.
Hello.
I work well with silly fucks, and these are two of my favorite silly fucks on planet.
This is our first time meeting. This is like a before and after right now.
Before and after Yo Kratos.
we're going to have fun. You guys know how it works. A ton of people signed up for the opportunity to do 60 seconds on this stage. There's also some loose Sharpie markers in here just in case. But if you know how it works, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry Fremont Street Bear. What a homo that
Here he is, right here.
But hopefully not. I can only work with Hans Kim.
We have a surprise for you. He's here now.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the least professionals in show business. This is Hans Kim, everybody.
What the fuck is up, Skankfest? Good to be here. I love Skankfest because I can see the S word here. Female. My sex stories get a little confusing in California. Everyone thinks a dude fucked my pussy. But yeah, I'm a lot taller than a lot of people think I am because I'm Asian American. Emphasis on the American. I grew up on high fructose corn syrup and xanthan gum. They're like, I don't think there's healthcare here. Give him 3 more extra inches. Take it up his IQ. But yeah, I love Skankfest. I saw a woman in a full burqa, which kind of freaked me out because she could be wearing a mask and be a liberal and I'd have no idea. But good to be here at Skankfest. I think it's funny that Tony makes fun of me so much. Sometimes he calls me the F word. And it really hurts my feelings. That's why I carry a headphone around with me. And every time he makes fun of me, I put it on and listen to Kill Tony. My portable Tony Hinchcliffe loves me all the time. Thank you guys.
What? I didn't get that last one. What are you saying that I call you?
A female.
Oh, okay. What? Hans, are you okay right now?
Yeah, I'm like, well,
Hans, you think? Can I ask you a question? Black Adam is coming out this weekend. Do you think there'll ever be an Asian superhero?
Yeah, yellow Ali Wong.
Oh, wow. Okie dokie. That was almost... Alright.
Oh, man.
Jesus.
Hans Kim, everybody.
Hans a little bit jittery today. I don't think he's used to 6-hour plane rides and then having to think quick on his feet. This fucking kid. He was in Boston this morning.
It was great.
Yeah. Tell the audience.
Boston was great.
Jesus Christ. Did someone give you something? Hans doesn't say no to drugs at all, by the way. So there's a good chance that somebody handed Hans anything at all. He might be on fentanyl right now.
Actually, I'm doing Sober October, which was hard. On tour with you, Tony.
Right.
And you kept threatening me. You were like, I'm going to kick you off the tour. You, Tony.
Right.
And you kept threatening me. You were like, I'm going to kick you off the tour. You're so boring.
Yeah, it was. It was boring as fuck. I spent the whole fucking week with Hans and William. William obviously been sober for 2 years. Hans deciding to hang it up because he wants to get closer with Rogan.
How's that going?
It's going good. He's a good man.
Him, everybody. There you go. It's a sweet boy. He tried to premise. I don't know what that was.
I don't know what that was.
He might be nervous. Absolutely destroyed 10 times throughout the week in Philly and Boston. Comes here for a 1-minute set. Is like, Tony called me the F word.
Did something happen?
Not even at all. That's what's crazy. He's like trying to... I've been doing this a long time. We do it every week in our home. We've been all around the
Came in for my mouth. I missed. I know what you're thinking. You're like, how did I not see that coming? I did. Believe it or not, I am in a relationship. I got a beautiful girlfriend. She's what's known as a screamer. Very loud during sex. I don't know if you guys have ever busted a nut and an eardrum at the same time. Very painful. Very rad.
All right, Warren DK. Wow, big pop from the crowd on that one.
Yeah.
Skankfest crowds love masturbation jokes, followed by you talking about an imaginary girlfriend that doesn't exist. 48 seconds of material about jacking off, and then you checked your watch to know that you have 13 seconds left, and then talked about your made-up girlfriend. Warren DK, welcome to the show. How are you?
Great, Tony. Thank you.
Absolutely. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've done like a handful of shows over the last 10 years.
Everything you do is a handful, huh? The jerk-off king of comedy, Warren DK. Incredible. All right. Wait,
past 10 years? Yeah, I did my first open mic when I was like 21. I'm 33. So.
Holy shit. So you've done it you do it like once every 3 years?
Yeah, I do random open mics here and there.
Okay, why?
I don't know. I like it. It's fun.
But it's not fun enough to do more often than once every few years?
Honestly, I'm just lazy and terrified of failure, so.
Okay.
Jesus.
Well, I can see why.
I like how that hit with everybody in this room.
Yeah.
Everybody in this room just went, oh.
Totally know what he means.
Warren DK, you have a very interesting methy feature to you. Like very, very, very light on your feet. You look like
a sandwich, motherfucker.
I have Crohn's disease. So.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Oh, you guys know what Crohn's disease is? It's basically just constant diarrhea.
Damn, this is what his toilet looks like every time. Constant diarrhea, huh? Now, why do you think you ended up getting Crohn's? Did you do something bad when you were a kid or something like that? Like, do you think it's karma? Did you, like, kill a baby bird or something like that?
It's hereditary. My dad was a piece of shit, so.
Oh, Jesus, buddy.
Wow.
Once again, you're hitting home. Yeah. In this crowd, dude.
Was your dad really a piece of shit? Isn't it funny that Crohn's disease, you don't really ever see a piece of shit? It's all liquid. Ironic, isn't it? That being a piece of shit means, alright. In what way was your dad a piece of shit? Shit, dads are a lot funnier than you, by the way. Skankfest, did that one make you sad? Oh, we're so tough. We wear black t-shirts and grow out our beards. Oh, he said he's dead. Fucking homos. You guys are gayer than Hans Kim, you know that? Jesus fucking Christ.
You said that your dad, you have Crohn's and your dad has Crohn's.
My dad's dead, but yeah.
Dead?
Yeah.
Shit.
Jesus, dude.
But you have a good time, yeah. All right, man, we get it. You're sad. Jesus Christ. Does your dad also have a nose like a sundial? Did you get that from him?
That really is a curse to have a nose that big and constantly have diarrhea. I mean, what are the odds?
Yeah. I feel like you're in a very negative place. Give us something that's positive about your life.
Well, it is true. I do have a girlfriend.
Okay.
Oh, yeah? Does she go to a different Holocaust camp? You look like a survivor.
It's true.
She's also a Nazi, yes.
Okay. All right, Warren. What do you do for a living? Where are you from?
I live in Houston currently.
Houston? What do you do for work?
Woodworking, carpentry, bartend. I do a bunch of stuff. I volunteer with a really cool program out in Texas called the TRP. We build ramps for disabled people that can't afford them.
Oh, wow. Well, we could have really used you when Michael Lair was on the show. We had a lot of trouble. We have a high stage at Vulcan. All right.
I liked his first joke. That was fun. Like the Mr. X about the kids, and then like you got the laugh and you like really drove it home and everyone got like weirded
I
out.
actually never told any of those jokes, so I appreciate it.
Oh, we can tell.
Yeah,
dick in my own asshole.
Wow. How many do you think we should have him do that right now?
I mean,
Oh, yeah. Humble brag. You know what I mean?
I don't think we can do that, but
I'll show you later, Sam.
thank you.
If you're interested.
Thank you, Warren BK. Your obligatory Tony Hinchcliffe gay joke there. That's all good.
I feel like that's his street trick on Fremont Street to get money.
It is interesting. So you take your own flaccid penis.
Yeah, it's got to be flaccid.
Right.
But you think?
And then when it gets into your ass, does it start to get hard?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Weird.
Depends if I clench or not.
Wow.
Yeah, so, after he has diarrhea, he puts it back there. He's like, "Oh my God, you're so wet."
How did you learn that? Did you do it as like to cork it up so the diarrhea would not come out? Like, how'd you figure this out?
You got a wet boy pussy.
I saw a guy on YMH who could shove his balls in his ass. I tried that, and I have really tiny balls. It didn't work. So
Old tiny balls. Look at you.
So you're just all dick. That's what you're
long
saying.
dick, tiny balls.
Right.
All right.
Wet ass.
Wet ass.
Yeah, but wet ass.
A wet ass pussy.
Yeah. He listens to the song up until the pussy part.
It's just wow. Because he got a wet ass.
Happen. One more time for Corey, everybody. Happen. One more time for Corey, everybody.
What's up, Skanks? First time caller. First time on stage. My bad. I was expecting to feel a little good about myself coming to my first Skank Fest, but looking at some of you guys put me in my place. I tell you, I had a couple of conversations where I thought I was gonna have the upper hand. Oh yeah, I look better than this guy. Feeling myself, but they let me know. Oh no, I make more money than you. That's the equalizer. Damn it, I need to start making more money. Freaking, I'm not tall enough, so I'm not gonna get girl that way. So. Anyways, I appreciate you. I wish I could, man. But
guys, we don't heckle at this show, you fucking pussies. If you had the courage to sign up, then you wait your turn. If you didn't, you shut the fuck up. You don't brave the tension in this show. Unfortunately for you, Corey, I'm going to add another 15 seconds to your set because you got rudely interrupted. Pretty sure you have nothing left to say anyway, but I want you to feel the silence that you deserved up there. So 15 seconds extended from me to Corey. Here we go. I don't think you understand what the fuck I just said, so very fun. Okay, Corey, do something.
Wish I had more to say. I thought I had a good voice, but apparently I can't even freaking project. My bad, bro. My bad. Fucking, sometimes I get a lot of phone calls at my job, so I answer.
Okay. Did you have something? Were you just starting a sentence? Hoping for 15 seconds to be.
You know what? In hindsight, yeah, it was a sentence.
I love it. Corey, welcome to the show. That was fucking horrible. Welcome. But have it a hand. It was his first time doing it.
Oh my.
Hopefully his last time doing it as well. Corey, welcome. Where are you from?
La Puente, California. That's LA County.
You really gotta put the mic.
LA County, my God.
LA County. Now that's an interesting answer. What part of the county exactly?
Like as freaking close as you could get to San Bernardino before it's not LA anymore.
Okay.
It's kind of like a lot of brown over there.
Yes, I know. I lived there for a very long time and went there to work and then immediately drove as fast as I could back to West Hollywood with the rich, gay whites.
I've never seen a sad cholo.
Yeah, it really is incredible.
I mean, this was an episode of MS 13 Reasons Why.
he doesn't have a teardrop tattoo. He has the real thing. Why do you think you're such a sad cholo, Corey Nuga?
I got a little dick, man.
It can't even fit to my asshole. I don't even know where the last guy at. My ass is always dry, like my sense of humor.
Yeah, no. All that's true.
Is this the hardest thing you've ever done? I feel like this is like you're struggling right now even to be there.
The nerves really work freaking up when Tony tells you to not sign up if you're not prepared. Don't do it.
Unfortunately, I say that after the bucket's filled with names, so we have a little bit of tweaking to do before the 9 p.m. show. So literally, the people that help with the sign-ups can say, like, yo, if you are literally just going to go up there with a bomb. But this is the thing.
I apologize.
Okay, Corey, let's talk about your fucking life. Let's figure it out. What do you do for work?
I am a security guard.
You are a security guard. Where are you a security guard at? Places that only people the size of the last comedian go? It's like, oh, I don't want to fuck with that guy.
You can't even hear him. Stop what you're doing. Stop. Get on with that.
Hey, man, you steal something, I'm gonna kill myself, Ese. Shit's no joke, man. For real.
Oh, man.
Corey, where are you a security guard at?
I work,
Louder, you son of a bitch! You are the most quiet Latino I've ever heard in my life. How come none of the Latinos I ever lived in an apartment building with are this quiet? Jesus Christ!
Where's my inner anger when I need it? I'm telling you. Because I have 2 modes, sad and angry. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm either Joker mode or loco mode. You don't want to see me when I'm loco.
You're just going to your bag of Latino shit right now, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You're like, finally! He's a security guard at a monastery. You know what I mean?
That would be it.
Yeah.
I work for a Fortune 500 company, like their campus, their business campus. I work for them.
Okay. How big of a family do you have?
I just live with my mom and dad.
You live with your mom and dad.
How old are you?
I am recently 32.
Recently 32.
Okay.
Well, you're saving money. I don't know, Jupiter.
Well, his parents don't have to worry about him being loud. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't even know he still lives there.
Yeah. Wait, do you fuck this quietly too?
I don't fuck.
Okay.
Let's get this guy laid.
A lot of comedians kill themselves. This is the rare comedian that makes everyone else want to kill themselves. Incredible. I mean, even the guy that spent 52 seconds talking about masturbating, we found out in the last 8 seconds, he's fucking.
It's his own ass, but you know what I mean?
Corey, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, as you can tell by my quiet, somber nature, I don't really hit it off with girls.
Are you on any dating apps? Do you ever go out? Do you ever try?
No.
What do you mean, no?
No to it all.
When's the last time you kissed a girl?
And did you like it? Thank you. Thank you so much, Stanfest.
Yes, but it was a pity kiss. So, no, I didn't like it.
It was a what?
Wait, have you?
It was a pity kiss.
When was this?
It was by like a girl I used to talk to like in high school, like 2 or 3 years ago.
What is going on with you?
Are you a virgin?
It's been that fucking long, I might as well be a virgin.
How long has it been since you had sex with a girl? Tell the truth.
High school, I'm 32, yeah.
Hey, that's okay.
Is there a woman out there that'll come up and give this guy a real kiss? I mean, it's been since fucking high school. This is Skankfest. I like to make dreams come true. He seems like a good guy. He seems clean. He seems well manicured.
Anybody?
There has to be one girl out there, sorry crazy right now. We literally have the world's saddest comedian here. Hold on a second. What is this? I'm hearing the crowd pop a little bit. What's happening?
Okay. Did you like it?
Look at him. Look how fucking happy he is right now. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
It's the big book.
Corey, your entire demeanor has changed. I bet you're even louder now, aren't you?
Probably not. But...
Oh, jeez. I really set him up for it.
I thought, to be honest, I just jizzed in my pants, man.
Are you trying to stay still so your boner doesn't show right now?
I
feel like you're all like, oh shit, calm down.
Wow.
It's all new to me. I don't know what I feel anymore.
That was a pretty fucking little thick tattooed hot chick. How did that make you feel? Tell us. Describe what you feel on the inside.
I feel fulfilled.
Corey Duga just made his Kill Tony debut. It's his first time on stage. Eric says you get a big joke belt.
You gotta get a big book, man. You gotta get a big
book. These are all made by the great Bonsai. Wow.
What was that girl's name, man? Give it up for the girl that came
Yeah, what was the girl? Oh, you got it? Jess? Jess? How loud can this place get for Jess right now? Yeah! That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Wow. Get it. They
That was
tribute.
amazing. You know, Jeff, I haven't gotten a blowjob since high school.
And we're not surprised, motherfucker.
So there you go. Incredible. We've had, back to the bucket we go, we've had somebody who's done it 12 times in 15 years. We've had someone that has done it one time ever. How about one more time for the quiet Latino Corey Duga? A lot of newbies here tonight, and well, when you look at this, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a newbie whatsoever. This man is one of my favorite comedians on planet Earth, here to work out a new minute of material. Make some noise for Ari Shafir, everybody. What the fuck? Holy shit. Oh my god. It's really him. Oh my god. Live in the flesh. Make some noise for Ari Shafir.
Thanks. Do I just start? How do I do this? Okay. Hey, I don't know if you guys ever adopted a dog, but I'll talk about you, Ian. They always show the backstory of these dogs you adopt in the shelters. They always tell you about the fucking origin stories. They're always like, he was beaten every day, or dead at the side of the road, and then somebody found him and beat the shit out of him every day for the last 3 years. Please adopt Sparks. Here's my question. How do they know that? Who's dropping off the dog? I go like, hey, I just don't have time to beat the shit out of this dog anymore, but I did beat the shit out of him every single fucking day. I mean, but my fists are so fucking bruised up from punching this dog in her fucking bitch face that I just can't do it anymore. So I'm hoping you guys find some other home for this dog to get the shit beat out of him. And they're like, we're gonna find it a good home. Like, no, that's not what I wanted at all. But you do whatever you want. His name is Sparks, and he's a bad fucking dog. It's never anything real. It's never like, we had a kid and he was allergic, so take a dog. I don't. I mean, how long? Sorry, I didn't hear the meow.
You're such a professional. You accidentally did 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Sorry.
Fucking.
Wow.
I was waiting for that meow. It's fucking extending there.
It was quiet. You were getting big laughs. A rare treat when someone gets laughed so hard that they can't hear the meow.
Oh, did I hear? Did you do it? Oh,
yeah,
fuck,
you're
sorry,
really good at this.
The dog overcame the meow. It canceled out.
I love it. How about another hand for the great Ari Shafir, huh? Ari here, working out a minute. I think maybe, I mean, that's great. There's nothing for me to make fun of. I can call you a Jew 1,000 different ways. Why don't you tell these people, because this is a show about stand-up, like, how do you come up with material? Do you sit down and, like, sit at a desk with a piece of paper? Do you wait until you see real-life stuff and then start a premise? Do you write on stage?
Yeah, that's good. No, well, I learned from my mentors when I started in the comedy store. I saw a lot of really great comics doing it. So, so what I do is I sit in the back of the room with a notebook, like my mentor Carlos Mencia, and I just write down everything these comics are doing. I found it's an endless choice of material that just never stops giving, and it's really worked out for me over the years. So, all these young comics, take note.
The next comic's gonna come up here and talk about rescue dogs. I love it, Ari.
Dude, I've been wanting to do 1 minute on this podcast since the fucking beginning. Just in the belly room with fucking Iron Man up there.
Crazy, right?
Kept thinking it for my
Yeah. No, I love it, and it's been almost 10 years since then. And
damn, I'd like you for 4 of those.
I love it. Ari, what else is going on in the world? Anything else you want to talk about to these people, or any? I just got here today. You have any fucking insight on the festival?
Las Vegas? Oh, well, there's some lovely people out on Fremont Street.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place.
Yeah,
beautiful
I saw
people.
the honest-looking, fat old Superman that I've ever seen before in my life out there.
Here's a fun story. We filmed Big J Otis' special right over there yesterday. And no, don't clap. He's a bad person. But afterwards, we were going out to do some pickup shots out in Vegas with lights behind us and this cool camera with the lights and shit. So we were walking behind where Jelly Roll would play, just near that area, and he just goes, "Are you Jelly Roll?" It was Jay Okerson. And he goes, "No, I'm not Jelly Roll." and they're like, "Come on, you're being modest." They for sure thought Big J Okerson was Jelly Roll. And was just hanging out somewhere in the audience before he goes up. Jelly Roll's fucking lame cousin, Jam Buns.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining the panel, what I believe is the greatest comedian.
The number one, my favorite comedian in the world. Thank you.
Wow.
The demeaning music didn't really help, but where were you, Artie? So something happened with the camera?
Oh yeah, me and Jay were out taking pictures on Judgment Day.
Tony, thank you for letting me once again be a part of your traveling Ponzi scheme. Will you take people's dreams and turn them into crypto cash? I don't know how you do it.
That's true. They just keep signing up for it. It's amazing. I'm very, very lucky. I'm honored that you would join us, Dave. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us.
Thanks for having me.
special is out November